Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speaker, and dear participants. Welcome to day 3 of the role of Catholicism in Asian Tourism Conference. It is a great joy to see all of you gathered here this morning, full of energy and enthusiasm, ready to continue our journey of learning and sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we have listened to inspiring keynote lecturers, engaging panels, and meaningful discussions to have deepened our understanding of Catholicism's role in shaping tourism across Asia and beyond. My name is Sen Halum, and I'm truly honored to serve you as the Master of Ceremony for today's program. To begin our morning, I would like to invite Dr. Misal to...
Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. It's a pleasure to see all of you here and those who are joining us online. So we have decided to adjust a little bit the program. We will not present one of the video that we have. We will share instead the YouTube link. It's about tourism in Goa, which is a very, very important site of international tourism in Asia. It's very fascinating, and the presenter is a very insightful philosopher, so I recommend everyone to present, but we decided to remove it from this morning program in order to keep the conversation a bit more manageable. So that's why we're starting at 8:30 instead of 8. And we appreciate your flexibility and patience. So that's the first announcements I wanted to make. Then the second announcements, I wanted to give a warm welcome to Dr. Aso, who joined us from Manila. So everyone is special in this room, but Dr. Aso is also a bit special. So she's with me, one of the 4 coordinators of ISAC. So ISAC is an international network to push for social science research on Asian Catholics in contemporary society. This conference here is a typical example of what we want to support, this kind of engagement through the angle of social science with a real, social dimension of how the church engages with social realities in Asia. And Bubbles is based in Manila at De La Salle University, where she's overseeing what we call the digital office of ISAC. So ISAC is building up digital collections, and that is based at De La Salle University, who has been a very strong supporter and stakeholders of ISAC. Me, I'm based in Singapore, as you know, and we have Bernarda Brown, who is based in Tokyo, and we have Father James Ponaya at the University of Madras. So we have 4 covering the continent. And so we're very glad to have a second coordinator here to show that, yes, it's a collective work, something like ISAC, and we really appreciate all the work that UNICA has been doing to make this conference possible. So again, thank you so much, all of you, for being here, making the effort together to think more deeply how we can question tourism from a perspective of Catholicism. Okay, so without further ado now, I let the microphone to our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Misa. And ladies and gentlemen, the keynote will be delivered by Dr. Leonard Chrysostomus Epaphras from Universitas Gadjah Mada, moderated by Ibu Maria Olga Jelimun. Ibu Maria, time is yours.
Well, again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to serve as our keynote speaker moderator for this session. And for this session, we will have Dr. Leonard Chrysostomus Epaphras. Dr. Leonard is a lecturer and a researcher at the Graduate School of Universitas Gadjah Mada and the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies. Dr. Leonard has pursued his studies across various universities, both in Indonesia and abroad, including in the Netherlands, the United States, Australia, and Hong Kong. He teaches courses on the history of religion, religious studies, peace studies, media studies, and theology. Dr. Leonard is a recipient of numerous prestigious scholarships and research grants. And currently, he leads a major research project on digital inclusion for adherents of indigenous religions under the BRIN scheme. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Leonard today will be delivering a talk entitled Touching the Heavens, Geopolitics, Geopiety, and Indonesia, Gigantic Christian Monuments, a preliminary assessment. And ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to his insight as he guides us into this thought-provoking theme that intersects global politics, spirituality, and Indonesian contact. Without further delay, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Leonard Chrysostomus above us with our big round of applause. Dr. Leonard. Okay, Dr. Leonard, the floor is yours. Thank you. So you have 30 minutes to present your materials, and the 10 minutes will be given for a Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Oops. Is it okay if we do some exercise before we listening something? Okay, please stand up. Stand up. Okay, raise your right hand and imagine you have a pen, imaginary pen on right hand, and we do counting 1 to 10 in your own languages. I'm doing in Japanese, you do French, Manggarai, Tagalog, English, and so on. Okay, something like this, something like this. 1, 2 makes a very excessive movement, body movement. Okay. Make it as enthusiastic as possible. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Siji, loro, telu, papat, lima, enam, tujuh, delapan, songo, 10. Tepuk tangan, thank you. I still see unenthusiastic body movement. Please more enthusiastic. Left hand, same things. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Siji, loro, telu, papat, lima, enam, pitu, wolu, songo, 10. Tepuk tangan, okay. Not yet finished, not yet finished. Sorry, still. This is a magic pen. There is a magnet in there, and put your magic pen in your chest or your stomach or something. This area, okay? And free hand. Remember, there's a pen here. And free hand, okay? Do the same thing with your body. Okay? 3, 2, 1. Siji, loro, telu, papat, lima, enam, pitu, wolu, songo, 10. Okay, big clap for. Thank you very much. Hopefully that's, that's the key word is imagination, and it's very important for us to deal with touristics issue. Okay, good morning everybody. Thank you for having me here. Okay, yeah. And thank you for the committee, for Isaac, for Unica, Michelle, and friends for having me in this very fine conference. I'm truly blessed, included in this Catholic tourism conversation. I'm a Protestant, and I think I am the most legitimate person to questioning Catholicism. That's a joke. But in fact, during my participation in this conference, you may call me Leonardus. Easy for me. Even more, my middle name is Chrysostomos. You can make it, could easily slip to Chrysostomus to make it even more Catholic. Okay, my presentation examine Indonesian remarkable phenomenon of building gigantic Jesus statues. However, you won't see the same title from Ibu Maria already mentioned, or in your conference book, because I changed it after reflecting on my mini research before the conference. The new title is He Must Grow Greater, I Must Grow Less, Gigantic Jesus Monuments in Indonesia. A preliminary assessment. So this is only a preliminary assessment, which means, and also invitation to explore the topic in more detail, either by me or by you, which means many issues may not be fully addressed in this short presentation. The presentation explored the complex intersection of religious devotion, cultural identity, and socio-political dynamics within Indonesia's diverse society. Indonesia is the largest Muslim country, so how to locate the Jesus statue in this Muslim majority country. I will provide a brief assessment of the motivation behind this monumental construction, their social and religious impacts, and their broader implication for interfaith relation and community development in Indonesia. Okay, on June 17, I posted the content on TikTok and Instagram, sharing my concern about my mini research on Jesus statues in Indonesia. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is my posting in Instagram and TikTok. To strengthen the argument of my presentation today at this conference, the question I asked was, why are many regions in Indonesia enthusiastic about constructing gigantic Jesus statues? By the way, and this is important, this is very important, you are all welcome to Flix my Instagram account. Flix, follow, like, comment, and share. You can check my account below in each slide. So my posting attracted some responses, but one response stood out and made me change the title of my presentation. Here, the posting, this is the comment. Karena dia harus, I don't know whether you can read, but the comment is like this. Karena dia harus semakin bertambah dan ku harus semakin berkurang. Probably some of you are aware or familiar with this. This is a biblical passage from the Gospel of John, chapter 3, verse 30, which according to the New Jerusalem Bible states, He must grow greater, I must grow less. I believe this comment in some way reflects certain Indonesian Christian sentiments, both Catholic and Protestant, regarding the construction. But beyond that, it also symbolizes the complex position of Indonesian Christian in a Muslim majority country, which is projected through the Jesus statue. If I may interpret this comment, it seems to suggest that Jesus' greatness must be proclaimed regardless of our minority, Christian minority status in this country. Constructing gigantic Jesus statues might be the most powerful proclamation. You know, out of 270 million population, 80% are Muslim, which is 240 million people. 11% are Christian, 29 million people. That's divided into 7.5% Protestant and 3.1% Catholic. Nevertheless, in religious material cultures, size does matters, because size encompasses visibility, authority, spiritual experience, and also theological competition. And in the modern socio-political domain, it may be a reflection of religious tension and political contestation. And the geographic imperative that's implied from the establishment of gigantic statue, the geographical imperative reflects deeper theological concept about divine omnipresence and accessibility. Religious monuments function as mediators between earthly and divine realms, with their visibility serving as continuous invitation to spiritual contemplation. It may also a reflection of what John Kirkland writes in this quotation, an American geographer, Politics of Geopiety. The geopiety is referring to the physical space, often recreated geographic space or representation of it in highly idealized, romanticized, or fantastic forms. It covers a broad range of emotional bonds between man and his terrestrial home. Indonesia has a long history of monumental religious construction, which continues to the present day. Besides Borobudur and Prambanan, the two most prominent Indian influence structure in the past, we also have the enduring aspiration in 20-meter Sri Sanata Dharma Alayam, also known as the Jakarta Murugan Temple, on the lower picture, the image. It is a kafil or Indian Hindu temple in Jakarta that was officiated just this year, 2025. In modern Indonesia, notable landmarks include the 22-meter long sleeping Buddha in Mojokerto, that one. The 121-meter tall Garuda Wisnu Kencana in Bali, this one. And 30-meter high Kuan Kong statue in Tuban, the right hand side, and which unfortunately collapsed 5 years ago. But there are also other prominent religious structures as big as this presentation. A month ago, I visited the 41-meter tall Patung Bunda Maria Pelindung Segala Bangsa, and that part, Our Lady, the protector of all nations, in Atapupu, Belu, Belu Regency. When I mentioned about 41 meters, it includes the height of the pedestal and or platform. Yeah, size truly does matter. This is the infographic of Jesus status in Indonesia. The infographics is provided by Katya, my daughter, who studied visual communication design in Bandung, in order to help us understanding the surge of Jesus statues in Indonesia in the last 2 decades. I registered 25 statues throughout Indonesia. Okay, we move to map. Where is it? Here. This is the statue. So you can see here. Yeah. Indeed, this is not an exhaustive list. There may be prominent Jesus statues slipped from my observation, and not all are truly gigantic. The underwater statue in Parentek Beach, there is an underwater Jesus statue, 2.5 meter tall, but it's even beyond the size of a normal human, average human. So this is the, yeah, you can see this is the picture. You can see how this is truly a surge. Okay. Yeah, I want to explain a little bit. This is the list, the gigantic Jesus monuments in Indonesia. So it seems this is not an exhaustive research, but as a starting point research, probably the first gigantic Jesus monument is in Maumere in 1926, inaugurated in 1926, probably 6 meters tall. And the second one is 1996, officiated in 1996, Cristo Rey in Dili, Timor-Leste, when it's still part of Indonesia. So in fact, it's part of our heritage as well. And afterward, there's no initiative, no aspiration at all. But it started again 2004 in Saumlaki, very far away, next to Australia, in the Moluccas Islands. And then another 4 years, there's another officiate new statue, Patung Yesus Melindungi Pulau Lembe in Bitung, North Sulawesi, 29.5 meter tall. Then we encounter the surge, 20 statues, which mean about one statues each year, from 2011 up until 2025. There's one Yesus Memberkati Bukit Yowong in Kerom, Papua, 30-something meters. Okay, you can see the height, 11, 2.15, 50 meters. When I mention about the tall, it means including pedestal, including the platform. It's not the size of the statue itself, because the impression is coming from the consolidated presentation of it. But it's also one initiative. This one in Sika, I don't know about the year of inauguration. Maybe you can share with me about the Jesus Blessing statue in Keliloo. Then there is one failed project in Tarutung. It's supposed to be 45 meter tall. And the other is, I don't know, the aspiration is still going or not. It's studied by 2017. It's supposed to be 100 meter. It's claimed 500 billion rupiah project. I'm not sure whether it's still there, but it's important to know. And the other aspiration in West Manggarai, in nearby Labuan Bajo, I got the proposal, but I'm not in liberty to disclose in entirety, but probably coming from our discussion, we can have more understanding of that. And we have to understand that there is we have the Yesus Memberkati CBABA, probably the highest Jesus statue in the world, 61 meter. And the Labuan Bajo aspiration coming from one proposal. I don't know whether there are other proposals. And it's still in aspiration. It's not yet coming to the realization. Is want to be a 63 meters, so even slightly higher than CBABA. Okay, hopefully you can get sense the aspiration since 2010 forward is already 20-something statues here, and you can sense as well the areas of activities. And it's probably say something about the tension, interreligious tension in Indonesia. Probably. Again, this is a preliminary assessment. I cannot make a very strong claim. Okay, this is, even the Talaut having its own, okay, connection probably. You can see, if you want to see closer. So in my fun facts, the second oldest is Cristo Rei in Dili. The tallest is CBABA, 61 meter, and there are 21 constructions since 2004, and one statue per year. And North Sulawesi is the winner with 8 statues. North Sulawesi, following up with Papua Island in different provinces, and then Nusa Tenggara Timur, NTT. So, I registered 25 sites and 21 construction since. This is another fun fact. There is an underwater Jesus statue in Parentec Beach, established 2023, 2.5 meter height. And this is also the failure of Tarutung Jesus statue. It's only framework, only the frame remain, and then afterward, because of corruption, it's truly destroyed or demolished because of the failure, because of corruption, 6.2 billion rupiah, and so on. This is also telling us Tarutung is only an example how the issue of managing tourist attraction place. Okay. Then I will start with 5 preliminary observations to understand this phenomenon. I offer 5 preliminary observations to understand this phenomena. The statue apparently represent a cultural assertion of Christian identity in areas where Christianity is prevalent. They stand as monuments of cultural heritage, contributing to local tourism, is called wisata rohani, and enhancing the visibility of Christian beliefs. In North Sulawesi, East Nusa Tenggara, NTT here, and Papua, numerous statues symbolizes the predominance of Christianity in these regions, signifying a cultural landmark that is embraced without opposition from other faiths. That's, I think, natural. These statues are expecting to contribute to local economies through tourism, attracting visitors from both domestic and international background. Statues like the replica of Christ the Redeemer in Lembe have become photogenic tourist destination, enhancing the region's visibility and economic vitality. This dual role as both religious symbols and tourist attraction reflects a pragmatic approach to merging faith with community development. It may, to a degree, a manifestation of borrowing from Dr. Jaeyon Cho yesterday, manifestation of tourist bubble. As a local government taking this initiative as a venue to generate regional income. Though seemingly not all are successful as 2 prominent statues, Buntu Burake in Toraja Land and Sibiabia in Toba Lake. Yeah, it seems wisata rohani understood differently between non-Catholic and Catholic. I think that's clear. For Protestant like me, it is a kind of embracing Christian identity, but for Catholic is also most part, as I mentioned, I make a photograph here, an Indian descent Indonesian. I thought earlier it is an international tourist, but in the end, oh, this is Indonesian, but coming from Indian descent. Catholics pray before the mini statue in front of Sibiabia gigantic Jesus statue, the highest Jesus statue in the world. The mini statue, this one, was blessed by Pope Francis, the late Pope Francis, September 2024. Yeah, part of the tourism, we may framing this what Ulrich Beck called tourist gaze. Yeah, and because of tourism as an industry, then we have to expect a mode of consumption, not only as religion, but religion as part of modernity consumptive pattern. Something like this, make a selfie or photographs and so on. And furthermore, it is also the second observation is it is also a space of convergence and consolidation, especially in my close observation in Sibiabia. The statue represents unity between Protestantism and Catholicism. An informer said a prominent Catholic turned Protestant, so formerly he's a prominent figure in Indonesian legal. He was a judge, a very high-profile judge. He was a Catholic but turned to Protestantism because of the marriage. That initiated its construction. A year ago, exactly the same date with us today, September 9, Bishop Antonio Subianto Bunyamin inaugurated the Sibiabia statue and attracting many attention. Bishop Antonio Subianto Bunyamin, if I'm not mistaken, is the head of KWI, if I'm not mistaken. Earlier on September 6, Pope Francis blessed a miniature at the Vatican Embassy in Jakarta. I think, please challenge me. I think the Jesus statue, because of course in Catholicism having gigantic or exposed Mary statue, Jesus statue, Saint statue is common because of the corporeality, the theology of corporeality, while Protestantism is more on faith-based religion, while Catholicism is strong connection with material culture. I think Jesus' statue is a symbol that I think is the most acceptable for Protestantism, for Protestant, to sharing the symbolic projection for Christianity. For Protestant, of course, unable to accept to have a Mary statue. But Jesus' statue, okay. Yeah. The statue religious significance goes beyond its height, symbolizing faith for Indonesian Christian and inspiring spiritual renewal. Archbishop Cornelius Sipayung sees it more, Cornelius Sipayung is the Bishop of Medan, sees it as more than a visual marvel. It is a reminder of God's presence and a call for people to be a light to the world, making it a symbol of divine presence and human responsibility. For Christianity in predominantly Muslim society, the statue affirms their faith and resilience. In certain provinces, Christian communities' geographic concentration affect how religious monuments are received. Despite being a small part of Indonesian population, about, again, 15% or something, population, about 15% of house members, our national house members, are Christians, Catholic and Protestant, providing platform to advocate for religious and cultural recognition through such projects. Thus, in Jesus' statues construction, especially in Protestant areas like North Sulawesi and Toraja land, where such statues were once unlikely, it may be considered a new Babel. You know Babel, Tower of Babel. That's part of my the comment coming to my posting, my IG posting, saying, "Oh, this is new Babel." But this is reflect changing religious politics post-Reformation. It is unthinkable before Reformation, a Protestant having statue. But then post-Reformation, changing everything, realign many issues. This possibly indicates a shift toward material expression of religious identity, influenced by politicization of religion. As the presentation title suggests, my presentation title suggests, this trend may be another way to navigate minoritization through religious visibility in public spaces. The third observation, social implication of the statue construction reveal complex dynamic within Indonesian society regarding religious expression, community identity, intercultural relation, and interfaith relations. Proponents argue that the statues serve as a symbol of Indonesia's commitment to religious tolerance and diversity, demonstrating that minority faiths can flourish and express themselves openly within national framework. The monument's message of love and acceptance, as embodied in its open arm in many examples of Jesus' statues, is either blessing or embracing hands. The monument message of love and acceptance, as embodied in its open arm and blessing arm designs, align with Indonesian values of gotong royong, mutual assistance, and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity that form philosophical foundation of the Republic. As remarked by Bishop Bunyamin in Sibiabea inauguration, he expects that it would become, quote, a place where people's faith can grow stronger, end quote. Reflects the statue's intended function as a pilgrimage destination and site of interfaith transformation. But learning from the earlier cases of protest against the gigantic Wan Kong statue in Tuban and Buddhist statue in Tanjung Balai, it raised questions about the potential for such prominent religious displays to exacerbate existing social tensions or create new source of division. The statue's visibility and record-breaking status inevitably draw attention to Christian presence in a region where interfaith relations require careful navigation and mutual respect. For example, in Labuan Bajo, it's very cosmopolitan settings, and having the gigantic Jesus, 63 meter, if the proposal accepted, it can be require careful navigation and mutual respect. I quote here, on the flip side, most of the statue emergence during the period of increased identity politics, sorry, I forgot to to translate it into English. I will tell you in English later on. Political religious politicization that reflect broader tension about the role of faith in public life and the visibility of minority religions within a Muslim majority democracy. The initiative in 2017 of the construction of a statue in Jayapura's Hill in Papua province, which I'm not sure about the progress of the initiative, but the remark from the head of Provincial Public Works Agency, Dinas PU Papua, as quoted here, is revealing the contested views garbed with the interfaith insight is invested in the reconstruction of the statue. So, Serambi Mekah, Mekah Veranda is referring to Aceh, the westernmost province, and now you have Jayapura. Jayapura as the capital of Papua's province is the easternmost. So saying, oh, you have Veranda of Mekah in Aceh province, the predominantly Islamic and very much Islamic province. Now we have gospel land in the east. Okay, so that's the fourth insight. And also I interviewed several people, and one of them, initial age, a Kupang native, worked in Labuan Bajo, saying, when we entered Labuan Bajo from the sea, the prominent welcoming landmark was the mosque. If you have Labuan Bajo, the waterfront is, the prominent standing is lighthouse and mosque. So we need to have our Christian landmark. So that's the sentiment. And this also another posting from, I think, last year, when there is an initiative among the Muslim in Toraja land to have mushola, small mosque, in the complex of Buntu Burake statue. The purpose is to have, because Buntu Burake is very famous and very attractive tourists from everywhere, from Muslims even coming there to have selfies and so on. So they need to have a sacred space for them to do prayer, and that's become an uproar among the Torajan Christians. The last point, the construction of gigantic Jesus statue in Indonesia reflects religious and cultural expression, but has been plagued by corruption and project failures, like the Tarutung statue case. In Golupoto, I've been in Golupoto, Sumba, poor maintenance highlights systematic weaknesses in managing large properties and religious monuments. This serves as a warning for government and private, I hope some of government presence here, if you have an ideas to having this kind of construction, be careful about maintenance, because we encounter many bad maintenance activities. So this serves as a warning for government and private entities in considering similar project. Jesus may grow greater, but maintenance should not grow less. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Leonard, for the insightful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. And I think I will give a chance for 4 questions. So each of you, if you have questions, so you may directly deliver it to Dr. Leonard, and he will directly answer your question.
Sorry, I don't know whether this is a question or just a remark on. It's very interesting, especially when you look into the distributions of the statues. I think most of the area are below, have higher poverty line, because it's in the eastern part. So the higher the monuments, probably we could see there are more poor people. So I'm just wondering whether there are also some conscious choice in, I mean, I think these are areas, especially in Papua, and, sorry. The map, the map. will be because I think it's interesting to see. It's actually located in areas, the poorest areas in Indonesia, and even in Papua, in the parts of Papua, there are some of the poorest area. For me, the consequences are actually I mean, okay, you can challenge because this is about total surrendering to to God, to religion, but then isn't it actually built? This is not a question, so whether we should pray more or not, but then it's strengthened, it's lessened the how do you call it, the personal agencies, and then the surrenders to, it's like surrendering to God and those kind of things.
I'm not recalling your name, Ibu.
Asti.
Asti, Ibu Asti.
Asti.
Asti, sorry, Asti. You are very...
Okay. Let's take 3 or 4 questions.
Okay, I need to write it down.
To elaborate on that, do you know where the money is from? Do you know where the money is from to build this? So to make the question very straight, where is the money from? But to explain a bit more, because I've seen construction of Protestant church in China paid partially by Catholics, because it's China and we need to collaborate to make a big church. So how is it? I'm sure it's not just the priest who mobilize the money. I'm sure there are wealthy entrepreneurs behind. You mentioned entrepreneurs that are Protestants, ex-Catholic, this kind of movements between the two. I totally agree with you on statues of Jesus, not Mary. By the way, a statue that is Mary alone, in Catholic theology, it's not ideal, because it's not ideal. So come to France, usually it's Mary with baby Jesus. That's proper theology. So, but there were a tendency in the 19th century that Mary alone, which is recognized as a problem in Catholic theology. But I see the point on Jesus. But then, the question of the money, which is a tricky one, because where's the money from? But the money can show the network behind and the consensus of different forces between laity and clergy, between Protestants, Catholics, or different regions also. Like, for instance, rich entrepreneurs in Jakarta who cannot build something like this in Java, but suddenly they hear about something elsewhere. So also network across geography, across denomination, across religious status. So when I say about the money, it's not just about the money itself, it's about the network behind.
I think you may answer these 2 questions first, and after that, we give the chance to the
Thank
others.
you very much, Ibu Asti and Michelle. The answer is I don't know. But I can say a little bit because I have a closer, not that close, but close enough for the Sibabia case and the proposal for Labuan Bajo. Again, Labuan Bajo, I cannot disclose that much because it's supposed to be not for public, but I can send something from there. Poor area, yes, that's why I think this is only, for me, this presentation is just an initial, is a pre-research stage. Please do for specific context. Understand the dynamic in the situation. I just want to give you, Ibu Asti, one example in this remote area in Morocco. In Morocco alone, there are 3. I understand Morocco is predominantly Catholics, but having 3 is something, and all 3 Jesuses. This area is very far, this one. This is Patung Kristus Raja Jagebob. Yeah. This is a far in the slope of not the slope, but the I don't know in English, watershed in the of areas, and yeah, it is very close to the border. So it may say something. This is a poor area, Ibu Asti, if I'm not mistaken. And especially Merauke is part of the national huge project of apa namanya, ketahanan pangan, food estate. So you may learn something if there, and if I'm not mistaken, this is a 5 meter. It's not that big. Number is I put number here means okay. I give you this clue. So I put here the left side is from the bigger number means the smallest or the smaller statue up until number 1 is the highest. Okay, and the number is 2.5 is meters here. So in Merauke is 6 meter high, which means the project value is probably 200 million rupiah. I don't know, there probably even more. Double it, 800 million just for 5 meter size Jesus. So of course there is something we can explore further, especially in that very much. NTT is among the most challenging economically, but they have Sumba and also in Rote Island. Sorry, Sabu Island here. Sabu Island is not working. Yeah, but anyway, you are right. There is many overlapping issues that we have to pursue. Okay, it means there is a connection problem. And Michelle, about the money, learning from the proposal, I have a pick on that. Yes, especially in Labuan Bajo case, is very much people in Jakarta is part of the equation, part of even the ideas. Even the meaning, theological meaning, is the conversation with one big university, academics, architecture, Catholic architects in Jakarta. Yes. But again, because it's not for public, I cannot disclose more. But you can see the network and connectivity. Different places, different. I just want to show you. In Samlaki here, I don't think it's the same and equal situation with Labuan Bajo or Sibiaba. Sibiaba is very national level. And also Buntu Burake in Toraja areas, because in Toraja is officiated by President Jokowi. And that's why it's very much gain attraction more than other places. I think that's the issue. I can say something. Ibu,
Okay.
yeah, Maribeth, yeah.
I didn't notice the Christus Raja patung in Ruteng.
Oh, Ruteng, okay.
Yeah. You haven't seen that one? It's
No.
right outside the airport. I think it's very much earlier than some of the ones that you
Okay.
mentioned.
Thank you very
Does
much.
anybody know when Christus Raja was put up?
Berapa tingginya?
The airport. Oh.
Okay.
This one was put up by a private investor from Jakarta, someone who's Bangarayan.
Yeah.
So just wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
You
much.
could take a picture of it before you leave.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, which means that anyway, you can see the sense, right? The surge of that kind of aspiration is say something about the minority complex or something like that. One interpretation. Eric,
Okay.
why? Oh, kakak juga ya. Okay, Eric dulu.
Okay, thank you very much, Palio, for your presentation. It is very interesting. And from your presentations, I get a sense, is there any resistance from the local people when the statue is built?
Yeah.
Because as just like Bu Asti said, that if we are looking at the location, all that location are just like dominated by the poor people there.
Yeah.
From the local people, is there any question why they built a statue rather than build
Right.
a school to help them to get knowledge, to help them to to get a more better economic life, something like that? Or maybe I'm afraid that in that area, poverty is becoming a normal situation. They are poor. That's our situation.
Yeah.
Maybe any the situation from your preliminary research to get some sense like that. But thank you.
Thank you, Bung Erik. Yeah, I don't see yet, but we have two cases in Tuban for Kwang Kong statue, and also in Tanjung Balai in for the Buddhist statue. There is a strong resistance from the Islamic groups. We need to anticipate that kind of issue. We don't know yet. CBBA is a remote areas, so easily to become merely tourist attraction. But there's other places that's very much close to like Buntu Burake is very close to between smaller Muslim community in Toraja and the larger Christian community. Probably is Manado areas or North Sulawesi, 60 to 70% are Christians. Probably they have disgruntled behind the door. Probably, we don't know. That's all. Thank you, Bung Erik.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask a question.
Name plus. I need to.
My name is Mr. Chenrison Jusman. Chen.
Yeah.
I am a teacher in Francisco Severius High School here in Ruteng. Before I ask my question, I want to frame my question in the current book I am reading, entitled Why Empires Fall, written by John Rapley and Peter Hitcher. On that book, they argue how the rise and fall of global phenomena in current era has already happened before. They use Roman Empire as the very example of the argument and compare it to the American liberalism decline under Trump to China authoritarian central government. Okay, they argue Roman rise to global power began in 2nd century and end in 4th century. And they say the antidote of this imperial decline is to control the borders, keep the alien immigrant outside, building the walls, and reaffirm ancestral faith. Okay, I want to focus my question in reaffirm ancestral faith. Okay, as you know, our country Indonesia is a multicultural state where every religion can express their faith freely under the protection of the state. Okay, I have two simple questions. The first one is how Muslim people, the majority of religion in our country, saw this gigantic statue since in their faith they have no, they are forbidden to symbolizing God in material things. How the Muslim saw this gigantic statue, especially Christian statue, how they think about this in their perspective, since they are not, since their religion preventing symbolizing God in material things. The second one is how this context I explained before serve as a framework to interpret Indonesia religious dynamic, especially in Ruteng, where Muslim power grows and rise so brightly nowadays. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chendri. Chendri betul ya? Okay. Very difficult questions. I only accept easy questions. Yeah, many issues I cannot respond, but about the probably in Islam there is no statue, but monumental building is there. It's not necessarily a statue. Again, I mentioned about the theory that size does matters for many religious expression. Not everybody agree, but it's always there. Depends on the context and situation where it's the aspiration is emerge or something like that. So many of them I truly cannot respond because I don't know yet how Muslims respond to that kind of aspiration and so on. But I already give an indication. This might be someday can be an issue, interfaith issue, someday. Okay, thank you. There's no second question.
Okay, so
Do we still
is
have
it
time?
okay? Is it
Still
okay?
have
Like,
time?
yeah,
Still
we
have time.
we can open for two more.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, Michelle.
okay. I think Megan first, and then back to me. So.
Yeah.
We were just saying it would be interesting to have a map of Big Mary statues,
Yeah.
because Big Mary statues might be a bridge between Muslims and Catholics, where Big Jesus statues are a bridge between Protestants and Catholics.
Okay.
They target different public audience, and I wouldn't be surprised that Big Jesus is on Eastern Indonesia, and Big Marys are in Java,
Okay.
where Muslim can relate to Mary.
Okay.
I don't know. It would be interesting to
Right,
kind of
right,
check the
right.
hypothesis. So.
Yeah, very true.
It's okay, thank you.
Right, but that's probably before 2010. Yeah, 2010 is, you know, one thing I want to underline, because as mentioned by Kakak Eric yesterday, my research is about digital culture. So we have to understand, we have to also frame this search is also within the spectacle culture. It's not truly speaking about religious artifact as religious artifact. It's something can touch your aesthetic sense. That's why 2010 onward. Oh, Megan, yeah.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It's really exciting that you're looking at it and asking these questions. I have a little bit of a question about the interpretation, though, because your title is "He must grow and I must grow less," but he must grow greater, I must grow less. But it sounds like in the context both of tourism and of nationalism, the point of some of these statues from the perspective of Christians and Catholics is actually for the population of Catholics and Christians to grow greater, to be seen more, to have greater representation, to have a greater role in the national visibility, or to have greater visibility within the national context, and also to gain more tourists, gain more visitors, get some more, maybe a little bit more economic. Anyway, the point is not to grow less and smaller and disappear, but actually to grow greater along with Jesus.
Right.
No?
Right.
Or is there something that's going on
I
theologically?
think we may. Again, this is only a trigger. It's not really part of my argument 5 observation. It's only a trigger because of my, because of the one comments that's, it seems that there's something beyond that, but not necessarily that's the only way to read. You may. It's possibility that we need to push our own visibility, not, of course, this is very different understanding from the hermeneutical perspective. But anyway, once this passage appear in public space, such as social media, we may detect as well a larger sentiment behind this social process. But anyway, thank you very much for that additional insight.
I think we need to open for one last question from Dr.
No.
But very quickly, just to follow Megan's comment question. Mine is, yes, this is very big because it attracts attention because of its unconventional size.
Yeah.
That's why you say the size does matter. But my question is, it could be successful or not successful if there is a symbolic value. So I think your work is trying to do that, with having a symbolic value for coexistence between Protestants and Catholics. But Michelle is saying Marian monuments could be the link between Muslims and the Catholics, for example. But my question is, maybe this is very preliminary and you haven't really touched on it, and maybe the data doesn't show it just yet, but what is the symbolic value of these big, gigantic monuments, or colossal monuments, which we now call as megaliths in architectural sense, if it doesn't have a symbolic value which would be accepted and legitimized by different groups of people?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bubble. This is challenging because none of them are having a decade age of a presence. So we don't know yet how over the time it's truly say something symbolically. Anyone I interview, everyone saying what I mentioned is interfaith overtone, saying, oh, this is for interfaith encounter, space, and so on. But you know, that's more a political statement rather than truly manifestation of spiritual engagement, meaningful and spiritual engagement. I don't know yet. We need to have a close observation, daily observation during the high season and so on. And again, because of we living in spectacle culture, this is very ephemeral, very easy. Come, make a picture, eat, and coming back home. So a lot of things we cannot truly process properly yet, I think. None of them is, Buntu Burake is still, how many years? Where is Buntu Burake? Yeah, it's probably 10 years old. Yeah. Yes, I cannot find. Yeah, but anyway, something like that. Thank you. I think enough.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Leo, for the insightful presentation. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I can conclude from this presentation is Dr. Leo highlights that gigantic Christian monuments in Indonesia reveals how people seek to touch the heaven while grounding their faith in earthly realities of power and belonging. Again, thank you so much for your insight presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give our big round of applause once again. Thank you. And I hand over this session to Pak Sen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 15 minutes break, 10 minutes break, and after that we are having our 3.1 and 2 panel session. Now enjoy your break for 10 minutes. The coffee and the tea are behind. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please, because the panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceed to the panel 3.1, Tension and Interaction in Religious Tourism, will be moderated by Dr. Babes Beasor, and the panel will feature a presentation from Mr. Yono Huang, Ms. Yuang Pak Kwon, and Dr. Toru Yamada. So there will be 3 speakers for this panel session. Mr. Wan Ho Yuang will deliver a presentation about sacred tourist attractions, Catholic churches and Catholic mission in China. Ms. Yung Po Kwan, World Youth Days in and Dr. Toru Yamada, strategizing tourism to counter membership decline in Japan. Dr. Asar, without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I hope you are able to have a good snack, and you're having snacks right now, but we have to proceed to the first panel for today. So I was already introduced very generously by Michelle a while ago, but I am Bubbles. I'm from the Philippines. A lot of people think I am from here, which I really like. Everyone speaks to me in Indonesian immediately. Unfortunately, I can't respond, but they think I'm from here, and I'm very happy with that. So if we are ready, yes, I think we are. So yesterday we have heard very interesting presentation. I was attending online, and most of the presentations yesterday tackled first the forms of pilgrims and types of pilgrimages, and the significance of these religious tourism to local communities. And today's panel, we continue the discussion, but we zero in on and we highlight the interactions of different social spheres with tourism, and how tourism, religion, and other social institutions diverge, converge, consolidate, as mentioned by the keynote today, and how economics, politics, aesthetics, education, health, legal system, and we often forget the family as a social institutions, converge, collide. Sometimes they don't collide very harmoniously. These social institutions and people's subjectivities and groups or collectivities constitute the society together. However, tensions and contradictions in logics, practices, normative frameworks, expectations, and goals may often emerge. So this panel, we will see how tourism is a strategic site to examine these contradictions, negotiations, and how people and collectivities navigate these tensions and even resist to a certain extent when they are able. So let us now begin with these discussions through the first presentation by our first speaker, Junhao Huang. Junhao Huang is Masters of Divinity student at the Divinity School of Chung Chi College, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. His current research interests revolve around the ceremonial, historical, and cultural aspects of understanding the sinicization of Catholicism in China. He was a visiting scholar at the Yundao Study Society. It's an academic institution associated with the Catholic Diocese of Hong Kong for a period of 3 months in 2024. He also attended a conference organized by ISAC at the National University of Singapore in August 2023 on Asian Catholic materialities, and gave a presentation on honoring the deceased Catholic memorial rites in modern Shanghai Chinese. So without further ado, let us all give a warm applause to Junhao.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to be here to share something about the Catholic Church in China with all of you. My name is Jun Hao, and I'm a student at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Okay, the core focus of my presentation today is for Catholic churches in China. How do they deal with visits from non-Christian tourists? What problems do they often face, and what good solutions or potential solutions are there? And as you know, China is a country with abundant tourism resources, and this is true when it comes to religious tourism. We can know that from most tourism textbook from China. Yeah. And in China, as many tourism textbooks point out, Buddhism and Taoism are the religions with the richest tourism resources. In Ruteng, there are many beautiful mountains, and in China, there is a saying, 天下名山僧占多. That means in China, many well-known mountains with stunning landscape often have temples built on them. As a result, a scholar's research points out that China's religion tourism, especially that related to Buddhism and Taoism, has the characteristic of being ecologically integrated. Now, there are indeed a few churches in China built on mountains with very nice scene, like Fujian's Rose Villa, 玫瑰山庄, but there are still mainly pilgrimage sites for believers. For non-Christians, they are not the most popular spots for church tourism. This is a famous Buddhism temple in China. And some researchers have shows that there is a lack of specific and in-depth research on church tourism activities. Okay, for the research methodology, the first one I use historical research method, and the second one is interviews, and the last one, meanwhile, the primary methodology I use is UGC, user-generated content. There is a poem written in 1684 as an ancient poem in China. In this poem, the author describes the Catholic churches in China very impressed him because of the beautiful and special architecture. Okay, about the UGC, as yesterday, I remember that yesterday our speaker here, he mentioned that now we are living in a self-media era. So self-media is very important for us. Sometimes maybe it can be a field for our research. And a Chinese scholar, he pointed that the media platforms have become an important field for tourism promotion. And this is a church in northeast of China, a former Orthodox church. And there are some, these three scholars, they use UGC as methodology to do some research on this church, and that very inspires me. And now I wanted to introduce you the most popular app. Its name is 小红书. That means Little Red Book. And there are some scholars, they have noticed this app, 小红书, is important for us to do some research on the relationship between tourism and young people. Yeah. Okay. And this tourism, this app has some advantages if you use it to do research on tourism. Monthly active users exceed 350 million, with over 1 million notes generated daily. That's really a huge data pool. And you know, based on the huge amount of users, they share their real life to the whole world, but in Chinese language. Okay. And I found something about Ruteng here I want to share with you. Yeah. Actually, you can find lots of travel information on it. For example, when I planned this trip, there is post on this app told me that if you wanna, you need layover in Bali, you'd better to buy a flight before noon. It will be more likely to be on time. Yeah. So I followed his suggestion, and indeed I landed on the airport on time. If you search for Ruteng on this app, you will also find travel experience posts. Like this post says the author thinks the first one, the author thinks Ruteng is the most comfortable city in Southeast Asia in terms of climate, and it tells you how to plan your route, which hotels and restaurants are good, and recommend some lesser known places worth visiting. Like the second one is in Laban Banjo or in Ruteng. I don't know this place, but it's very beautiful. Okay. And now, because I introduced this case, I think I need to make a statement. I didn't get any advertising fees from 小红书. Yeah, just a personal experience to share. Yeah. Okay. And this case is focused on the wedding. Happened in the Shenyang Cathedral. Shenyang is a northeast city of China, and also my hometown. Yeah. This is the introduction to the Cathedral Church. It's really beautiful, right? And this, what makes this wedding special? I think because of break art. Yeah. I will offer you some date. On the Little Red Book on 小红书, it has get the most likes. Just a single one post, the likes reach out 19,000. Yeah, and the comments, the most comments for a single post is like this. It's very influential, and you need to notice that the Little Red Book is not just for believers. It's for all Chinese people who use this app. Okay. And this couple, both of them are not Catholic Christian. and they are not Christian. So I'm not sure if in Ruteng you allow a couple of non-Christian, do you allow them to hold wedding in church? No, and the same answer you will get, okay, in most Catholic churches. But in Shenyang Cathedral, they allowed them to hold a mountain. They held a wedding ceremony, not sacrament. Yeah, okay. And that's very good, right? But the couple told me they have terrible experience in something because of the attitude of the receptionist. Yeah. And they are fans of a very influential singer in China, and they have many fans come to attend the weddings, and they also experience the bad attitude of receptionist. Yeah. And this is the singer. Yeah. And I conduct a phone interview with the cosplayer, and she told me their culture, fan culture, is to love with each other. But he is not a Christian, but it's very similar culture with gospel, right? And so she told me if they have no fan culture, just ordinary tourists, I think she believed that there must be, will have heavily argument, even physical fight, yeah, because of the bad attitude of receptionist. And the same thing happened in the Shanghai Cathedral. Yeah, if you use Dianping, this is another influential app. You can find us many per rating about the church because of the bad attitude of the receptionist. Yeah, and every year the reception group will set up a small booth in the courtyard of the cathedral church, and they will say, "Welcome to join us to serve as a receptionist." And as a receptionist, you need to spend at least one day, once a month in the cathedral church from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. To serve as a receptionist to introduce the church to the tourists. Yeah. But that's a very challenging position because you will face all kinds of tourists. And I will give you a date that, last year on the National Day, that's a public holiday, how many tourists come to visit this church? How many? 10,000. Yeah, one day, and from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah, that's very challenging. Yeah. So, okay. Not 10,000, 12,000. Yeah, 12,000. Too many people. 12,000. Yeah, one day. Yeah. And the public holidays in China in October, it lasts 7 days. So every day during the holidays are crowded, and many people shouted out in the cathedral, and some people they call in the cathedral, yeah, inside the cathedral, yeah. And I will give you another example. Just happened last month in a parish in Shanghai. there is someone enter into the church and they find, oh, just me, only me inside the church, no other people. So they jump onto the altar, and he throw the gospel onto the ground. Yeah. So, okay. So I think the rapturist play a very important role in China Catholic Church. So if you want to open the church to tourists, you have to consider all the things. So I think you cannot to think the position of the rapturist is equal to other server in the church, like altar server, or you wanted to be a member of a choir. I think the receptionist is a more professional position. Yeah. So I think there is some successful experience in Hong Kong. In most churches of Hong Kong, there is a parish office, and there will be a staff in the office, and you can call to them, or you can to meet them in person, or write email to them to ask all the things you want to learn about the church. And they are salaried. They get salary from the parish. They are not just a volunteer to do that. Yeah. And this is the website updated by the Catholic Diocese of Hong Kong, and you can find all the temple schedule of any parish. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junhao, for this presentation, and a very fascinating topic. If we are talking about tourism and religion, I think we have to go to China to really capture these tension, but at the same time kind of negotiation. So from Junhao's presentation, we have seen how information, communication, technology, and social media is playing a very important role, and how tourism and religion is mediated by it. And we have also seen how gatekeeping is a powerful tool in tourism. And we have seen how non-religious tourists are allowed, negotiated, tolerated, and differentially integrated into sacred spaces by the religious. And we have seen how non-religious tourist experience can shape the religious narratives and the perception about a particular religion based on the experience of the non-religious tourists. So thank you very much, Junhao. We are now going to our next speaker, who will be presenting from South Korea online. She is Dr. Yongpa Kwon, and she will be presenting a very interesting topic on World Youth Days in South Korea. So Dr. Kwon Yongpa is a native of Seoul, South Korea, and she obtained her Bachelor of Science degree at the Ewha Women University in Seoul, and both her Masters of Arts in Theology and PhD at the Sogang Graduate School of Theology. She has taught faith and science to undergraduate students at Sogang University from 2001 to 2003. From 2004 to 2005, Dr. Yongpa Kwon was a visiting research scholar at the Center for Process Studies at Claremont, California. She currently serves as a senior research scholar at the Sogang Institute for Theology and is the vice president at the Center of Faith and Culture in Hemi Shrine, Sosan, South Korea. Without further ado, let's give our round of applause to Dr. Kwon Yongpa.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues and friends. It is my great honor to be with you at this important gathering. Even though I join you online, I truly feel part of this dialogue. In 2014, Hemi came into international focus when Pope Francis visited for the Asian Youth Day. That event became a turning point, bringing both development and policy attentions to Hemi Sanctuary and its region. Now, as South Korea prepares to host the World Youth Day in 2027, Hemi once again stands at the center of both national and ecclesial discussions. This broader context frames my reflections today. As the Church and government prepare for WYD 2027, shrines like Hemi are increasingly treated as cultural assets and policy priorities. Yet, here we face a crucial distinction. Yes, all tourists may be seen as potential pilgrims. However, pilgrims are never simply tourists. This is why the phrase pilgrimage tourism is misleading and must be questioned. These distinctions will guide my reflections today. Hemi International Sanctuary is the only international shrine in Korea. It was not built by Western missionaries, nor as a symbol of empire. Instead, it was born of persecution, where countless nameless martyrs were executed and buried. Hemi is not about grand architecture, but about memory, faith, and sacrifice. This history set it apart from many other heritage sites. Since Pope Francis visited in 2014, Hemi Sanctuary has become a focus of both development and policy, bringing growth but also conflict. This makes Hemi a vivid case study of the tension between pilgrimage and tourism. My presentation will follow three movements. First, I will describe Hemi's turning point in 2014 and the leap forward that followed. Second, I will reflect on the tension and conflicts that develops has created. And third, I will share the hope that Hemi offers for the future, not only for itself, but also for the Church and society. Along the way, I will bring in the Church's teaching on pilgrimage and tourism. These teachings give us principles for sustainable development, and they guide us in keeping sacred identity intact. In the end, I will return to the convictions with which I began. Pilgrimage and tourism may intersect, but they are not the one. This, I believe, is the lesson I hope to share with you today. Pilgrimage and tourism often look like two sides of the same coin. Both involve travel, movement, and encounters. Both can enrich lives and communities, but they differ in the ultimate goals. Pilgrimage seeks transcendence, an encounter with God. Tourism seeks leisure, enjoyment, and discovery. When confused, they create a double-edged sword. tourism may strengthen infrastructure but weaken sacred identity. Pilgrimage may inspire faith but discourage broad participation. Today, Hemi is defined by a fragile tension. The temptation is to commercialize memory, but the holy is to preserve sacredness. This tension sets the stage for Hemi's leap forward. The turning point for Hemi came in 2014 with the visit of Pope Francis. Hemi hosted the closing mass of the Asian Youth Day, and more than 40,000 people gathered at the Hemi Fortress. The event received wide coverage in both national and international media. For the first time, Hemi was recognized on a global stage. The government of Southern City prepared extensively for this papal visit. Roads to the shrines and fortress were widened and improved. Temporary parking lots and squares were built. At the same time, the townscapes of Hemi regions was repaired and beautified, giving visitors a more welcoming environment. These investments laid a foundation for future tourism. The visit also created an enormous promotional effect. Newspaper and television showed Hemi to the audience worldwide. The sanctuary and fortress became known as potential tourist sites. In many ways, the papal visit was a catalyst. It was not only a spiritual event, but also a civic one. Through 2014, the city sought to build on this momentum. Hemi Fortress became the center of new cultural initiatives. The Hemi Historical Experience Festival grew into a national event. It combined the memory of martyrdom with cultural attractions. Visitor numbers increased and the local pride was strengthened. Substantial public funds were invested in heritage conservation. The funds supported restoration of the fortress and nearby sites. Facilities was upgraded and the environment was improved. This was a clear example of tourism development through heritage. At the same time, attention turned to the traditional market. Since 2015, Hemi Market has been modernized as a theme market. The market was linked to the fortress and sanctuary. Visitors could move naturally from sacred space to local economy. Beyond the local development, a new chapter opened in 2020. The Vatican officially recognized Hemi as an international sanctuary. This title provided an institutional basis for attracting pilgrims. It also strengthens cooperation between the church and the government. The sanctuary identity gained both religious and civic support. In 2024, new projects expanded Hemi's horizon. A digital history museum was established to present Catholic culture and art, as well as Korea's history and traditions through digital media art. This initiative moves beyond preservation toward creative culture engagement. As such, it serves not only as a tourist facility, but as space of cultural missions, where faith meets society through art and technology. Most recently, Southern City announced a long-term master plan for Hemi Sanctuary. The goal is to make Hemi Sanctuaries as a hub for the entire Nepal regions. The plan includes smarter tourism with AR and VR, and it proposes international youth centers and healing villages. Even drone taxis are being considered to improve accessibility. The strategy aims to transform Hemi sanctuaries into a global pilgrimage destination. At the same time, it seeks to boost the regional economy. The papal visit was the spark, but the development continues. What begins as one historic event has become a sustained movement. Hemi's leap forward shows how faith and policy can shape a region's future. Hemi's development brought many visible benefits. Yet, every success carried hidden tensions. With recognitions came new forms of conflict. Tourism opened doors, but also raised difficult questions. Hemi's stories is not only about growth, it is also about tensions. Let me highlight three main areas of conflict. First, interreligious tension. Second, struggle within the local community. And third, debates within the church itself. In 2015, position emerged from Buddhist circles and civic groups. They argued that Catholic-centered projects showed religious bias. Critic questions plans to globalize Hemi fortress as a Catholic site. Some describe it as distorting history for religious promotion. The fear was that Hemi would be remembered only as Catholic. Other tradition and the broader history risks being erased. This shows how sacred tourism can easily ignite interreligious sensitivity. In 2023, an academic study applied the concept of dark tourism to Hemi. It notes that sites of death and suffering often attract visitors seeking meaning. This perspective reframes Hemi within global debates, but it also raises a risk. Is martyrdom being consumed as spectacle? The line between meaningful pilgrimage and commodified suffering is very thin. That tension is something we cannot ignore. Tourism also brought rising property prices. Speculation increased as Hemi became attractive to investors. Traditional shops and bookstores began to disappear. They were replaced by souvenir stores and quick service restaurants. Guest houses and hotels spread quickly around the sanctuary. Some residents welcomed this new business opportunity. Others lamented the loss of authentic local cultures. For long-time residents, the town they loved was changing. Tourism created winners and losers. Local identity risked being overshadowed by commercial priorities. The Church acknowledged that tourism can degrade nature and even human dignity. Yet, it also insists that tourism may become a factor of primary importance in building a world open to cooperation. This was from the 2001 Guidelines for the Pastoral Care of Tourism frame our challenge. Hemi Sanctuary has been both promise and risk in the development. It asks us to remain a place of cooperation without losing its sacred identity. The document calls us to live tourism in a Christian way. This means that faith must guide the experience of travel. At Hemi, prayer spaces are preserved as a central to the sanctuary. Visitors may enjoy cultural events, but pilgrims always find room for prayers. This balance is fragile, yet essential. Now we arrive at a decisive principle. All tourists may be considered potential pilgrims, but pilgrims are never simply tourists. This asymmetry is fundamental to Church's vision. For this reason, the term pilgrimage tourism is misleading and must be abandoned. To speak of pilgrimage tourism is like speaking of round squares. It is a contradiction in terms. Pilgrimage and tourism may run side by side, but they cannot be collapsed into one. In fact, this very principle has shaped national policy in Korea, but the Seosan government officially removed the phrase pilgrimage tourism from its 1,000-page master plan report book for Hemi Sanctuary following church input. The guidelines also cautions that tourism must not harm local cultures or communities. Hemi's efforts have sought to involve residents in planning. Local tradition are features in markets and festivals, avoiding total commercialization. This shows how the Church's teachings can guide concrete practice. The Church further reminds us that shrine staff must welcome both pilgrims and visitors. At Hemi, guides are trained to present martyrdom as living witness while respecting all visitors. In this way, hospitality itself becomes evangelization. Sacredness and tourism can coexist, but only when pilgrims are not reduced to tourists. Hemi shows us both the dangers and possibilities. It has faced conflict with other religions, with local communities, and even within the Church itself. Yet, it also shows how the Catholic Church's teachings can guide us forward by respecting sacredness, by involving communities, and by welcoming responsibly. The lesson is clear. Sacred sites must remain places of memory, prayer, and faith. Only then can they truly serve both society and culture. This, I believe, is the hope that the Hemi shrines offers, not only to Korea, but to the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwon. And I think her presentation kind of make us revisit and rethink of why exactly we have this conference. She raised very important concepts that perhaps we have to rethink again of what is exactly tourism, what tourism exactly is, what is pilgrimage, what is visitation. And from Brian Go, who is now in Singapore but attending our online platform, he asked this question: are we using it, is this conference using it as a prescriptive or descriptive term, as for example religious tourism? Is this prescriptive term, and this is my kind of follow-up, is this prescriptive term of tourism or pilgrimage an kind of interior agreement among Catholics, and we are applying it externally to to people who are non-Catholics, and for Catholics, are we trying to provide a kind of descriptive or prescriptive terms of what are pilgrims, who are the pilgrims, and who are the tourists. But Dr. Kwan's presentation made us also think about many things, such as the appropriability of the Catholic Church, especially when it can be transmuted very easily to secular spaces and affect secular spaces such as the market, community, but it is also bringing tensions. And I think she concluded with how can we transcend these seemingly irreconcilable binaries such as tourism or the profane and the sacred. So I think this is a good revisit of the tensions and how can we reconcile them. Having said that, we are moving to our third presentations for this panel, our last for this panel. This will be coming from Toru Yamada, who is an associate professor at Meiji University School of Arts and Letters. His research focuses on legal and cultural translation, particularly in terms of how Japanese regional public administrators translate and implement international conventions in their particular local socio-political context. He has been conducting his field research in peripheral communities in Japan, Oceania, and the Arctic regions. Let us give him a very warm applause.
Oh, this is working. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is this one working? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. My research is in Nagasaki's, in Japan's Nagasaki region. And if you're from Flores, you probably heard about it. An extremely distinct person in the history. Then 80 years later, right now today, I'm the only Japanese coming, extremely, I don't know, maybe I'm an inappropriate person to be here, all right, but I try my best. Right, so Nagasaki is, I will be speaking Japanese. Oh, my God. No, this. Oh, sorry. I have to put the microphone closer. Sorry, my voice is too small. There's a microphone probably from. Is it working? Is it better? Oh, wow. That's going to be different. Please bear with me a little bit until the PowerPoint will be ready. Back and out, thank you so much. And here, yes, Nagasaki is good. Yes, back. Let's go back one more. This one, and this one. All right. Thank you so much. All right, Nagasaki, right? Probably some of you familiar, but located in the western edge of Japan. Yeah, it's about a little bit more than 1,000 kilometers away from Tokyo, much closer to Korea, right? Then this is where a huge concentration of Catholics in Japan. Some of you have watched the movie Silence. That's what the story takes place here in the history. And I'll get back to this point later, right? So let's get back to this, start focusing my talk. All right, so for Japan's tourism business, Nagasaki offers out-of-ordinary experiences for travelers, as the region hosts several non-Japanese characteristics. As the only historic international port during Japan's isolationist era, local tourism agencies have promoted Nagasaki's out-of-ordinary characteristics over the decades. Sorry, nothing to do with Christianity, sure, but I'll get back to the point. Don't worry about it. For example, this is one of Nagasaki City's tourism posters prior to the 1940s. In this poster, Karako, who is not only a Chinese kid, but is often used as an icon of Nagasaki's, icon Nagasaki, wait a minute, but often as used as an icon of Nagasaki he's holding a miniature international trading boat. And here, Karako is not just a Chinese culture often in Nagasaki, or not just as an icon of Nagasaki's Chinese tradition. All right? The presence of historic Chinese tradition is noticeable across Nagasaki, from its Chinatown to local cuisines such as the pork belly sandwich and excessive use of firecrackers. It's unusual in Japan, and the Buddha's spirit sending ritual, and even annual Shinto offering you see on the right-hand side, a dragon dance. By the way, I will get to this image in a second. And this is actually a cigarette advertisement ad from the 1960s. So Nagasaki often makes their visitors wonder where Nagasaki or even Japan locates in between the primordial, like kind of like, stereotypical spectrum between Japanese and the Chinese. And therefore, either for relaxation or social learning or lifelong learning, Nagasaki region serves of out-of-ordinary experiences for visitors. So Nagasaki's Chinese tradition offers this out-of-ordinary experience for visitors. The Catholic Church in Nagasaki also being categorized as out of the ordinary, as its hold, okay, let's go to this one. Oh, sorry, tobacco ad, right. As its hold, it's foreign root, right? Then let me go back to this picture, right? As I mentioned in this cigarette advertisement, yes, this comes, it's citing tobacco. Then in this package, with a landscape description of Nagasaki, in front of the steamer hot springs, the package depicts Chinese temple and depicts the older minor basilica, which was initially built for the expats in the 1965 when Japan loosened, not fully stopped the isolationist policy. Nagasaki is one of out-of-ordinary narrative. It's based on being Japan's only official gateway, as I mentioned, both to the east and west. The local tourism promoters have categorized the Catholic Church in line with the West. Click the next one. In 1935, this is the poster in the left-hand side, Nagasaki Bureau of Tourism made this poster. It depicts a blonde European male trader from 16th century. It's Portuguese, yeah. Then this dude, yeah. The poster is a recreation of the right-hand side of the mural from the 16th century. It's a historic mural which portrays arrival of the foreigners, or strictly the title says, arrival of the southern barbarians. So they just categorize all Europeans, Africans, and other expats who did not look like East Asians as barbarians. Yes, that's how racist Japanese are and is still now. Now it's a huge trouble. And all right, so similar to the blonde European dude here, the tourism promotion poster until 1935, the exotic image of Francis Xavier and the Catholics are not only being used as the icon of tourism, because Xavier, wait a minute, Xavier came around about 20 years prior to that image. And the Nagasaki Fugate, then similar to the blonde that European dude, or I shouldn't be saying dude all the time. The Xavier's image also being used in tourist commodity this way. And not only Xavier or Catholics in this way, everywhere you see in Nagasaki. And by the way, it's in the bottom one is you can just read the message for your friends. So it's it's a part of like material consumption, and as these regional souvenirs are filled with the depiction of Catholics, like the Southern barbarians, right? In the mural, but back to Nagasaki's Chinese practices, Catholic Church in Nagasaki is characterized by active engagement of local members or local residents. While the Southern barbarian reside in the distant past, it's in the history, and Catholics have lived across Nagasaki as they have followed their religious belief both during and after Japan's persecution time, and prohibition of Christianity. And the Catholic community across Nagasaki, many inherited the faith by hiding their practices or physically relocating their communities to different geographic places around the region. Until mid-19th century, right? Since the government lifted the ban on Christianity, the local Catholics built the churches, that's what you see in the bottom, in their communities. Then some churches, some community has maintained the same church and they still use it. Then other built bigger churches, or the community that's moved out and small and they just demolished it. Japan's Christian population actually only consists of less than 1%. And the Catholic, just even focusing on Catholics, only 0.3%. And the Catholic, but Nagasaki is 5%. And these Catholic churches can provide easily, visually, the out-of-ordinary experience to the visitors. For the tourists, this out-of-ordinary experience can become more than just a commercial tourism, as they might be able to learn some aspect of Japanese history or society that they never have heard before. It can be more than just a leisure way from mundane daily routine, but it can offer purpose-oriented travel, like this more commercial-style secular pilgrimage map to visit different churches. Yes, some have labeled this route as pilgrimage, and tourism agency designed to visit historic churches. It is a secularized pilgrimage or quasi-religious experience. Then, as it has the theme similar to other secular pilgrimage, like anime, or sometimes more material or war memorial places. War memorial places are a little different, sorry. When the local government in Nagasaki started preparing to nominate these Catholic churches as a UNESCO's World Heritage, it's back in 2006. The leadership of the Archdiocese hoped to translate out-of-ordinary image, not only for the historic preservation, but also kind of correspond with other presenter today, is to evangelism. It's right before the presentation. We had a same topic. Many parishes were actually facing constant membership decline in Japan as the resident moved out, as regards their faith, to much bigger cities. Then the leadership of the Archdiocese argued that the decline of the membership is really radical. From 1980s marked the highest, then bun, it's really constantly going down. This is the total number of the Nagasaki Archdiocese. Quickly show you some pictures. What happens is, yesterday, sorry, I kind of sneaked out during the break time, and I went to see the graveyard. And you go to graveyard, it's extremely apparent in Japan about depopulation and membership decline, because this happened. This is abandoned headstone. Catholics, Buddhists, other Christians, doesn't matter. When they permanently move from place, they dig up the ashes, remains, and they bring it to the family's new home. Once this happened, most likely the people are not going to come. By the way, I show you, it's kind of major difference about the gravestone. I'm an anthropologist. I like visiting graves. I'm not going to steal human remains. Don't worry too much about it. Then this is the kind of Japanese style one, the Catholic graves. One thing I know time with Catholics in Japan, they offer alcohol to the dead. Yes, the family. All right, let's go back. So I kind of went too much. All right, and the church leadership thought that the local congregation was extremely reserved and shy on sharing their faith with others, partially due to the history of persecution. The latest persecution took place about 160 years ago, so they kind of have the family memory because their great-grandparents went through that. So it's kind of a little uneasy memory. They thought that there would be a possibility of evangelism in the image of this out-of-ordinary. And also World Heritage could be the medium to reach wider society. So it's not easy when other people's out of ordinary come into the ordinary sphere of local residents, as we've been talking about in this conference. Even though the Nagasaki's Catholic churches can offer the out of ordinary experience to visitors, these buildings are part of ordinary life for local Catholics. So the bringing visitor into the congregation's ordinary life sounds like an easier option for evangelism, but the term ordinary experience sounds kind of effortless, right? It's effortless, ordinary. But it is a result of a series of conscious engagement of the individual after internalizing various faith-based and institution-based activities. So from Sunday Mass to church cleanup, ordinary consists community members' conscious and unconscious engagement. They internalize engagement into effortless routine to make them ordinary for themselves. So like this. So additionally, effortless following the order of daily liturgy, or memorizing the liturgy, or effortlessly can repeat it. Local parish members often know who regularly sits in certain pews and leave their hymnals, prayer books, Bible in a sanctuary. Often when volunteers clean up the church bathroom, in small church, you can guess who made a mess. As being, faithful, being challenged, you don't want to make judgmental comment, right? So these things being internalized. But they still try not to be judgmental. Well, they made their faith and community effort into their ordinary routine as a part of their, kind of like anthropological word, habitus in old anthropological terminology, Victor Turner. The ordinary is a result of a series of efforts of community members. And it gives them comfort. Then it provides them the sense of certainty in an unpredictable world. And when you go to church, you don't want to think about always kind of like being spiritual and mentally challenged. Sometimes you look for comfort. So that's why it requires major adjustment for the locals to have visitors from the out of ordinary spheres. So changes. Then sometimes such small things as not leaving their hymnal in the pew because visitors are going to be there can be a major change for some members. By hosting visitors, they can be put out from their ordinary religious life. For example, when commercial tourists visit their churches, they not only observe building, but usually they also use the bathroom, right? Then, however, most parishes do not have professional bathroom cleaners. So the tourists can bring business, but it's not directly to the local parish or local church members. So parish members often cannot relate themselves to the tourism while visitors drop their money to such local economic sectors as like hotels or transportations or restaurant and other industries. Even if World Heritage case can be taken as opportunity for evangelism, it challenges parish members to make some adjustment with their ordinary practices. In fact, the church demands members' active engagement to face various kind of challenges instead of providing, usually, church is not only the place to provide simple, comfortable answers. Still, church is also a place for refuge from this hectic world. How can we balance these members' comfort and their insecurity, or uncertainty? So while the commercial discussion on the out-of-ordinary experience and the pilgrimage can lead to a conflict between faith and capitalism, or conflict between culture and capitalism, the coverage of pilgrims and the monthly bulletin of Nagasaki's Archdiocese provides some critical insight on this difficult balance between the faith and tourism. The pilgrimage has been a frequent topic in Archdiocese monthly bulletin. Even before this year's Jubilee theme, yes, Pilgrim's Hope, right, this year. The pilgrimage is in the bulletin often organized by a parish or diocese in collaboration with other host parish or diocese. And these are infrequent events, unlike institutionalized commercial tourism. Each pilgrims are have different focus for participants' spiritual growth, or usually holds fun interaction with the members of the host parish, including, always in Nagasaki's case, barbecue. The member of the host parish usually enjoy having visitors over, even though it is clearly extra burden for them. Sorry, it's almost time, yeah? While the interaction can be out of ordinary experience, both for the pilgrim and the members of host parish, they share a lot of ordinary aspect, even though they are from different places. They find their shared ordinary, wait a minute, sorry, okay, sorry, right? Okay, wait, okay, sorry. Hi. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. There's a lot of shared ordinary, even though they have different places. Okay. They still, the pilgrimage become newsworthy. They shared ordinary, while they also learn the difference of each other. And still, the pilgrimage become newsworthy because these are irregular events. It is out of ordinary also for the host parish that then can throw their barbecues for the pilgrims. If the ordinary, the local parish would need a professional barbecue chef, right? Then who can always serve barbecue for the parish and the pilgrims? It's not the case. Even though it's a wonderful opportunity, it's actually unsustainable to continue that way, and the local parish can be a permanent host. No, they cannot be for a group of pilgrims. The question here is, I almost end my talk, is how parish in Nagasaki balance hosting visitors and keeping their ordinary. The Archdiocese provides a mass schedule in the case, sorry, I'm almost done. Each church via their website, but somehow it's only in Japanese, but probably you can use Google Translate. This is probably the most standard, but effective method to direct the visitors either to attend or to observe or avoid Mass. Individual pilgrims or Catholic visitors can attend the service while they are away from home, and it does not require parish members to make elaborate preparation to host visitors. That's good. Secular tourists can either focus on observing the church architecture, like the presentation we just had, or can go, oh shoot, sorry about that, or just can go to, or they just avoid other time, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. It's almost done. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. The Archdiocese can distinguish group of pilgrims from individual visitors as hosting designated contact information from the website, and this one actually say that. Sorry, in Japanese. Wait a minute. Oh shoot, it skipped. Then they have somehow still hear this too. In online, if the pilgrims, group of pilgrims want to attend at the Mass as the pilgrims, yeah, they list the contact information in here, and if you're overseas, contact information here, but somehow it's only in Japanese too. Yeah. The Nagasaki's local government actually plays an important role here. Sorry, I'm almost done, sorry. The local government has functioned as intermediary agencies between the prospective visitors and the parish, which request inquiry submissions prior to their prospective visit in order to avoid possible trouble between the parish and the visitors. And most of all, local Catholics and other residents, here in Japanese case actually, in legally required to have local participation mandate in any planning, even tourism or city development. So this picture, sorry, somehow it's only male in this picture, has also local Catholic leaders or members in, and others in. I get back to what they're doing in this picture in a second. And here, so the local Catholics and others in tourism sector have regularly discussed each other's business plans, and such as making tour routes, meet with visitors' demands while minimizing the conflict with the local parish members. The other locals from local tourism bureau have been working closely in order to make sure that they would not easily be exploited by non-local commercial corporations by proactively checking their business plans while they receive information on the intention of business expansion in their regions. They rigorously check the interests of media corporation from travel channels, film company, like this, and actually intentionally they have an office about media strategists and going to reach out in national media. And these are some movies and TV shows that covers it, basically sell to the media company that what they have, but they don't, except the one in the top, it's not directly about tourism, it's more about some stories they sell. And the movie in the bottom, somehow, if you go to YouTube, you have one with Bahasa subtitle. I don't know who that is. I guess it's kind of a little questionable in terms of copyright matter, but if you want to watch it, you can watch it, the movie, all right? They not only promote the places of possible tourist interest, but they also compile the feedback from their counterparts in order to make the suggestion to the locals. Okay, sorry, I'll be done. Instead of only expecting parish members to change the tourism development, the crucial for the diocese's local business owners to be strategic intermediaries. Yeah, okay, between the external forces and the tourism development. So that basically the core here is the role of intermediary, church leadership and the government. In this one, and was the bathroom question. I didn't cover the bathroom question. So what happened here? They had always question about bathroom. Municipal government spend money. This is from the government side. Please use that in the restroom only, not the church one. And the diocese has one, have a side here. I don't know any tourist going to see it. So what they did, municipal government built a bathroom that's there, so that they know the visitor and opening is the church bathroom, right? Thank you so much. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you very much, Tori, for that fascinating presentation. And I think it's also a good way for us to recall and rethink why we are all here. Basically, he touched on the idea of tourism is often seen as ordinary. Religious tourism is often seen as ordinary by the believers and the church workers and the gatekeepers. But when religious tourism is transported to the public space, it becomes spectacular. It becomes out of ordinary, and how do we balance this ordinary and out of ordinary is a good reminder to us. And also the role of the state. I think we have not quite thoroughly discussed that in our conference. The role of the state in promoting, gatekeeping, regulating religious tourism, because it's very beneficial for the state. It has trickle-down effects in the market. And how do we balance that in terms of the sacredness? And very importantly, I think from Doris' presentation is how do we balance this permeation of sacredness into other spheres, which is unavoidable, the economic, political, and symbolic spheres. So having said that, we are now opening our floor to your burning questions, comments, and may I call on our speakers who are on site, Junhao and Toru, to be in our very fancy setting, and our Dr. Kwon from the Zoom, and we can see her right now. Hello, Dr. Kwon. Yes, we are now open. I'm sure you have burning questions. The microphone is burning our ears. Yes, sir. Kindly, yes, I think he introduced himself a while ago already.
Check. Okay, thank you. My question is addressed to Mr. Toru. Okay, I know Japan since my young age, since my childhood. Sorry, I know Japan from comics, from movies, or even toys like Tamagotchi and etc. For that, I thank your country for makes our childhood happy. Okay. During my college period, I watched a documentary that tells us a story about Christianity and Shintoism. They explain how during the persecution period, I forgot the period, what period it is, some Christians flee to the forest to practice Catholicism or Christianism safely. They run to the forest to practice their faith safely. Some of them syncretism, I mean, in Indonesia, the Catholicism or Christianity with Shintoism in order to save from persecution from the emperor. Okay, my question is informative. Can you provide us more information about this Christianity and how the Vatican treat this practice until today? The second one is, I know Nagasaki from a great historical event that changed the course of my country. I mean that atomic bomb. Yeah, I want to ask as information, do Japanese government or Nagasaki diocese use this historical event for Christian tourism in Nagasaki? Thank you.
Thank you for the good, important question. Yeah, because I went overtime and I wasn't sure how much time I can put in about you actually question about the underground time. So can you switch the screen? Yeah, screen. No, you got a picture here. You got a picture, so I don't know what to do here. No more, sure. Got it. So in one of the slide I used, got actually the material, the statue of Buddha, Guanyin, China, the Buddhist deity, then which the underground time and still actually now some of the underground Kakure practitioner still uses as a substitute of Mary. So they use, Shintoist looking or Buddhist looking, depend on the community which the community religion, a strong community religion, and they kind of not only hide it, Buddhist priests and Shinto priests knows that too. Okay, it's because it's Japan, it's not as sensitive like China, so we can talk about it, right? But now couldn't before. But then when the mid 19th century, when French mission came to Japan, many joined Catholic Church, but some did not, right? Because their interpretation was they thought it's just Catholic Church went to a different direction. Then and also they wanted to continue their family side of practices, so that among the local Catholics and the non-converts, or they're actually animosity still now. And but the Pope, particularly when Pope John Paul II visited Japan, he kind of tried to reach out more, and at that time the local diocese changed attitude. They tried to be more to try to bring underground back to Catholic Church as much as they can. I did a massive reach out campaign before John Paul II visit. Then now it's like the last visit was Pope Francis II. They participated in Mass. I don't think they received communion, but they did. So it's kind of like sensitive, but like it's not like head-to-head conflict relations now. Yeah. And second thing is about the kind of relationship with the Japanese government and tourism. Sorry, I'm talking too much. Yes, the fact that the government showing interest in churches became kind of one of the allergic reaction from the many Catholic members. Yeah, then even among the church leadership, some priests are like against, and others kind of had really careful approaches. Yeah, because they not only about tourism, commercial, they had a little issue about the relationship with faith and state. Right now, they're kind of like balancing it, so it might actually always kind of one important topic to keep our eye on it too.
Thank you very much, Toru. So maybe there are questions? Other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you. This question actually can go to all the speakers, three speakers in this panel. I want to ask to what extent that the commitment of the government from Japanese, Chinese, and South Korea see Catholic pilgrims or Catholic tourism as something like that. The example of the regulation or the examples of their support toward the promotion of in South Korea, Mrs. Kwan say about the Youth Day, about how they performing it 4,000 people and the changing mood of the South Korea's wave of Catholicism, like what Mrs. Kwan said earlier, how government tried to support that event, and then in Japan, how they tried to promote, even like Mr. Toro said about how they tried to promote the tourism in Japan, Catholic tourism in Japan, although it's only 0.3, 0.7, like you said earlier, and then in Chinese as well, in China as well, how they implement their regulation towards such a small number of the population, because here in Indonesia, it's quite a sensitive topic that the government tried to pursue and support want minorities and try to promote it quite excessively, like what we experience here. Flores, of course, is another case, but in the scale of the country, can you give us examples how government support this the method that the government used to support such a minorities Catholic in promoting the tourism?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the state is the elephant in the room in our conversation here. Maybe we can ask Dr. Yongpa to respond to that first. Our ambivalent relations with the state, the religious tourism and its ambivalent relations with the state. Can we unmute her? Is she unmuted? No sound, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let me explain how the government of Korea support the Catholic Church to use the shrine, especially for the sanctuary, to improve the tourism business. I think, but first of all, what I have to say is that in Korea, although the percentage of the Catholic population is about 10 to 12% of the population, but it is not recognized as the minority. because the influence and the impact of the Catholic Church is very big in Korea. Probably it is because as I think you know, the cardinal became the main position in the Roman Church, and also because the Catholic Church of Korea is very focused on their activity, for political activity to change our society. So everything the Catholic Church asks to the government is regarded as a very important thing. So the government, I think, is very readily moved to support what the church asks for them. But the first of all is they not just because it is a political issue to support the specific religion, because the Buddhism and the Protestants, they make an issue to put the many portion of the government money to Catholic Church. But the government tried to support the Catholic Church because it is internationally related, and also because many people from all over the world can come to the specific region if it is announced or known as a very famous and popular things related with the K-pop or K-culture. So that is the reason why the Catholic Church is very concerned what they should ask to the church, to the government, because the big money does not mean that only the big benefit. It means that there are a very high possibility or a chance to make a conflict between Catholic Church and other religion, and Catholic Church and the other society. I hope that this my explanation can give the answer what you, the questioner, asked me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yongpa. Of course you did, and I'm sure the one who asked the question find it informative. Junhao? Okay, Toru.
Thank you. It's a question. I can answer about my case, particularly Japan. It's a Japanese government involvement. Initially, didn't start for the tourism or promoting or supporting the church. It was really theoretically, legally stick to building heritage preservation, and how much in the category, how much what by the national government, Japanese aspect the building has. Then, well, what happened was, in early 2000, Japan started not getting enough World Heritage in UNESCO, so they wanted to appeal something, and they thought it was easier if we use Catholics' history to appeal to European evaluator, and that just started that way. So it's really not about belief or faith. Yeah.
Thank you, Toru. Junhao?
Okay, thank you for this question. In China, we have a national standard for the tourist spots. Yeah, the best one is 5A and 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A. And I give you the picture, the Shanghai Cathedral Church. The church is a part of a 4A tourist spot of Shanghai. And I think that and the government will support the church, because this rank, 4A, this standard, if you belong to 4A, you have to accept the assessment. Yeah. And the most important mark is the how many tourists visit this tourist spot. So there is a tension for government. I mean the travel department. They hope church. There are more and more people to visit the church, and they can make sure this tourist spot can keep its rank. But for church, I think sometimes church don't think so, because too many people maybe bring some bad influence during the liturgy, and sometimes there will be some dangerous risk for church. So I think there is a tension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important question. And we are now discussing the politics of recognition and legitimization, how the state would value, devalue, and evaluate the religious sites, symbolic, historical, and practical values, and market values, definitely. Yeah. Other questions? And yes, we have a question down there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Calvin, and by the way, thanks for all the insights that you have shared for us. And I just want to bring all the conversations back to our local perspective and local context. So I think, at least personally, it is highly problematic to view churches as having multiple roles, multiple identities, both for the sake of religious activities and also for the sake of tourism. Because the concept of merging these two different identities is unprecedented here, at least in Ruteng. Because the majority of us are Catholics, and we have the conventional belief that churches are just for spiritual purposes, religious purposes, not any other aspects of life. But I think this question goes to the three speakers to answer. Is it a necessary projection, or is it an inevitable truth for our local churches to open more for any other aspects like tourism, for growing local people faith? Is it something that is inevitable, or is it based on different contexts and factors? I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calvin. That's a very crucial, important question. If maybe yes, Dr. Kwon.
Yes. I would like to suggest to read the teachings of Roman Catholic Church about the tourism and tourism business. And in many countries, especially in Europe, churches have been centers of the culture and art. Then, for the Catholic believers, they are a sacred place of faith, but that the same place is the place for the culture, accumulated culture and history. But even for these, for those without faith, it means that the churches are visited as a space to learn about the culture, art, and the history. I think it's the same for the Indonesia and other places. For believers, it's a place for the prayer and for the mass. But for the other visitors, it is the place to learn about the culture and art and history. And then the church encourages such visitors to discover through art, architecture, decoration, and music through all the things that the church have, and that the church can show the worldview and the historical meaning that these works, I mean the horticulture, the culture, the decoration, architecture, and all things express, and the message they still carry for us today. So it means that to the visitors, even though they have no faith, they can feel something from the sculpture, the architecture, the window, the stained glass. They just can feel. It's a chance to just knock what they couldn't recognize, what is inside in that. That is the church encourage us to do to the visitor who visited the church, not for the faith or just for the tourism. That means, and as I told you, according to the church, especially based on the theology of the Vatican II, all peoples are searching for the God, not only the Christian God, but the something that the basic and the primordial for us. And then in that perspective, all tourists are depart from their house, their home grounds, to search for something meaningful and something that can move their mind. So it means that they are searching for God. In that viewpoint, church tells us that every tourist can be regarded as anonymous. No, not the church do not use the anonymous, but all tourists can be regarded as pilgrims. But the pilgrims, as you know, the pilgrims who visit the church, the specific church of the specific place, as believers, and he or she has his or her aim or her purpose to be there. But as believers who are a member of the local church, we have a double duty. The first duty is as a kind of evangelization. We have to introduce, or we have to show what we are believing and what is this old art are talking about us and the God and also the world. So I think that I know that it's very kind of tension or conflict that is raised inside or within the church members, but it's very easy. From the perspective of evangelization or missionary purpose, the architecture and all the statue, the music, and everything that the church has can be a tool to introduce what we are believing and who is God. So I hope that my answer can be something that resolves the question or the problem that the questioners ask me and facing, and the questioner who asked me and the problem he is facing with can be solved with my answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yongpa, for that very insightful answer. Would you like to add to that, Toru?
I go ahead then. I think it's a really good question. It always comes up. That question comes up in Nagasaki and other places too. Then I guess probably the concern is related to the phase two. Is a question about the autonomy, right? Like how much decision or control you have in this economic activity. I mean, if it's tourism, you're going to bring tourism passive way. Yes, it might be exploited, and that can happen anywhere. And in Nagasaki's case, I'm using this tourism from the lens of using the image of Catholic churches or Catholic historic site. Then, but it comes to the religious life and the relationship with tourism. It doesn't have to be directly focusing on, that's church activities. one of the reasons why I came up the tourism as the possible prospective economic activity in my region is because it can provide possible monetary income to wider variety of economic sectors. I mentioned transportation, hotels, but behind that there's agricultural sectors, auto sectors, many things. So if some region has enough economic resource, can be like natural resources, so they might not turn to tourism. But tourism, yes, is kind of interesting, tempting things because it has the sales point at the big package. Then the one thing about the possible negative things is that the one I tell you, sorry, it's kind of long, but I'll stop one thing. Nagasaki is actually one only prefecture in Japan that extremely intimate prostitution is banned. And rest of the other prefectures in Japan, other than specific action, quite often many things are allowed. That's probably you see bad reputation in Indonesia about Japanese male tourists coming over here. Probably might actually get here too. But Nagasaki's tourism actually are still balancing that with the negative side, and then try to keep the dark side of tourism true. But come to face on tourism, other presenters had yesterday kind of reaching out to the prospect victim, protect the victim is another key. So it doesn't have to be like direct economic activity. So yeah, sorry, that's my answer.
Thank you, Toru. Junha, would you like to respond? Especially China is in a very particular situation where the state has a control over various spheres of life.
Okay, for this question, I think it is a fact that you cannot predict wider area tourist will respect church rules. So, but I think also you cannot avoid your church will be involved in the tourism industry here. I think if the local government wanted to develop the tourism, your churches must be the very important landmark for tourists. So I think meanwhile that will be an opportunity for church. So I think maybe you can do something more critical, something like you can make poster outside the church to explain the church visiting rules to the tourists. Yeah, and I think it's better to have professional staff in your diocese because in Shanghai, the diocese, they have to communicate with government tourism department dealing with many things. For example, during the COVID-19, on a public holiday, the father side today our parish don't welcome tourists. Sorry, our church don't welcome tourists because the COVID-19. But related department, they say you must open your church to the tourists because many tourists they come here just want to visit your church. If you close, they come here will give us poor rating. Yeah, so maybe we will from 4A reduce to 1A. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, due to time constraint, we have to end this very interesting panel. I know you still have many thoughts going for you, but I'm sure this panel gave you many ideas, and feel free to ask questions to our speakers, although they're from overseas. You can email us, and if you want to know more about what's going on in other contexts. And that is the purpose and beauty of this conference anyway. So thank you so much for your attention and time, especially towards this panel. Thank you to all the presenters, Dr. Kwon, Toru, and Junhao. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we continue to the next session. It is Indonesian 3 session, and it is about discussing local relevance. It will be by Dr. Titi S. Prabowo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Titi is a senior lecturer in Sustainable Tourism Development, Livelihood and Entrepreneurship at Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, who led the Center for Sustainable Development Studies at the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, UKSW, and she earned her PhD in Culture, Organization and Management from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, and her Master of Arts in Leisure and Tourism Studies in Netherlands. And her research covers sustainable development, entrepreneurship, small medium-sized enterprises, and tourism livelihood. She has led projects funded by Indonesia's Ministry of Research and joint global collaboration with Griffith University, Oxford Brookes, and MNHN. And recently, she studied rural community responses to climate change and reviews for leading academic journals. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, I kindly invite Dr. Titi to be at the podium, and yes, I give the chance.
Selamat siang semuanya, para mahasiswa, juga Bapak Ibu yang hadir pada kesempatan siang hari ini. Saya akan mengawali dengan menyampaikan dulu tentang beberapa poin yang sudah disampaikan oleh para pembicara kita dari pagi tadi. Yang pertama adalah yang oleh Pak Leonard atau Dr. Leonard dengan judul He Must Grow Greater, I Must Grow Less. Gigantic Justice Monuments in Indonesia, a preliminary assessment of geopolitics. Ada beberapa poin yang saya catat di sini. Yang pertama adalah bahwa beliau ingin menyampaikan tentang refleksi terhadap pembangunan patung Yesus di berbagai wilayah di Indonesia, di mana mayoritas penduduknya adalah Islam. Ya. Kemudian poin berikutnya adalah bahwa patung-patung Yesus itu dengan ukuran yang sangat besar ternyata banyak ditemukan di berbagai wilayah di Indonesia, terutama di wilayah timur Indonesia. Hal ini bisa dipahami karena memang mayoritas penduduk Kristiani itu ada di wilayah timur Indonesia. Nah, kemudian hal ini menjadi catatan dari Pak Leonard bahwa ada kemungkinan ini menunjukkan tension atau ketegangan-ketegangan ya di wilayah-wilayah tersebut. Tetapi tentu ini masih perlu proses pembuktian lebih lanjut. Kemudian hal berikutnya yang juga menjadi catatan adalah bahwa fenomena ini berpeluang untuk memicu kontestasi antar kelompok minoritas dan mayoritas. Catatan terkait dengan sulitnya melakukan maintenance atau pemeliharaan itu adalah isu yang juga sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Leonard tadi ya. Ketika itu dibangun, kemudian begitu megah, begitu indah, lalu isu maintenance menjadi muncul di sini. Ini isu praktikal, tetapi tentu saja penting untuk kita pikirkan juga. Kemudian hal yang lebih fundamental adalah ketika ada pertanyaan dari Pak Michel tadi tentang sebetulnya dari mana asal uang itu, ya, uang untuk membangun patung-patung yang begitu megah dan besar. Sementara kalau kita lihat tadi sebaran dari patung-patung Yesus itu ada di wilayah-wilayah miskin Indonesia. Lalu dari mana uang yang bermiliar-miliar rupiah itu datang untuk membangun semuanya ini. Nah, ternyata tadi disampaikan juga bahwa inisiatif keputusan mengenai pembangunan dan investasi itu sangat banyak diinisiasi dari luar, baik itu oleh investor dari Jakarta atau dari kota-kota besar. Bahkan salah satu yang tadi juga sempat disampaikan, inisiatif itu datang dari Presiden Jokowi. Nah, ada konsekuensi dari proses ini adalah bahwa tidak ada sense of belonging dari masyarakat atau kedekatan emosional masyarakat terhadap objek. Karena pembangunan itu dilakukan tanpa ada inisiatif lokal. Ya, semuanya diintroduksi dari top down, ya, dari pusat ke daerah. Dan saya kira ini adalah fenomena yang senantiasa terjadi, yang menjadi concern kita tentang pembangunan-pembangunan yang sifatnya top down, kurang melibatkan partisipasi masyarakat. Kemudian dengan adanya pembangunan-pembangunan patung itu juga ini menimbulkan atau memicu harapan dari masyarakat lokal bahwa dengan adanya patung-patung itu harapannya turis akan datang, kemudian dari situ kemudian akan tumbuh ekonomi lokal, ya. Tetapi apakah memang itu sebuah realitas yang juga terjadi di semua tempat yang ada patung-patung Yesus yang raksasa ini? Ternyata tidak semuanya demikian. Tidak semua tempat itu bisa menjadi magnet wisatawan. Ya, jadi itu juga beberapa hal yang saya kira menjadi catatan penting untuk kita renungkan mengenai pembangunan pariwisata. Apakah cukup membangun pariwisata itu dengan hanya menawarkan pembangunan objek? Ya, apa sebetulnya yang paling mendasar, yang paling fundamental untuk menjadikan sebuah destinasi itu dikunjungi oleh wisatawan? Saya kira itu pertanyaan yang kita perlu pikirkan bersama di dalam kita ketika kita ingin menggunakan atau memilih pariwisata sebagai sebuah pendekatan pembangunan. Nah, yang berikutnya adalah karya dari Junhao atau Edward dengan judul Sacred Tourist Attraction, Catholic Churches and Catholic Missions in China. Nah, ini ada fenomena yang sebetulnya cukup menarik berlangsung di wilayah di Cina, di mana beberapa gereja di Cina itu digunakan sebagai tempat untuk menjalankan ritual keagamaan sekaligus daya tarik wisata. Junhao ingin melihat bagaimana ritual keagamaan dan kehidupan sekular itu diakomodir oleh gereja-gereja di Cina. Saya kira ini fenomena yang menarik karena sebetulnya kurang ada di Indonesia, ya. Bagaimana gereja kemudian memang kadang-kadang gereja terbuka untuk dikunjungi non-Katolik, tetapi most of the time itu tidak terjadi di banyak gereja di Indonesia. Beberapa gereja di Cina ini berusia cukup tua dengan arsitektur yang menarik dan memiliki nilai sejarah yang tinggi serta eksotis. Sehingga popularitas gereja-gereja itu menjadi semakin meningkat ketika dia kemudian juga masuk di dalam sosial media. Orang memposting, mengunjungi tempat itu di salah satu aplikasi pariwisata yang disediakan oleh pemerintah. Bahkan di salah satu gereja, yaitu katedral di Shenyang, itu digunakan sebagai lokasi untuk menyelenggarakan pernikahan pasangan non-Katolik. Nah, catatan dari Junhao di sini ada sejumlah persoalan yang muncul ketika sebuah tempat yang sebetulnya sakral seperti gereja itu menjadi sebuah destinasi pariwisata. Beberapa tantangan yang disampaikan tadi antara lain bagaimana kita memastikan dua fungsi yang berbeda, di mana gereja adalah tempat ibadah tetapi sekaligus juga objek turis itu dapat berjalan harmonis. Pertama yang dicatat oleh Junhao adalah bagaimana wisatawan yang non-Katolik yang tidak paham tentang kesakralan dari gereja itu menghargai tempat ini sebagai tempat yang sakral. Kedua, di dalam kasus yang juga diangkat oleh Junhao adalah bahwa seringkali mereka yang bekerja membantu di dalam mengelola dan menerima turis itu adalah pekerja-pekerja sukarela, di mana mereka itu tidak mendapatkan pelatihan hospitality tentang bagaimana melayani turis dengan baik. Sehingga muncullah keluhan-keluhan dari para tamu. Ketiga, di gereja ini belum ada standar prosedur yang baku yang bisa menjadi acuan di dalam mengatur do's and don'ts, karena ini bukanlah tempat wisata biasa. Sehingga pengunjung itu menjadi bingung karena banyak yang non-Katolik juga ya yang berkunjung ke sana. Sehingga mereka ingin tahu apa sih yang boleh dilakukan dan apa yang tidak boleh dilakukan di gereja. Sementara para volunteer atau para sukarelawan yang menawarkan diri untuk membantu menerima tamu-tamu itu juga menerapkan standar yang berbeda-beda. Jadi mungkin ada yang hari ini dia petugas A mengatakan ini boleh, esok petugas yang lain mengatakan ini tidak boleh. Jadi itu menimbulkan kebingungan di antara para pengunjung. Nah, pelayanan yang buruk bisa berdampak pada kesan negatif tentang gereja Katolik serta para pengikutnya di mata publik. Saya kira ini hal yang harus diwaspadai ya. Tetapi ada satu contoh best practice yang Junhao juga angkat, yaitu ketika salah satu gereja di Hong Kong, di mana gereja itu dikelola dengan lebih profesional. Karena gereja ini memiliki kantor khusus dan mereka mempekerjakan pekerja profesional untuk membantu di dalam mengelola pengunjung dengan lebih baik. Teks yang berikutnya atau presentasi yang berikutnya yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Yong Hwa Kwon itu diberi judul World Youth Day in South Korea, di mana beliau membahas mengenai tension dan konflik maupun harapan untuk masa depan dari sebuah situs. Nah, di sini beliau mengangkat salah satu situs, Haimei, di mana situs ini diperlakukan bukan hanya sebagai sebuah tempat suci khusus untuk orang Katolik, tetapi juga sebuah aset budaya. Ada perspektif yang melihat bahwa turis itu juga mungkin peziarah yang potensial. Tetapi Profesor Yong Hwa Kwon mengkritisi hal ini dengan mengatakan bahwa peziarah tidak sama dengan turis. Mereka datang dengan kepentingan yang berbeda, sehingga perlu sekali untuk menerapkan standar pelayanan maupun peraturan yang berbeda. Jaime yang diangkat sebagai salah satu kasus di sini menarik bukan karena arsitekturnya sebagaimana yang terjadi di Cina, tetapi karena ada memori tertentu tentang martir. Martir yang bukan misionaris barat, di mana mengalami booming, tourism booming itu ketika Jaime pada Hari Anak Muda Asia tahun 2014 itu dikunjungi oleh Pope Francis. Setelah itu kemudian animo untuk ke tempat ini semakin lama semakin meningkat, sehingga ada semacam harapan bahwa tempat ini bisa menarik wisatawan. Oleh karena itu infrastruktur diperbaiki khusus untuk meng-cater wisatawan, kemudian media juga meng-cover tentang profil Jaime sebagai destinasi pariwisata. Inisiatif budaya diperkenalkan melalui kegiatan festival, pasar tradisional diperbaiki menjadi lebih modern, dan bahkan ada perayaan International Shrine tahun 2020, dan di situ dilakukan ekspansi digital dengan maksud untuk semakin mensosialisasikan misi kebudayaan, dan juga ada penyusunan master plan di mana di dalamnya memikirkan bagaimana Jaime bisa menjadi salah satu destinasi smart tourism, menjadi desa healing, menjadi youth center. Jadi ada proses-proses sekularisasi terjadi di wilayah ini. Dengan demikian roda ekonomi memang bertumbuh, ya. Tetapi ada kekhawatiran bahwa pilgrimage tourism ini menjadi sesuatu praktek yang misleading. Karena seperti dicatat oleh Profesor Kwon tadi, bahwa pariwisata dan perziarahan itu seperti pedang bermata dua, di mana perziarahan itu lebih pada atau menekankan pada interaksi umat dengan Tuhan, sementara pariwisata itu lebih menekankan pada unsur leisure. Nah, ketegangan-ketegangan juga muncul di sana karena ada resiko-resiko akan komersialisasi dari memori itu. Ada juga unsur ketegangan interreligious karena proyek yang terlalu memberikan tekanan pada tempat suci Katolik, sementara mayoritas masyarakatnya adalah Buddha. Dan juga ada perdebatan terkait dengan praktek dark tourism, karena Jaime di satu sisi kita bisa melihat sebagai situs dengan pengalaman yang bermakna religius, tetapi di sisi lain kita juga melihat bahwa di Jaime ini terjadi praktek kekerasan, violence. Ya. Nah, sementara masyarakat juga mengalami masalah karena ada problem dengan local laws, proses perubahan sosial, fisik, ekonomi, di mana masuk masyarakat kelas menengah dan masyarakat atas menggantikan penduduk asli, mengubah karakteristik kawasan atau dengan yang disebut dengan istilah gentrification. Toko-toko tradisional mulai hilang, diganti dengan toko-toko souvenir. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini bahwa tourism itu bukan hanya menjadi sebuah harapan, tetapi di dalamnya ada risiko akan meskipun di satu sisi juga ada janji-janji tentang hal-hal baik. Pariwisata perziarahan bisa berjalan setara, tetapi tidak bisa menggantikan satu dari yang lain. Dan masyarakat dan budaya di sini kita bisa melihat bahwa pariwisata tidak seharusnya menggantikan apa yang ada di dalam masyarakat maupun budaya lokal. Nah, kalau kita lihat mengenai hospitality sebagai misi gereja, sebagaimana kemarin juga sudah disampaikan oleh Ibu Megan, maka di sini juga kita bisa melihat ada potensi untuk menawarkan pariwisata hospitality yang dibungkus sebagai sebuah misi dari gereja. Tetapi di sini kita juga harus memperhatikan bahwa kesakralan dan pariwisata itu memang bisa berdampingan, tetapi perziarahan itu sendiri tidak bisa dikerdilkan menjadi pengalaman berwisata saja. Nah, saya kira Profesor Toru Yamada membawa pada perspektif yang sedikit lebih positif ketika Profesor Yamada memperkenalkan dengan topik Strategizing Tourism to Counter Membership Decline. Mengambil kasus di Nagasaki sebagai sebuah wilayah yang menawarkan pengalaman unik karena merupakan salah satu pelabuhan internasional bersejarah selama era isolasi Jepang, dan wilayah ini menunjukkan karakteristik non-Jepang yang kuat, terutama tradisi Tiongkok dan juga Katolik ada di sana. Gereja Katolik dikategorikan sebagai pengalaman luar biasa karena ada akar asing di sana. Komunitas lokal sudah bertahan selama masa larangan agama Kristen selama lebih dari 250 tahun, dan fenomena tentang kehadiran atau keberadaan umat Kristen tersembunyi ini yang pada umumnya menyamarkan kepercayaan mereka dengan bergabung di kuil-kuil Buddha maupun Shinto ini menjadi menarik, sehingga pemerintah punya inisiatif untuk mendaftarkan situs-situs terkait kekristenan ini ke UNESCO untuk dijadikan sebagai World Heritage pada tahun 2018. Dan keuskupan melihat ini sebagai peluang evangelisasi dan pelestarian sejarah. Tetapi tentu ini bukan tanpa masalah. Di sini Profesor Yamada menunjukkan tentang konflik antara luar biasa, extraordinary, and ordinary, di mana wisatawan itu mencari pengalaman luar biasa. Kemarin kita juga sudah banyak membahas mengenai hal ini tentang authenticity, ya. Sementara gereja di sisi lain itu adalah bagian dari kehidupan biasa dari umat lokal. Kehadiran wisatawan mengganggu rutinitas spiritual komunitas paroki. Anggota paroki tidak merasakan manfaat ekonomi langsung dari pariwisata, jadi itu juga menjadi catatan di dalam presentasi tadi. Secara praktis memang para wisatawan itu kemudian akan menggunakan misalnya fasilitas gereja yang juga sebetulnya telah dibersihkan oleh sukarelawan paroki misalnya, dan keuntungan ekonomi justru mengalir ke hotel, ke transportasi, ke restoran, dan bukan ke paroki. Nah, bagaimana menyesuaikan dalam praktek keagamaan yang biasa ini untuk mengakomodir pengunjung itu harus dilakukan. Nah, ada strategi yang menurut saya menarik untuk kita pikirkan bersama. Bagaimana pendekatan yang dilakukan oleh keuskupan, di mana mereka menyediakan jadwal misa online untuk memandu para pengunjung, membedakan antara perziarah kelompok dan pengunjung individu, bekerja sama juga dengan pemerintah lokal sebagai perantara, dan yang penting juga adalah keterlibatan masyarakat lokal. Umat Katolik lokal terlibat secara aktif di dalam perencanaan pariwisata sejak awal. Kolaborasi terjadi antara pemerintah dan komersial, ada proses pemeriksaan ketat terhadap perencanaan bisnis oleh korporasi non-lokal untuk mencegah yang namanya eksploitasi. Kemudian ada upaya untuk melakukan perlindungan pada komunitas, di mana kepemimpinan lokal itu berperan aktif sebagai perantara strategis melindungi penduduk dari eksploitasi korporasi besar, menyeimbangkan antara pengembangan pariwisata dengan kebutuhan spiritual komunitas, dan kesimpulannya adalah bahwa presentasi dari Profesor Yamada ingin menggambarkan kompleksitas pengelolaan warisan budaya religius sebagai destinasi pariwisata di mana kepentingan ekonomi, pelestarian sejarah, dan kehidupan spiritual itu memang harus diupayakan seimbang dengan sangat hati-hati. Nah, dari presentasi-presentasi yang kita dengarkan hari ini, saya ingin menawarkan beberapa isu penting menurut saya untuk kita diskusikan bersama. Yang pertama, konferensi ini selama 2 hari ini telah membuka wawasan dan memberikan kesempatan kepada kita untuk belajar tentang bagaimana pengalaman berbagai destinasi religius itu di dalam pengembangan pariwisata, serta bagaimana kita bisa merespons animo wisatawan, karena ternyata dari kasus-kasus yang dipresentasikan oleh banyak pembicara menunjukkan bahwa mengembangkan pariwisata itu bukan hanya sekedar membuka pintu, menerima wisatawan, tetapi kita juga harus paham bagaimana mengelola pariwisata itu sendiri. Yang berikutnya, ternyata pariwisata itu tidak selalu menjanjikan harapan. Di dalam implementasinya banyak terdapat ketegangan, konflik, ketidakseimbangan yang justru bisa menjauhkan tujuan pariwisata sebagai alat pembangunan berkelanjutan. Yang berikutnya, bagaimana posisi dan tanggung jawab masyarakat lokal, otoritas gereja, pemerintah, juga wisatawan sebagai konsumen. Semuanya ini adalah pemangku kepentingan dengan berbagai motivasi, niat maupun kebutuhan. Bagaimana kita bisa melakukan harmonisasi dari berbagai stakeholder ini. Yang berikutnya adalah isu mengenai otoritas. Siapa sebetulnya yang paling punya otoritas atas destinasi, atas situs? Siapa yang seharusnya memegang kontrol dan mengupayakan keseimbangan? Saya kira ini hal-hal yang seringkali kita lupa atau kurang mendapatkan perhatian dari kita. Yang berikutnya adalah yang terakhir, bagaimana manajemen situs religius sebagai objek wisata itu harus kita lakukan di dalam rangka memastikan misi gereja untuk mengabarkan kabar baik itu bisa tetap dijaga melalui aktivitas pariwisata. Saya kira itu beberapa hal yang saya ingin sampaikan. Mungkin kita bisa lanjutkan dengan diskusi. Silahkan. Ya, silahkan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Bu Titi untuk pertama, terima kasih Bu Titi untuk beberapa key highlights-nya yang menurut saya sangat ringkas dan mudah diterima untuk banyak teman di sini. Mungkin yang sedikit mengalami kendala bahasa untuk mengerti bagaimana beberapa penekanan yang disampaikan oleh dari presenter-presenter sebelumnya. Kedua, mungkin dari diskusi kemarin dan juga diskusi hari ini, saya rasa dari segi kepariwisataan, dari sudut kepariwisataan, saya perlu memberikan beberapa hint tentang perbedaan antara objek wisata, lalu destinasi wisata dan atraksi wisata. Perbedaan ketiga ini dalam bukunya Pak Frans Teguh, salah satu holy book yang kita pakai dalam pengembangan kepariwisataan, itu adalah tata kelola destinasi. Ada 3 pilar utama dalam pengembangan kepariwisataan. Yang pertama itu destinasi, yang mencakup atraksi, amenitas, sama ansilaritas. Lalu yang kedua itu pemasaran, dan ketiga itu kelembagaan. Jadi kemarin teman-teman sempat berbicara tentang di Ruteng ini, di Manggarai ini banyak sekali potensi wisata, atau kalau kita lihat objek wisata yang potensial. Jadi baru berupa objek, baru bisa naik menjadi destinasi wisata ketika sudah ada 2 destinasi. Faktor destinasinya tadi sudah ada, jalurnya ada, lalu pengamannya ada, dan juga pemasarannya sudah disiarkan melalui media sosial dan sebagainya, baru menjadi atraksi wisata. Lalu baru masuk ke level yang sustainabilitasnya bisa terjadi kalau sudah sampai kepada level atraksi wisata yang menyaratkan adanya kelembagaan pengelola. Gitu. Tadi juga beberapa catatan di presentasi Pak Leo bahwa banyak patung-patung yang tidak terlalu terawat, manajemen entah bukit doa atau apanya itu juga tidak terlalu menjadi catatan dalam pengelolaan kepariwisataan. Nah, di masing-masing level ini 3 pilar tadi itu penyokong utamanya seperti yang kita sempat bahas kemarin adalah SDM. Nah, dari ratusan pelatihan kompetisi yang kita buat sepanjang 4 tahun terakhir ini di Badan Pelaksana Otorita Labuan Bajo Flores, itu kita mencoba mengidentifikasi pertama stage of development Labuan Bajo Flores yang kemarin sempat saya bilang itu masih pada initial stage, bahwa kita sebenarnya belum sampai ke event, penyelenggara event, tapi event itu merupakan salah satu quick wins untuk mencoba mengakselerasi pengembangan kepariwisataan sehingga semua aspek bisa masuk. Tetapi ketika kita bicara soal pengelolaan SDM yang kemarin sempat cukup panjang dibahas, itu dari semua kelompok komunitas atau desa wisata yang kita dampingi atau pemerintah atau kementerian lainnya yang bergerak dalam pengembangan kepariwisata di Flores, ini tidak hanya terbatas di Dinas Pariwisata, tapi juga masuk ke Dinas Pertanian, Perkebunan, Transportasi, bahwa harus ada local champion untuk Flores ini. Jadi kita mengidentifikasi paling kurang sepanjang Flores ini ada 3 local champion utama. Yang pertama di Victory Aircraft Endre, lalu juga di Gololoni, di Kepala Desa Gololoni, lalu di Bukit Porong. Kurang lebih ada 1 orang yang rela berkorban untuk betul-betul mendedikasikan dirinya untuk destinasi itu sehingga bisa berkembang. Selebihnya kita melihat masih pada tataran berkembang dan juga masih belum maju. Itu yang kita lihat pendekatan yang paling kurang paling masuk untuk pengembangan kepariwisataan di Flores. Selanjutnya peer partnering. Jadi 3 local champion ini kita minta untuk 1 yang level di bawahnya untuk bisa didampingi secara terus menerus. Dan memang salah satu PR paling besar dari stage awal ini untuk pengembangan kepariwisataan Labuan Bajo Flores adalah transformasi sosial budaya dari masyarakat yang ekstraktif, dari hanya ambil kopi dari kebun lalu minum, jual kopi dapat uang, menjadi bukan lagi level kedua tapi level ketiga, pelayanan jasa yang membutuhkan tadi SDM yang membutuhkan peningkatan SDM yang cukup panjang. Memang dalam kajian kita itu sekitar butuh waktu 10 sampai 15 tahun untuk peningkatan SDM yang betul-betul bisa sampai kepada level ketiga ini. Tetapi menurut saya kita sudah berada pada track yang benar dan juga pada track yang positif untuk menuju ke cita-cita Labuan Bajo Flores sebagai destinasi premium berkualitas dan berkelas dunia. Kurang lebih demikian Ibu catatan dari saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak. Berikutnya.
Baik, terima kasih. Yang pertama, saya tertarik tadi dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Leonard bahwa di Indonesia sudah banyak sekali, kurang lebih ada 25 tadi Pak ya, patung Kristus yang ada yang ukurannya tadi sangat besar. Walaupun di Ruteng sebenarnya ada 2 patung Kristus Raja itu, ada di dekat bandara, dan yang lama itu ada di depan katedral lama di Ruteng. Memang kami di Manggarai juga kan pingin kalau bisa kita punya patung Yesus Kristus yang besar mungkin. Tetapi memang di sisi lain bahwa banyak umat Katolik di daerah ini yang masih miskin, masih kehidupannya di bawah standar kemakmuran. Tadi sempat disampaikan oleh Pak Michel, uangnya datang dari mana. Kemudian di sisi lain saya juga tertarik dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Kwon tadi, yang dari Korea, yang menyampaikan bahwa wisata religi peziarah itu berbeda dengan, tidak boleh disamakan peziarah dengan wisatawan. Karena memang intinya sebenarnya kalau menurut saya di situ, apa yang diajarkan selama ini ke siswa itu juga sudah salah. Jadi wisata religi itu termasuk mengunjungi tempat-tempat yang berkaitan dengan keagamaan. Nah, memang ini lebih masuk ke dalam lebih dalam lagi disampaikan oleh Dr. Kwon tadi bahwa memang betul rata-rata peziarah itu dia kan orang Katolik pasti melakukan novena dengan tujuan pribadi. Jadi tujuan khusus. Misalnya ada pengalaman orang Manggarai pergi ke Larantuka dengan permintaan khusus. Ada yang sampaikan bahwa mereka berhasil belum memiliki anak misalnya. Begitu dia berziarah ke Larantuka bisa mengenal. Ini hal yang tersembunyi, tetapi disitulah letak daripada kesakralan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Kwon, bahwa peziarah itu mereka lebih membawa niat pribadi dengan kesakralan tempat itu, mempercayai bahwa ada sesuatu yang bisa dia dapatkan. Sedangkan turis atau yang hanya untuk mau mengikuti itu kan bisa dikatakan 50-50. Di satu sisi dia hanya untuk leisure, untuk bisa mengunjungi tempat itu, dan mungkin di sisi lain dia hanya ingin tahu. Jadi mungkin itu saja dulu sebentar dari saya. Terima kasih Ibu.
Ya, tetapi saya melihat bahwa sebuah tempat misalnya sebetulnya itu utamanya dimaksudkan untuk perziarahan gitu ya Pak ya. Tetapi kita juga tidak bisa menutup peluang bahwa ada wisatawan yang artinya just for leisure tadi ya. Nah itu menurut saya yang perlu kita pikirkan, terus bagaimana kita sebagai pengelola ya untuk menyikapi hal-hal seperti ini. Karena cepat atau lambat kita akan sampai pada pengalaman-pengalaman yang terjadi di Cina misalnya atau di Korea misalnya, di mana kita juga harus siap untuk mengakomodir orang non-Katolik itu tertarik juga untuk ke sana, tetapi dengan maksud yang berbeda, ya kan? Silakan Romo.
Baik, sebetulnya secara teologis tegangan antara gereja dan dunia itu bukan baru. Jadi antara turisme dengan pellegrinage peziarah itu bukan baru, itu sudah tegangan sejak awal. Dan saya kira teologi sudah selesai dengan apa yang disebut tegangan ini, terutama dengan pemahaman teologi inkarnasi, bahwa Allah sudah menjadi manusia. Dan dengan teologi ini, gereja dan dunia itu memang berbeda tapi tidak bisa dipisahkan. Dan Konsili Vatikan II tegas sekali melalui Gaudium et Spes mengatakan gereja harus terlibat dalam dunia. Maksudnya ya terlibat dalam pariwisata, terlibat dalam ekonomi, terlibat politik, dalam semua bidang kehidupan, tidak bisa memisahkan diri. Walaupun Ini dua hal yang berbeda. Ya. Dan terkait dengan siarah ini, sebetulnya Paus Fransiskus melalui Evangelii Gaudium itu sudah tegas. Semua pieta populer itu, siarah atau kunjungan ke tempat situs-situs kudus, itu menjadi medium evangelisasi. Dan gereja harus concern dengan ini. Ada tension, ada tegangan, ada bahaya, tapi kita tidak bisa lalu mundur karena tension ini. Dan saya kira masukan dari beberapa pembicara tadi itu bagus sekali. Jadi keduanya itu bisa coexistence, tapi harus di-manage dengan baik. Dan saya pikir itu juga poinnya tadi, bagaimana kita berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga betul proses dialog evangelisasi itu terjadi, walaupun dengan orang yang hanya sebagai turis, tapi juga proses pembinaan untuk orang Kristen yang memang mau menjadi itu peziarah itu terjadi. Dan nah ini memang yang perlu dikelola oleh setiap gereja lokal atau setiap pengelola tempat-tempat siarah. Ya. Dan ya dari berbagai peristiwa kita sejauh itu bisa didialogkan dengan baik, dikomunikasikan ke baik, ini tetap akan menjadi media evangelisasi yang sangat positif. Nah, termasuk misalnya dalam dokumen katekese terbaru, kemarin juga Michel sudah singgung, itu sangat ditekankan pentingnya itu via pulcridinis, artinya jalan keindahan. Kita berkatekese tidak hanya melalui doktrin-doktrin yang sudah tersedia, tetapi melalui jalan keindahan yang disediakan oleh nature, oleh kebudayaan, oleh bangsa-bangsa. Nah, patung-patung, itu relief, kuburan-kuburan, terus gereja-gereja, itu bahkan bisa menjadi titik hermeneutik untuk membaca jejak-jejak kehadiran Tuhan dalam peristiwa-peristiwa yang sangat duniawi. Dan ya sebetulnya prosesi, ziarah, kunjung tempat-tempat suci ini bagian dari model via pulcridinis dalam evangelisasi atau katekese. Baik, itu komentar saya.
Terima kasih Romo untuk penjelasannya. Jadi dari sini sudah terkonfirmasi ya bahwa komitmen gereja ada di sana. Tetapi bagaimana menerjemahkan komitmen itu di dalam praktek supaya tadi ya upaya evangelisasi itu juga terjadi melalui proses-proses aktivitas pariwisata yang berlangsung di berbagai situs sakral tadi ya. Saya kira itu menjadi PR untuk kita semua ya, umat. Terima kasih Romo. Berikutnya.
Baik, terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Sebelum saya menjadi guru, saya sempat kuliah sambil kerja di Momere. Saya bekerja di pariwisata juga. Saya menjadi hotelier selama kurang lebih 2 tahun lebih. Pengalaman saya di Momere, ada satu spot yang seringkali menjadi andalan kami jual itu, yakni Gereja Tua Sika, bangunan khas arsitektur Portugis. Kalau saya bandingkan dengan katedral lama kita punya di Ruteng, mungkin dari segi keindahan bangunannya, kita punya katedral lama ini lebih bagus. Hanya kurangnya, kita di Ruteng ini mungkin kurang bikin narasi, seperti tadi yang sudah dijelaskan kemarin dalam pertemuan kemarin. Jadi, kita kurang memperkuat narasi-narasi tentang jejak kekristenan yang muncul di daerah ini. Misalnya kalau kita katedral lama, kita tidak tahu ini bangunan dibangun tahun kapan, ceritanya seperti apa, kita tidak tahu. Atau bagaimana hubungannya dengan dengan rumah SVD di sampingnya, yang karena menurut saya juga rumah SVD di samping itu juga bangunan tua yang mungkin harus dijaga dia punya arsitekturnya. Kebetulan ada pater di sini. Ya, terlebih 2 bangunan depan itu, karena setahu saya dulu 2 bangunan paling depan di SVD itu merupakan istana keuskupan kalau tidak salah. Tapi narasi tentang ini itu kurang diangkat. Jadi yang anak-anak muda itu kurang tahu. Itu yang pertama. Kita kembali ke katedral. Waktu saya masih kecil, sering sekali kami itu kegiatan rohani di gereja katedral lama itu, karena yang baru itu belum ada. Ada banyak hal sebenarnya menarik yang sudah hilang dari gereja katedral lama itu. Misalnya ada jam besar di dia punya candi itu, yang entah kenapa kok tidak dijaga begitu. Padahal sebenarnya ini khas, hanya ada di Flores, hanya ada di Ruteng. Karena kalau kita lihat gereja tua di tempat lain, di Flores khususnya, kekhasan jam itu tidak ada. Padahal ini kan sebenarnya mau menggambarkan bagaimana akar Eropa itu masuk ke daerah kita sebenarnya. Ini juga kurang dinarasikan dengan baik. Atau misalnya juga, ini ingatan saya masih kecil ya, waktu saya masuk di gereja katedral lama itu ada banyak begitu relik-relik tua, misalnya salib tua, yang karena sudah lama akhirnya dibongkar begitu. Tapi menurut saya seharusnya ini bisa menjadi sebenarnya artefak yang mungkin indah kalau dipertontonkan kembali. Ya, dulu tuh ada tuh salib tua di salah satu candi di gereja katedral lama. Entah sekarang apakah masih ada atau tidak, saya kurang tahu. Ya, mungkin yang saya mau tekankan di sini tuh, mungkin pariwisata di Manggarai misalnya, entah itu pihak gereja, kebetulan ada Romo di sini, ataupun pemerintah, mungkin kurang menciptakan narasi-narasi yang kuat untuk menjelaskan bagaimana kekristenan itu masuk ke Manggarai. Ya, ada begitu banyak monumen-monumen tua yang bisa dijadikan landmark atau milestone untuk menceritakan tentang bagaimana kekristenan itu berkembang di daerah ini. Ya. Dan juga satu mungkin usulan saya, kalau bisa katedral lama itu candinya dikembalikan ke model lama. Karena model lama itu khas Eropanya sangat terasa. Coba kalau kita bandingkan foto katedral lama dan katedral yang setelah direstorasi, pasti kesan katedral lama yang sebelum restorasi itu lebih kuat ketimbang yang direstorasi sekarang. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu. Saya tertarik dengan pembahasan otoritas, kontrol dan keseimbangan. Ada beberapa kasus yang saya lihat di Manggarai, juga di Flores, beberapa tempat itu, di mana otoritas satu tempat itu tidak ada yang tahu, atau satu tempat mempunyai otoritas dua, ya. Katakanlah yang gereja itu tadi, gereja katedral lama, otoritasnya siapa? Kuskupankah atau paroki yang ada di sana? Oke, kalau kuskupan, bagaimana koordinasi kuskupan dengan paroki katedral? Ya, di sini mungkin ada ketimpangan dalam hal otoritas itu. Begitu juga sebaliknya di pemerintahan, Bu. Objek wisata itu ada yang milik provinsi, ada yang milik kabupaten, ada yang tidak tahu miliknya siapa. Jadi orang akan seolah-olah, ya kami yang punya, yang masyarakat lokal bilang ini kami punya. Jadi mereka bisa membuat keputusan yang seenaknya aja. Itu kondisi yang ada. Tidak semua, tapi beberapa objek terjadi seperti itu. Ya, lalu kontrol. Kontrolnya siapa? Kami di Travel Agent kadang kewalahan juga karena di beberapa objek itu mereka menaikkan tarif masuknya seenaknya aja, atau nggak ada perencanaan yang jelas gitu. Dan kami kan sudah menjual paketnya 1 tahun sebelumnya. Jadi ketika ada perubahan entrance fee, aduh, kami juga kewalahan. Tapi siapa yang mengontrol itu? Ya, lalu keseimbangan. Ya, keseimbangannya di sini memang mungkin butuh SDM lagi, tata kelola destinasi itu. Dan dari sisi pemerintahan juga, sorry to say ke teman yang di BPOP, ada beberapa proyeknya mereka yang tidak linkage dengan paket turnya travel agent. Travel agent yang menjual objek lain, mereka melakukan kegiatan atau aktivitas objek lain yang tidak dijual travel agent, contohnya gitu. Jadi memang kita memang butuh kerjasama ini barang, butuh banyak dialog supaya komunikasinya berjalan. Saja, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak. Jadi itu catatan penting untuk semuanya ya. Jadi koordinasi, kemudian dialog, ya, inter stakeholders itu penting. Jadi kita perlu menyadari bahwa pariwisata itu adalah sebuah realitas yang kompleks, yang melibatkan banyak elemen, baik itu pemerintah, masyarakat aja mungkin juga macam-macam ya. Jadi kita harus paham bahwa masyarakat itu bukan satu single entity. Di dalam masyarakat ada sub masyarakat lagi yang terus bagaimana ini kita mengatur, koordinasi, mengorkestrasikan berbagai kepentingan untuk tujuan yang lebih fundamental begitu ya, untuk kepentingan bersama. Oke, berikut Ibu Maripet, silakan.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya ada banyak pikiran. Saya mau pertama jawab kepada Pak Leo tadi. Menarik sekali dan juga di sini yang saya tidak terlalu dengarkan terlalu kuat bicara di dalam mikrofon. Tetapi soal pertanyaan adalah bagaimana setempat, karena Bapak ini dari LBOBF di Labuan Bajo ya, bagaimana setempat menjadi destinasi wisata. Sebenarnya ada banyak pilihan di belakang itu ya, dan itu yang diangkat juga yang menarik oleh pembicaraan ini, bagaimana ini speaker ya, bagaimana tempat-tempat mereka pilih apa untuk sebenarnya promosi. Maka itu kembali ke Bapak Leo sebut kontrol dan tarif. Sekarang apakah gereja pantas menjadi objek wisata yang akan ada tarif ya? Akhirnya ini juga kembali kepada satu pertanyaan tadi itu mahasiswa saya sangka atau siapa yang tanya. Saya tidak bisa bayangkan dia omong bagaimana gereja di Ruteng bisa menjadi tempat untuk kunjungi. Apakah ini adalah nasib kita bahwa gereja akan menjadi, akhirnya sedikit menarik lihat itu kejanggalan di dalam pikiran lokal bahwa bagaimana gereja sebenarnya menjadi tempat wisata. Tetapi kita lihat bahwa jelas jadi ya, dan sebenarnya karena gereja tua ini, katedral tua yang asli adalah sangat menarik tempat, dan tapi sejarah, kalau saya tidak salah mengerti, sejarah itu belum terlalu digali dan dipertunjukkan. Maka ini kembali kepada poin, ini menjadi selalu pilihan untuk mempertunjukkan. Kalau tetapi kalau itu gereja katedral menjadi objek sekarang yang sangat menarik, apakah kemudian ada tarif masuk? Apakah pemerintah campur tangan dan katakan, PAD, kami mesti dapat tiket, jual tiket ya? Itu memang masalah. Saya pikir tidak boleh sebenarnya sama sekali gereja menjadi tempat untuk tarik tiket ya. Tetapi untuk kembali kepada pilihan tempat ya. Nagasaki sebenarnya kalau saya tidak salah adalah sebenarnya paling terkenal karena bom, atau memang terkenal karena martir dan lain Katolik, pusat Katolik, tetapi bom atom. Dia menjadi sebenarnya satu pusat dark tourism yang diangkat oleh Dr. Yong dari Korea ya, yang ibu itu menyinggungkan bagaimana dia rasa sebenarnya bahwa dark tourism tidak boleh sebenarnya menjadi terlalu pusat perhatian karena menjadi terlalu spectacular tragedy ya, yang di belakang ya. Maka saya berpikir dark tourism, apakah di sini pernah ada pikiran dan apakah itu pantas dipikirkan bagaimana sebenarnya tragedi yang satu kehancuran, satu masalah besar destruktif bisa menjadi pokok wisata. Karena tadi siapa sebut Maumere, Bapak ini ya, Maumere sebenarnya adalah tragedi, tsunami. Dan kalau saya tidak salah, patung Kristus yang tidak disebut saya sangka oleh Pak Leo tadi, tidak tahu. Putar, dia sebut ya, putar dan tidak hancur. Padahal semua yang keliling di pantai itu hancur. Maka apakah itu bisa menjadi objek wisata mukjizat atau apa untuk ziarah? Saya tidak tahu apakah sudah, barangkali sudah ya, orang kunjungi karena mau lihat itu patung yang masih berdiri biar ada tsunami ya. Tragedi juga yang ada di Maumere, ini bukan barangkali ada hubungan dengan agama, tapi barangkali ada. Bagaimana banyak orang dibunuh dulu waktu zaman Soeharto karena mereka dianggap komunis. apakah itu juga tidak menjadi salah satu sebenarnya sejarah yang mau diangkat atau tidak boleh diangkat, ya? Maka ini banyak sebenarnya ada sejarah-sejarah, tapi selalu ada pilihan apa yang sebenarnya mau promosikan atau apa. Dan kalau hanya pikir promosi yang bisa tarik tarif daripada sebenarnya promosi informasi, sejarah, seperti ibu tadi ini dari Korea, dia sebut gereja seringkali menjadi pusat arts, dan itu adalah sebenarnya untuk bangsa ya, supaya kita bisa rasa bangga apa yang kita manusia semua membuat. Itu tidak boleh berpikir sebagai komersial sebenarnya terlalu, tetapi martabat manusia ya yang bisa diangkat karena ada banyak untuk lihat di dalam gereja atau di dalam tempat yang lain. Akhirnya ini hanya beberapa pikiran saya yang tidak teratur, Ibu Bapak, tetapi
ya, saya kira itu catatan penting ya, catatan penting dari Ibu Maripe tentang sebetulnya kalau kita mau bicara mengenai promosi pariwisata yang seperti apa yang ingin kita tampilkan, wajah pariwisata seperti apa yang kita ingin tawarkan pada wisatawan. Ada begitu banyak pilihan, ya kan, di tempat yang sekecil ini dibandingkan Indonesia, ya. Ada banyak hal. Apakah kita akan menawarkan sesuatu yang penuh dengan potret kekerasan tadi, atau kita ingin menawarkan apa sebetulnya, ya? Dan itu mestinya masyarakat punya hak untuk mengatakan sesuatu, ya. Jadi masyarakat harus punya otoritas, tidak hanya dikontrol oleh elit. Jadi beri ruang pada masyarakat, beri mereka kesempatan untuk menyuarakan apa sebetulnya yang menurut mereka paling berharga, yang mereka ingin tampilkan tentang wilayah mereka. Ya, ada lagi mungkin dari mahasiswa. Oh, silahkan Ibu.
Baik, terima kasih. Menarik tadi kita sudah jalan-jalan ke Cina, ke Korea, ke Jepang ya. Kita juga ikut berziarah ke sana. Dan akhirnya kita tahu bahwa destinasi ziarah sangat diminati juga di sana begitu. Jadi kita ke konteks kita, saya mau berbagi tentang konteks kita di Flores, di Ruteng khususnya. Diocese Ruteng dan Manggarai ini seharusnya ya sudah menjadi daya tarik bagi pilgrim tourism. Ya, daya tariknya apa saja? Yang pertama itu Flores secara umum dan Keuskupan Ruteng khususnya itu sudah menjadi sumber pastor, biarawan, biarawati dunia loh, Ibu Titi ya, di dunia gitu. Nah, harusnya ini bisa membuat wisatawan itu penasaran untuk berwisata ke sini gitu, ke Flores dan ke Ruteng juga. Terus daya tarik yang kedua apa? Jejak sejarah Katolik di sini di Keuskupan Ruteng. Nah, yang saya baca dari salah satu situs resmi paroki itu bahwa gereja-gereja pertama itu atau umat Katolik pertama yang dibaptis itu di Reo. Itu kan kita bisa angkat. Ada cerita sejarahnya di sana yang kita bisa ceritakan kepada peziarah gitu di Reo dan juga di Lengko Ajang, di Rekas, Cibal, Katedral Lama juga gitu. Jadi mungkin untuk sementara kita jangan muluk-muluk kayak bangun dulu misalnya apa gitu, patung atau bangunan-bangunan lain. Kita sudah ada semua sumber-sumber itu gitu. Nah, sekarang yang kita perlu lakukan adalah rohnya di sana itu kita bangun gitu ya. Nah, tindakan nyatanya apa? Mungkin kita semua yang ada di sini itu karena kita dari kemarin sudah banyak sekali mendapat insight tentang pariwisata ini. Nah, yang kita lakukan adalah tadi mensupport beberapa ide dari teman-teman itu adalah selain kolaborasi ya kita lakukan tindakan nyatanya sekarang gitu. Mungkin berupa kita buat komunitas penggiat pilgrim tourism di Keuskupan ini mungkin ya bisa kita lakukan ya. Iya, tidak usah tunggu pemerintah atau gereja. Jadi kita berinisiatif untuk itu. Potensi kita sudah sangat bagus, sudah sangat luar biasa untuk kita jual keluar begitu. Nah, sekarang kita bentuk komunitas itu dan itu tadi kita respect rules dari gereja itu sendiri, dari hal-hal yang kita mau pasarkan. Saya pikir itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih idenya. Saya kira itu ide yang baik ya. Jadi ide yang sifatnya bottom up, bukan top down. Oke, satu lagi komentar, saya kira masih bisa ya Ibu. Paling terakhir mungkin dari mahasiswa, kita belum dengar suara mahasiswa nih. Silahkan, satu saja, karena waktu yang terbatas. Silahkan, ini ada tawaran tadi ya, untuk mulai memikirkan produk apa sih yang kira-kira bisa ditawarkan oleh wilayah Ruteng ini sebagai daya tarik. Silahkan, kira-kira itu atau tidak? Sesuatu yang realistis apa tidak tawaran itu menurut kalian? Karena saya yakin ketika mau mengembangkan itu butuh anak-anak muda untuk bergerak ya. Silahkan. Apakah anak-anak muda di sini akan menjawab tantangan itu tadi? Ayo. Realistis apa tidak tawaran tadi? Ayo mungkin salah satu boleh mewakili ya. Sudah banyak muncul ide-ide yang brilian di sini yang kita godok bersama di ruangan ini, tetapi menjadi mubazir kalau tidak akan terrealisasi, begitu kan? Takut. Gimana ini Romo? Lapar rupanya kata Romo. Oke. Baik, kalau begitu kita tunggu ya cerita sukses tentang Ruteng. Oke, masih ada sesi sore, silakan berpikir dan boleh didiskusikan di forum-forum berikutnya. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Titi karena telah memaparkan materi yang begitu tentunya menstimulus sebetulnya ide-ide kita semua yang ada di sini. Well, apa yang saya mau garis bawahi dari materi yang Ibu Titi sampaikan tadi adalah tentunya bicara soal aktivitas wisata itu baiknya kebijakan, program, atau aktivitas-aktivitas wisata lainnya akan lebih efektif dan dapat diterima jika pada akhirnya itu sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat lokal dan memenuhi kebutuhan masyarakat lokal itu sendiri. Jadi terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Ibu Titi dan kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk materi yang sudah disampaikan oleh Ibu Titi. Baik, hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, I think for this session, there's enough. Thank you for Ibu Titi and thank you also for all the presenters. And now we are coming to our lunch break. And next session will be started at 1:30. So next session will be started again at 1:30, and I invite all of us to have our lunch, and the meal is at the back. Thank you.
Chris Piasek. Check out the exclusive assets I made for Envato subscribers. I made a font called Fuzzbox with psychedelic.
Only how did I kunai Moromatane Doishando Patishwan Hanang latang me I how matala soge I out ulang mongkage I out talage wange hanang ha lo chapu gulage Oke tarang sedang tang Dulu so sale Buung waru ite juang Hanang ite juang Ayaw te matala soge Ulang mongkage Ayaw te talage wange Hanang ha lo japu gulage Konim lea takunai Megil ngashan me Dawang lea takunai Megil momang mo Ayaw te matala soge Ayaw te ulang mongkage Ayaw te talage wange Hanang ha lo japu gulage Ayaw te matala soge Ayaw te ulang mongkage Ayaw te talage wange Hanang ha lo japu gulage Beta coba buang suara yang sekarang ngeledeng sapa. Masih ada kasih beta pun tapak dia lepung hati. Coba saya bicara jujur, saya kasih cinta ni par siapa, biar beta tahu apa yang ada dalam lepung hati. Jangan kurung beta dalam ruangan rindu yang sing ada cahaya cinta beta yang sayang di beta pun dinding hati sudah tempel lepung nama yang sing bisa jabut biar dengan pala cuma sayangnya si kasih cinta dipaksa.
Buat website praktis dengan AI Website Builder Hostinger. Tulis konsep website, lalu
Someone told me long ago there's a calm before the storm, and I know it's been
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our conference. Panel 4 is about to begin. I'd like to invite all the students who are still outside to come inside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This afternoon, we begin panel 4, Designing Religious Tourism, moderated by Mr. Faldoni from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng. Mr. Faldo, please take the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel 4, Designing Religious Tourism. My name is Faldoni from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng, and I'm honored to be your moderator for this session. Since yesterday, I've been the moderator for after lunch sessions. You know what I mean? This is the sleepy hour session. So I really hope all of us can stay awake and enjoy our discussion today, because today we are very fortunate to have 3 presentations and 4 outstanding speakers with us. Today we have 3 presentations from the outstanding speakers. There are Mrs. Sirani Heti Arachi from Sri Lanka, Dr. Francisca Widiawati, and Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur, and Professor Yejin Kim joining us online, with the topic on sustainable tourism practices in South Korea. Let us start with our first presentation. Our first speaker is Mrs. Shirani Heti Arachi, a PhD candidate at IIC University of Cambodia. She has more than 15 years of experience in tourism research and practice focusing on sustainable tourism development in Sri Lanka. Her current research on hill station tourism and urbanization is a collaboration with the French Institute in India, and she also serves as a UNFCCC tourism sector expert for Sri Lanka's climate reporting. Today, she will present cultural sensitivity in enhancing sustainable Catholic religious tourism experience, case of religious tourism to Adam's Peak in Sri Lanka. Please welcome Mrs. Shirani Heti Arachi. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to speak today here. So my presentation focuses on cultural sensitivity enhancing sustainable Catholic religious tourism experiences. Case from Sri Pada, who Adam's Peak in Sri Lanka. So, cultural sensitivity. Yes, in Sri Lanka, even though Sri Lanka is majority of Buddhism, so we have very good ethnic harmony and multi-faith tourism destinations in Sri Lanka. So my case is here, Sri Pada. So most people, Islam and Catholic called Adam's Peak. So also in Sri Lanka, I'm focusing here how we can use Adam's Peak unique multi-religious identity to create a tourism model that protects the environment, supports local people and promotes respect among all visitors. So this sacred pilgrimage site called Adam's Peak. So I would like to invite you to quick visit Adam's Peak first. Thank you. This sacred site is shared by multiple faith, and I explore how cultural sensitivity approaches can enrich Catholic pilgrimage experiences while promoting sustainability and interreligious respect. At its 2,243 meters summit lies a sacred footprint. Buddhists see the Buddha's footprint there. Hindus believes Lord Shiva's footprint there. Islam and Catholic believes that Adam's first step to earth there. So this is the multi-faith, multicultural touristic destination there. So this is 100 years back, most Buddhist devotees use as a pilgrimage site. Still they are using, and every year thousands of pilgrims from all these faiths undertake the same journey. They climb over 5,000 steps throughout the night, united by a common goal to reach the summit before dawn. So sacred context of divine significance. And so the most historic pilgrimage site, this Adam's Peak, also a UNESCO World Heritage Site connecting with the Central Highlands declared by 2010. So actually this, we received World Heritage Site because of their environment and biodiversity. Even though that is a natural World Heritage Site, still we are using as a pilgrimage site. And there they witness a breathtaking natural miracles. The mountain's perfect triangular shadow cast across the clouds of sunrise. It's a powerful unifying moment of shared away. This unique interfaith pilgrimage makes Adam Speaker living laboratory for sustainability and cultural solidarity. For every year, that is the season from December to April, thousands of pilgrim Buddhist monks, Hindu devotees, Muslim and Christian travelers climb that over 5,200 steps there. Even though we are using as a religious site all Buddhist and Hindu also using that as a pilgrimage site, the Catholics, even though there is a story behind religious concept, they are climbing this mountain to take good adventure and biodiversity as well as sunrise. And this multi-religious pilgrimage site illustrates harmony among faith and is a key tourist destination celebrated for its spiritual significance, natural beauty, and the mystical triangular shadow it casts sunrise. And there is a season, normally we are using only that season to climb that pilgrimage site, even though most Catholic, our tourist visitors, they are climbing off season even. It's risky because there's a high rainy season and monsoon, and there is wildlife, so dangerous. Even though they're dangerous, foreign visitors climbing off season even. So all major religions teach that the natural world is a sacred creation, not merely resources. They share a common principle of stewardship of creation, nature as reflection of God's glory. Heal the earth, respect for all living beings, responsibility for future generations, urging humans to be compassionate caretakers, not masters. So this is my problem statement, was my research. So the growing interest in religious tourism at Sri Lanka's multi-faith Adams Peak site risks prioritizing visitation over sustainability and respect, necessitating an analyzing of how cultural sensitivity can transform Catholic pilgrimage or tourism into a catalyst for interfaith harmony, sustainable development, and heritage celebration. So general question was, how can cultural sensitivity enhance Catholic religious tourism experience while promoting interfaith harmony and sustainable community development at Adams Peak? My objective was to analyze cultural sensitivity in enhancing sustainable Catholic religious tourism experiences case from Adams Peak, and there was a specific 3 objectives: promote mutual respect and understanding, develop sustainable tourism practices, and showcase cultural heritage. This is the theoretical foundation, so cultural convergence theory and contact hypothesis, sustainable tourism theory, what I used for this research. And this is the research methodology, both quantitative and qualitative method I used for my research there. So, and quantitatively, I interviewed 150 Catholic tourists, foreign Catholic tourists, local community members, religious leaders, and tourism service providers there. And quantitative, so I could, qualitatively I could conduct group interviews and few number of focus group discussions. Now I'll briefly outline my findings here. According to my quantitative analysis, my research identified 4 factors effect to my objectives. There are cross-cultural interaction, guide quality, cultural awareness, and respectful conduct. So meaningful cross-cultural interaction is the strongest predictor and factor revealing that Catholic pilgrims seek authentic engagement with local Buddhist traditions and communities over isolated experiences. So, integrated analysis reveals that the strongest predictor of a sustainable and meaningful Catholic religious tourism experience at Adams Peak is cross-cultural interaction, which is fundamentally powered by community agency. According to this examination, the quantitative data showed that the single most important factor for a positive pilgrimage was the opportunity for genuine interaction between pilgrims and the local community. The qualitative findings then explain why this is so crucial. It's because that interaction builds the interfaith understanding and cultural sensitivity the pilgrims deeply value. Our research identified several vital components of the make this successful. Authentic cultural encounters that are respectful and not staged. The critical role of local cultural guidance from community members. Meaningful community participation in the tourism process and well-designed interfaith program that facilitate dialogue. The summary of findings respect the multi-religious significance of Adams Peak. So I would like to just tell you so in our history, actually we didn't, basically traditional community didn't accept tourism there. I can remember when my childhood even, so if we see the tourists in our country or in our region, so our grandparents and parents are telling, no, you all don't see even the tourists because they are damaging our culture. No, they are special, it's not suit for our culture. We are the Buddhists, we are Hindus, such things. Even though that is the very powerful and fast-growing industry in tourism in Sri Lanka, now we believe that is the only way for earn our income, foreign income to the country. So under the new government also actually now designing different number of programs to develop tourism as a policy-wise and traditional community within the participation of community, especially such a destinations they are going to promote within the cultural and religious harmony. So now we all believe tourism is the most important industry in Sri Lanka because of we receive number of records that most beautiful tourism island in the world, that is the most safest solo, especially solo lady travelers, safest country for the lady travelers. So once any visitors must visit once in life in Sri Lanka. So such a number of records and as a recommendation we received very recently. So even though without any cultural and attitudes barriers, all community and all religious, now ready to welcome tourists. So, only 1 minute. Summary of my findings: respect the multi-religious significance of Adams Peak and sustainable pilgrimage practices and community-based tourism for cultural solidarity. So if we are concerning to reach the sustainable tourism or sustainable development, definitely community involvement and community participation with cultural solidarity is must. So without benefiting community, without participating community, we can't reach the sustainable. As a cultural, nature, culture and religious destination in Sri Lanka, especially we are practicing their multicultural society, Buddhist, Hindu, Islam and Christian. So without religious harmony, without interfaith validation, we can't think sustainable tourism or sustainable society there. So my research, I found that, right, I think, no time for me, it's announcing me, and yeah, you can see these are the discussions and recommendation for the tourism policy makers, for religious organizations, for local communities. So even though we had a 30 years war there, actually 2-3 people asked me yesterday and day before yesterday, we hadn't a war among Sinhala or Tamil. Those are the politics. We have very good cultural harmony as a community. So, tourism policymakers, we can recommend develop framework prioritizing community-based enterprises, implement cultural sensitive training standards, create environment conservation policies. For religious organizations, especially establish partnership with local Buddhist institutions, create authentic interfaith programs, invest in comprehensive guide training. For local communities, consider establishing tourism cooperatives, coordinate conservation initiatives, maintain control over cultural representation. So, in the season, basically in the touristic season there, trash is a very huge problem there. So, and community also conducting different types of businesses there. They don't have much idea or values about our nature, our culture, as well as our environment. As the most important biodiversity hotspot in Adams Peak, we must concern about the protect our heritage there. That is the natural heritage. So that's then we community involvement. That's religious organization, role of religious organizations, and policymakers also have very big responsibility to create such a decisions and take necessary actions there. Economic, social and environment goals must be pursued simultaneously through community-driven models blessed by driven wisdom. And so, by working together on these specific actions, we can transform Adams Peak from a site of occasional pilgrimage into a permanent global model for how faith, sustainability and community can thrive together. Thank you.
The beauty of Sri Lanka was presented so beautifully, so give her a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Mrs. Shirani Hetiarachi, for the insightful presentation. After visiting Sri Lanka, we return to Indonesia. Now let us continue to our second presentation. Our second presentation will discuss faith and festivity, tourism, religion, and identity in Flores, Eastern Indonesia. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Francisca Widiawati, together with Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur, two outstanding academics from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. Dr. Francisca Widiawati is a lecturer at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng, and holds a doctorate from Universitas Gajah Mada, specializing in interreligious and cultural studies. And Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur Lichtel is the rector of the Catholic University of Santu, Paulus, Ruteng, or Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. He holds a doctorate in catechetical theology from Salesianum University of Rome. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Francisca Widiawati and Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur.
We both, I and Bu Ansi, presented our research on faith and festivals, tourism, religion, and identity in Flores, Eastern Indonesia. I considered myself more as practitioner than researcher. I was 10 years as the Secretary General of the Diocese of Ruteng, and since 2022, we have held Golokoi Festival, Golocuru Festival, and last year we start with Lembah Sanpio Festival. I was the head of organizing committee in Golokoi Festival Lawambajo in 2022, and until now I am always as a member of the steering committee. So I considered myself better as a practitioner than researchers. And now I let Ibu Ansi to present our presentation.
Well, thank you, Father Manfred, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm just continuing what Father Manfred has begun, and this is the title of our presentation, as Father Manfred said: Faith, Festival, Tourism, Religion, Faith and Festivals, Tourism, Religion, and Identity in Flores, Eastern Indonesia. As we know, Flores is well known as Catholic Islands, the only Catholic islands in this biggest Muslim majority country. And being a Flores and being a Catholic is like a coin with two sides. And to be a Flores means also to be a Catholic. And one anthropologist named Webb said that people of Flores lives in island where even birds, rocks, and trees are Catholics. This shows how important is Catholic Church, and it's not only important how strong and dominant the church power has here in this island. And of course, barely, we can say that barely aspect of life of Catholic in Flores is untouched by Catholic. So everything is Catholic. In recent years, the Diocese of Ruteng, the church here, the Diocese of Ruteng and Labuan Bajo, has stepped into tourism activity, which is promoted by the government as the prime mover and economic star. And as Father Manfred already mentioned, that one important activities launched by the government, by the church, is the festivals. And so far, there are three major festivals: Golokoe, Golochuru, and Lembah Sanpio. And ladies and gentlemen, here is our research questions. From a socio-religious standpoint, we question what inspired the launch of these festivals, which activities and rituals defines each festival, how do local communities respond, and what impact emerged, and of course both in positive and negative, and how this festival can be a lens to understand identity, religion, and tourism interplay within this context. We start with the first question: when did this festival came into being? We know that over the past decade, the government always promoted tourism as the prime mover and very important aspect for supporting economic growth. And especially in Labuan Bajo, in 2018, Labuan Bajo was branded as a new Bali, and in the same year, it was elevated to super premium destination status. And following that, Jokowi, our president, has done many extraordinary programs to support or to transform Labuan Bajo as the center of tourism. There are massive structure investment under his presidential to transform them. For instance, he built road, marina bays, buildings, and streets and other facilities to support them. And at the same time, there are so many government institutions, like from ministries, came to Labuan Bajo and choose Labuan Bajo as like a place for many international and national meetings, such as conferences or activities or performances. And with the coming or with the tide of coming of people from outside Flores, then church in Flores, in particular in Manggarai, Ruteng Diocese, who is really has strong power here, asked the question: what should we do to maintain or to contribute within the tourism activities or tourism program of the government? And how can we still maintain religious identity within this development? And in January 2022, in January 2022, the bishops, the clergies, and several church leaders were gathering here in Ruteng, and they decided to promote 2022 as the pastoral year of tourism. This is the start. And as the following, one decision the church made is to launch one first festival named Golochuru in 2022. And a year after, in 2023, another festival also launched by the church named Golochuru Festival. And another year, in 2024, also the church launched a new festival called Lembah Sanpio. And let us see a little bit about those festivals. Golokoe first launched it in 2022. At first, it was held in 8 days in August, and with the grand final on August 15 with the Feast of Assumption of Mary. And nowadays, I guess it's only 5 days, right? 5 days. And it's usually marked as People's Festival, means it's conveyed by, of, and for the community. And at the first, the delegation coming from 86 parishes of the diocese, alongside with the members of general public, and participate in that festival. And who support and who gave the funds for that? It comes from the church, the parishes, the people, and also the government. And and BPOP is mentioned, sorry. Okay. There are actually various activities during the festival. The first one is religious sites. There was a stunning procession of Maria Assumpta, the Lady of Archipelago statue, both on land and sea, and followed by waterfront mass on August 15, and also ending with a spectacular firework shows. And here are some pictures. And there are also cultural performances where hundreds of students perform traditional dances or theater. And there are also like cultural parades, even involve people of interreligious. Here are some pictures. There are also entertainment, concert where national and local artists take stage. Also, during the festival, there's always a creative economy showcase where local artisans and entrepreneurs can sell their crafts or food and product. There's also an ecological action like tree planting or bamboo planting project. And another activities is also charitable outreach where bishops or priests and with a group of people came to visit some vulnerable family and gave them stuffs. And in 2023, there's another festival, Golochuru. Golochuru is actually a hill. If we see to the north, there's a hill there, and that's we call as Golochuru. And Golochuru is actually a place of where there's a cave and or shrine to devote to Mary. And the festival is held every October, and the high point is on October 7, where the feast of Our Lady of Rosary. And the activities is quite similar with the Golochuru festival. There's religious rites, concert, and then economic. People can sell their products, and also ecological activities, and also people or bishop or some priest also send some stuff to the vulnerable families. And in 2024, just last year, after we have West, Center, then third question, how about the East Manggarai? What can we do? And that's why a new festival was launched named Lembah Sanpio. Lembah actually means valley, and Sanpio is a nickname of a seminary, minor and middle seminary, which is take place in Kishol. And the festival takes place from 4 to 8 September every year, and coinciding with the seminary's annual Family Day celebration. And the activities is also quite similar with festival here in Golochuru and also in Labuan Bajo. Here are some pictures. And after looking at those festival, then we come to like critical questions. How do people respond and what the impact emerge? And we start from a positive observation. There are people praise the church, that the church has the ability to organize such a large and relatively new event, and it creates unique and new religious experiences, and many local entrepreneurs profit from selling food and product during the event, and parishes were encouraged to develop. Oh, what's going on? Sorry. It's okay. Yeah. And parishes were encouraged to develop and sell their own local product at the event. And young people and students have opportunity to learn traditional dances and perform local cultural shows. And talented individuals were given a platform to showcase their skills in various forms. And of course, Labuan Bajo, they believe that with the festival, with the Golokoy Festival, is also has impact to invite tourism. I don't know whether here in Ruteng and Kisol, whether the case is same. I don't know about that. Ladies and gentlemen, after looking at some positive impacts or comments about those festivals, now we come to some critical questions and remarks. And there are many critics and also negative comments or negative comments coming from people, and also based on our reflection as well about the festival. Number one, they said that excessive luxury in poor context. What it means that the festival is considered too expensive and too extravagant for the poor context of Flores. And what we see in the festival, we can say that's not the truly face of people of Flores. We know that East Nusantara, including Flores, is one of the poorest country in Indonesia. Maybe it's number 5 poorest in Indonesia. So it comes the question, what is the ironical? In one side that we show something extravagant and very expensive, but another side, behind the festival, there are faces of the church who are struggling with their life. There are so many social problems here, like including Ibu's research about children's rights, and we also find another of many problems here such as human trafficking or stunting or low wages or low economic wages or something like that. And what we can say that within this situation, the question about the concern of church about what we call as a preferential option for the poor is a question. Number 2, there's also negative comments about the festival, that this is too frequent and resources extensive. What does it mean? The festival has been done 3 times a year, so it's too often, and to prepare all those festivals, it takes longer even. In August, we have Golokwe. In September we have Golochuru, and in September we have Lembah Sanpio, and in October we have Golochuru. And even to prepare it, maybe it starts from March or April. So it's really too much for some people. That's too much and too frequent. And then the question is, what's the meaning, and what we mean by pastoral tourism? And okay. And number 3 is on commodification of religion. This festival exemplify how the secular world and industries, including tourism, can reshape church or religion agenda. If we see how the church put the name of Mary in Labuan Bajo, which is called as the Mary, the mother of archipelago. Ratu Nusantara, Maria Ratu Nusantara, is also to combine between secular Nusantara and also Maria. This is we see the example how commodification of religion and how secular also reshape the agendas of religion. I think Dr. Megan talked about the influence of secular to religion, but this case is quite different, but in the same same line. And number four, negotiating Catholic identity in public space. This festival becomes a space for negotiating and displaying Catholic identity in public sphere. And the church offers what we call as religious tourism. And we discussed previously about the differences between tourism and pilgrimage, and tourist and the pilgrim. And following the Turner is kind of half tourist and half pilgrimage, or half tourist activities and half pilgrimage activities. And number 5, it's also question about tourism and economic justice. Too few people we already discussed yesterday that there are only few Flores people involved in tourism business. Most of the people in Flores are farmers or those who working in small case market, or even working as livestock breeders. So when the church too much support on tourism, this is also a question that how we can also support other section or other activities beyond or beside the tourism. And when we are talking about whether this tourism really has promising for economic growth, we don't know exactly what I mean like this. When we go to the market, if we see people selling stuffs, most of the stuffs are bought by the local people, not for the tourists. So if we see also our rice, our paddy, our animals, usually also consume our local people, by our local people. So I don't think that like in Ruteng and in other parts of Manggarai, and including Eastern Manggarai, the pariwisata could really support the economic growth of the people. But like farming or fishing or other local economic market in small scale really support people. So what I can see that most of people here are supported by most of people. So people support people, then people are supported by tourism. If we see tenda there, I don't think they live by tourism, and people here, they are not supported by the tourism business. Maybe only Paleo here, yeah, very small scale for supporting our economic growth. Then when we talk about that, it means that also how the church deal its program to support what is the most prioritized to people rather than only for a small sector. And we know that when we are talking also about tourism, it also means usually or mostly we support those in the middle or higher class. And finally, when we are talking about tourism usually associate with how to serve people from outside, and we are the servant. And the dreaming for the Florenese people is not only to serve people from outside, but how to encourage local people, especially their economic growth. Then one day they can also be tourists, be served by people from other places. What I mean is that we are hoping that the economic, the poverty here can be eradicated, and we can be more prosperous. And in this case, we really hope that church as the main and dominant institution here in Flores really think about that point. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Once again, a huge round of applause, please, for Ibu Francisca and Father Manfred, please. Thank you very much, Ibu Francisca and Father Manfred, for your enlightening presentation. As someone from Flores, I fully affirm what web said that even the stone, the trees, and the birds are Catholic. So now I even believe that the very air breathed, the oxygen in Flores is a Catholic. Okay. Now we move to our third presentation. Our third presentation will be delivered online by Professor Ye Jin Kim from the Catholic University of Busan, Korea. Professor Kim is an expert in sustainable environmental management, water treatment, and innovative monitoring systems. Today, she will share her insight on sustainable tourism practices in South Korea, integrating ecological spirituality, a topic that combines her scientific expertise with a forward-looking approach to tourism and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Ye Jin Kim.
Good afternoon, distinguished chair and esteemed colleagues. My name is Ye Jin Kim, and I teach and conduct research in the field of ecology and sustainable urban development at the Catholic University of Busan in Korea. Last May, I had the privilege of visiting Labuan Bajo and the University of Catholic Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. It was a deeply rewarding experience to spend time in such a beautiful town and to meet bright and passionate students. Although I cannot be with you in person today, it is an honor to share my reflections with you online. Tourism today is one of the most powerful forces shaping societies worldwide. It can transform cities and regions to build cultural bridges and to create economic opportunities. Korea, too, has experienced remarkable growth in tourism, driven by global influence of K-pop, Korean food, cinema, and cultural heritage. Yet this growth has also brought serious challenges. Unplanned or poorly managed tourism has often led to environmental degradation, cultural homogenization, and the weakening of local communities. These issues remind us that tourism cannot be understood merely in economic terms. In fact, tourism today calls us to ask deeper questions. The first one, how can tourism become truly sustainable? Second one, how can it respect both human dignity and economical integrity? And finally, how can it nurture not only economic benefits but also spiritual renewal and ecological responsibility? Before I move into the main discussion, let me briefly outline the flow of today's presentation. First, I will begin with an introduction, placing sustainable tourism in the wider context of today's ecological crisis. Second, I will present the theological foundation from Pope Francis' encyclical Laudato Si', which provides the framework of integral ecology. Third, I will turn to specific case studies from South Korea. The first, Busan's ESG initiative, which applies environmental, social, and governance principles to tourism. As a second one, Jeju's Karam Space program, a community-based village tourism model, and finally, the Hemi International Sanctuary, which integrates martyrdom, memory, and ecology. After the case studies, I will offer some reflections on the theological and spiritual dimensions of ecological spirituality. Finally, I will conclude with some remarks on future directions and integration, considering how sustainable tourism can become not only a development strategy, but also a spiritual journey. Before moving into the Korean case studies, let me begin with a theological framework that grounds today's discussion. In 2015, Pope Francis issued his encyclical Laudato Si' on care for our common home. It remains one of the most important theological reflections on ecology in the modern era. The encyclical emphasizes that all dimensions of life are interconnected. The environmental, economic, social, and cultural cannot be separated. Pope Francis writes, "Nature is a book in which God speaks to us." This statement reminds us that creation itself is not merely a backdrop for human activity, but a divine expression, a place of encounter with God. Importantly, Laudato Si' stresses that environmental issues are moral issues. The ecological crisis is not simply technical or scientific. It is a summons to profound interior conversion. As Pope Francis notes, living our vocation to be protectors of God's handiwork is essential to a life of virtue. Thus, ecological spirituality is not an optional addition to faith, but lies at the very heart of a Christian. But for tourism, this means that our travel practices, our interactions with nature and with communities must be reimagined as spiritual acts of stewardship. Let me begin with Busan, the city where I live and work. Busan is Korea's second largest city, renowned for its scenic beaches, the Nakdong River estuary, and its bustling international port. Recently, the Busan Tourism Organization has actively adopted the ESG framework. environmental, social, and governance into its tourism policies. One representative initiative is the project called 만만한 녀석들, can be translated as gentle giants, which operates under the rental brand Table Times. This social enterprise seeks to tackle the massive waste problem of the mice industry in a practical and innovative way. Instead of producing disposable booths and event furniture that generate tons of waste after each convention, Table Times designs and rents modular wooden structures. These can be easily assembled, dismantled, and transported and reused up to 70 times on average. Compared to conventional materials, these products reduce carbon emissions by 22.7%, and the company provides a detailed eco report for every event, offering transparency to organizers and stakeholders. This initiative goes beyond the label of eco-friendly. It represents a communal and spiritual act of stewardship. Pope Francis reminds us in order to see that the root of the ecological crisis is human self-centeredness and unchecked consumption. In Busan, this project demonstrates the virtue of temperance through recycling and the spirituality of solidarity through responsible governance. Let me now turn to our second case of Jeju Island. Jeju Island is Korea's most popular tourist destination. While Jeju attracts millions of visitors every year, it has long suffered from the problems of over-tourism, environmental degradation, waste, and the erosion of local culture. In response, the Jeju Tourism Organization created Karum City. The word Karum in the Jeju means a village, true to its name. This initiative reimagines travel not as a quick visit, but as an opportunity to stay, to learn, and to share life with the local community. The program encourages a shift in tourism patterns, from sightseeing to authentic travel, from taking photographs to engaging in experience, and from simple relaxation to genuine healing. Through Karum Stay, visitors are invited to experience village life in a holistic way, rather than treating Jeju Mirroring as a tourist commodity. In Karum Stay, travelers live in small villages such as Dongkarum or Seokkarum. They join residents in farming, cooking traditional meals, and participating in local festivals. In doing so, they slow down, rediscover the rhythms of nature, and build authentic relationships with local people. For villagers, this program restored pride in their culture, sustained the local economy, and helps preserve community traditions. For visitors, it provides not only rest but also inspiration and a sense of connection. In this way, Jeju's Karum Stay embodies what Pope Francis highlights in order to see that environmental issues can never be separated from social ones. Tourism here becomes not a commercial transaction, but a mutual encounter and spiritual exchange. a model of sustainable and community-based tourism rooted in ecological spirituality. The final case is the Hemi International Sanctuary in Seosan, Chungcheongnam Province in Korea. This site commemorates more than 1,000 Catholics who were imprisoned, tortured, and murdered during the persecutors of the 19th century, especially in 1866. Many of them remain anonymous, buried in a massive graves, remembered as the nameless murderers. Today, Hemi is not only a place historical memory, but also a sanctuary of healing, reconciliation, and ecological reflection. The sanctuary includes martyrdom and burial sites where pilgrims pray in silence. The Way of the Cross, laid out amidst the forest, inviting contemplation of creation alongside Christ's Passion. A memorial hall and digital story center where visitors engage through immersive media and learn about faith and history. Green spaces and landscapes designed for prayer, rest, and ecological encounter. Viewed ecologically, Hemi symbolizes the intersection of human suffering and nature's resilience. When lands and fields that once absorbed violence are now places of prayer and reflection. This aligns with Laudato Si, which affirms that nature is a book in which God speaks to us. Hemi also embodies what Pope Francis calls ecological conversion. Visitors are not simply consumers of heritage tourism. They are pilgrims called to reconciliation with history, with one another, and with creation itself. Through these cases, we can discern the dimensions of ecological spirituality outlined in Laudato Si as a first, contemplative dimension. Tourism becomes an occasion not only to admire landscapes but to encounter God's presence in creation. As a second, ethical dimension. Tourism must carry moral responsibility. As Laudato Si states, environmental issues are moral issues. Busan's ESG initiative illustrates this concretely. As a third, communal dimension. True ecological conversion is communal, not individual. Jeju current state embodies this communal practice. As a first, pan-intentional dimension. Unrestrained tourism often destroys nature and alienated people. Yet pilgrimage and sanctuary visits invite us to ecological conversion, to work not as consumers but as penitent pilgrims. In conclusion, these Korean examples show that tourism can be far more than an economic activity. Busan demonstrates environmental responsibility and solidarity. Jeju offers a model of a community-led experiential healing. And Hemi Sanctuary turns martyrdom into a witness of faith, reconciliation, and ecological spirituality. Together, they embody Pope Francis' call to integral ecology, the inseparable bond between environmental, society, culture, economy, and faith. Tourism, then, is not merely consumption. It is a space where humanity encounters creation anew, where communities force solidarity, and where relationships with God are different. Amid today's twin crises of climate change and social inequality, tourism can open new pathways. If it embraces ecological spirituality, tourism can teach us to see nature not as scenery but as the book of God's words, to see others not as service providers but as companions, and to see ourselves not as consumers but as pilgrims and stewards of creation. Thus, the pursuit of sustainable tourism and ecological spirituality is not a parallel task but a single integrated calling. Just as Hemi turns past sacrifice into present healing, and Jeju and Busan turn dreams of overdevelopment into opportunities for renewal, so too can tourism become a spiritual journey of hope. Sustainable tourism in this vision is not simply sustainable development. It is the practice of sustainable faith and spirituality. Tourism becomes the pilgrimage of our age, an act of love for creation, reconciliation with humanity, and a legacy of peace and hope for future generations. Thank you so much. Any questions and discussions are welcome. My contact address is here. It was very happy to share my thoughts with you all. Hope you enjoyed this conference. Thank you again. Bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Yejin Kim, for your insightful and inspiring presentation on sustainable tourism practices in South Korea, integrating ecological spirituality. We truly appreciate the time and especially for our contribution for this session. And now we will begin our Q&A session. For all presentation, may I kindly invite all speakers, especially Mrs. Shirani Heti Arachi, Dr. Francisca Widiawati, and Father Agustinus Manfred Haber to come forward and take their seats on the stage so that our audience can directly address their questions to you. A huge round of applause, please, for our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to ask your question directly. When you ask, kindly mention to whom your question is addressed, and the respective presenter and speaker will respond directly. Okay.
Thank you very much for this chance. I have two questions for Ibu Ansi and Romo Rector. The first, since the Catholic Church heavily runs the Golokoe and Lembasan Pio festivals, what steps are taken to make sure everyone, especially people from other faiths or groups with different traditions, can fully participate, keeping the spirit of working together, like synodality and unity in diversity, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika life, how the other people from other faith and other tradition fully participate in the festivals. Yeah. The second, I don't know, in your opinion, are the Golokoe and Lembasanpo festivals incline more toward spiritual tourisms or religious tourisms? Thank you. That's all.
please, you can answer directly.
Okay, we usually organize to participate all the religions in Flores. Like in Lambajo, for example, during the week of festivals, the participants for culinary expo, for traditional dance or cultural presentation, we ask also the participation of other religions. And during the procession also, okay, they cannot participate as the followers of the procession, but they work together, yeah, to guarantee the safe of the procession. So they participate like as what we say. Yeah, to support the safety, yes, like that. And seems that they are very happy to participate. And I think really this is the occasion for interreligious dialogue, not by idea, but by practice activities, yeah, shared together in field of economy, cultural, and even in education. We participate also to the ecological activity, because usually during the week of festival we have 1 day to plant the trees near the beach or where there is the problem of unforestry, yes, like that. And usually they participate in all activities, yeah. And the second one, yeah, when we think spiritual is more bigger than religious, yeah, okay, I think, yeah, they participate in the realistic spirituality, not through procession, but through activity of ecology, like Mr. Kim said before, yeah, because, yeah, we are connected also to the ecology. And how to solve the problem of ecology, it is the spirituality, I mean. So, Labombajo is spirituality, tourism, but also religious tourism, according to me, yeah.
Maybe one more thing. For those who are coming from outside, this province is Nusa Tenggara in Indonesia is considered as the most harmonious province. What it means that the relationship among people, interfaith religious people here are highly appreciated by the people, and also based on the research done by the Ministry of Religious Fair. So in everyday life, including when church has its own activity, usually the church and also the people here as part of a Catholic family always invite people from other faiths, and including in dealing with those festivals, and not only that festival but other religious activities. If we find in social media, when bishop or a priest visit a parish or a village, usually like Muslim girls or Muslim boys will be the one who charged to welcome the church leader here. And it's also vice versa. When there's Muslim or other religions activities, the Catholics also support. Probably this is why also this province is called one of the most harmonious province in Indonesia. And for the festival, whether it's a religious or spiritual one, I think the festival is not a single activities. It has wide ranges activities. There are some kind of religious action, but there's also social activities, even economics and art performance, something like that. And whether is it a kind of spiritual, it also depends on how people experience the activities they followed. And maybe one in religious rites activities, especially the Mary statue procession, we can say it's religious but also spiritual. I think that's all. Thank you.
Terima kasih dan saya mohon dengan hormat moderator untuk menerjemahkan karena bahasa Inggris saya kurang bagus. Pertama ya kami sangat berterima kasih diundang ke acara ini karena sejak awal kami mendapatkan inspirasi yang sulit digambarkan dan sampai di rumah masih dibahas tapi tidak pernah menemukan jawabannya. Pertama tentang festival keagamaan Katolik di sini, kami menyukai festival, tetapi ada festival yang terlupakan yang sangat kami sukai, yang kemudian menurut saya dipudarkan oleh festival yang baru, yakni doa Rosario bulan Mei dan Oktober. Nah, festival Golocuru ini muncul di bulan Oktober. Dan menurut saya sangat mengganggu festival yang sangat personal dan sangat indah, doa dari rumah ke rumah di bulan Oktober. Ya, karena saya ketua KBG, jadi ya di satu sisi saya ingin untuk mengikuti festival bagaimanapun sisi dunia saya ingin keluar. Tetapi ada keindahan yang sepertinya orang-orang tertarik ke sana. Padahal untuk masuk ke kebiasaan doa Rosario dengan segala macam kekuatannya itu butuh effort yang luar biasa supaya orang terlibat sungguh, dan gereja sudah cukup berhasil bertahun-tahun membangun. Tetapi kehadiran festival ini, festival yang baru ini, personally saya jadi kurang sedikit kurang respect. Terus saya melihat Bunda Maria digeret ke sana kemari, orang-orang berfoto dan tidak berdoa. Betul, saya juga tukang foto gitu, tetapi saya merasa sedikit iba. Saya juga bekerja membantu suami saya di pariwisata dan mendapat keuntungan dari sini. Tetapi personally sebagai orang Katolik, saya terluka. Jadi mungkin minta bantuan teman-teman yang mempunyai pemikiran yang lebih jauh pada tataran konseptual dan praktis, bagaimana mempertemukan ini dalam konteks kita. Karena secara personal mungkin bisa lobby sedikit, jangan bulan Oktober dan bulan Mei. Kasihan doa Rosario yang sangat kuat mempengaruhi kekuatan gereja Katolik. Minta maaf, ini seperti permintaan pribadi. Kemudian saya tertarik dengan Ibu cerita tadi tentang Sri Lanka. Sebabnya suami sudah menghayal pergi di itu bukit tadi. Kemudian Dr. Kim yang terakhir, saya menangkap sesuatu yang sifatnya wellness tourism, karena terus terang saya cukup tertarik dengan wellness tourism dan sedikit berencana menghayal dalam waktu dekat. Pingin punya LKP Wellness Tourism. Why? Ada terkaitan implementasi teknis, nilai-nilai dan tradisi Katolik dalam dunia pariwisata di konteks Ruteng. Nah, kami tertarik pada Wellness Tourism ini di Ruteng yang akan saya rinci, dan kami mintakan saran-saran akademis, inspirasi dari teman-teman yang tadi secara konseptual semuanya menyentuh itu, tetapi minta bantuan pandangan teman-teman. Pertama, Ruteng bukan hanya destinasi alam atau jalur numpang lewat, tapi mungkin kita bisa menciptakan kegiatan wellness. Kita bandingkan dengan Ubud yang mempunyai sosiogeografis yang mirip, atau seperti bahasanya Ibu Titi ya tadi bilang, desa healing. Jadi ada ketertarikan itu pada kami, dan wellness di sini kami kaitkan dengan isu mental health dan well-being yang akhir-akhir ini menjadi promosi gaya hidup gitu. Promosi. Sudah selesai waktunya? Sedikit lagi, sedikit. Ya minta bantuannya bagaimana membantu ini supaya benar-benar terimplementasi. Jadi di dalamnya nanti, di dalam wellness ini, Ruteng itu dijadikan juga ada promosi gaya hidup spiritual Katolik, tetapi juga bertemu dengan kebutuhan pasar tourism. Itu, minta maaf. Terima kasih.
Okay, for the first questions, we like festivals here, but there are the ones that is forgotten, the rosary prayers. It disturbs the personal prayer. It has been difficult to maintain the habit to do rosary prayer, and therefore I lost respect it to the festivals because I see the statue of Mary being moved places to places. I think it's a good idea to move the festival to other months that are not conflict with Mary month. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, the idea is very good, but till now we handle for Golochuru, for example, during October, and climax will be at 7 October, because 7 October is the feast of Queen of Rosary. And the idea of festival, in fact, to promote and to empower all the habits of rosary praying in the family and in the Baptist community. So if you say that it is disturbing, disturbing the community basis activity, yeah, maybe we can rethink it again. Yeah, but the idea, this procession during the festival, just to promote and to educate the people to make this one the tradition for procession doing very well year by year. Yeah, but yeah, your idea to change maybe the month of festival, we will talk it again. Yeah, with there is Father Ino now here as the leader of Cultural and Tourism Commission in Ruteng Diocese. Maybe Father Ino can answer this one, yeah?
Thank you very much. I think that the Golochuru Festival is celebrated during 8 days, and I think you have 22 days. It's the first. And the second, I think that it is very important for us to express our faith in public space. This is very important, I think, not only in our family, in our KBG communities, but together in the public space. It is very important, I think, for the future. Thank you very much, Ibu Lila.
Both of them are part of Catholic hierarchy, and maybe probably quite different with me, who just a lay person and a woman. So maybe my thought is quite similar with Ibu Lila. where I express on my presentation that most of our festival, if I can again articulate, that coming from top, from the church, and Ibu Lila's voice is probably we can say coming from down, from grassroots experiences. So how to combine between the two? I think the church here should more involve like people in deciding something. I know they already did, but maybe not too much, I don't know, sorry about that. But I myself also experienced the same. October is really like family time for our, and what I see also that the Rosario prayer from one house to another house is, I always feel as the real church, the really real church. When I go to church on Sunday, maybe on just my experiences, sometimes it's just kind of my personal obligation to worship God, but my connection with those who are in the church is not too strong. The bond is quite, there's a gap between, because they come with difference and just come in the same room. But this is very, very different with what we experience within May and October, where we visit house and we will be treated as part of the family. We talk, we pray together, and our intention is very strong. Our bond is very strong as well. And also what I see that we really support each other as a community, grassroots community, and that's the meaningful of the church, what I understand. And if we try to not consider as very important, or we try to go to another activities, big activities, sometimes big activities is not really, not really mengikat kita. It's not like we are just like performance rather than spiritual experiences. And for the second question for Ibu Lila, this is my first time studying about tourism, and this is a preliminary research, so I'm not familiar with tourism here and how to deal with like religious or spiritual, how to create Ruteng as a spiritual or religious site for tourism here, so I don't have any suggestion for that. But what comes into my mind that I sometimes also be a tourist. I visited countries, and as a tourist, I visited other countries. I didn't expect like special big things, but what I really want to explore is how people live in their own way, without manipulation or without very big grand design, but people come just to see what is going on the ground, like how do they sell their stuff in the market, how do they go to school, how do they get stuff from everywhere, and how do they work. This is very important things, I think, the tourists want to see, not something we have to manipulate everything. This is what I think, because when we organize everything too detail and everything, sometimes it loses its original and authentic meaning of what we call as the culture. Sometimes we say culture is just the way of life of the people, not something we have to interfere too much into what should they do and how should they do something like that. This is my understanding, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Sirani, let me translate what Ibu Lila ask about the wellness tourism. Actually, Mrs. Lila is interested in what Mrs. Sirani shared about Sri Lanka. So I will translate. I'm really interested in wellness tourism. In Ruteng, it is very scarce, and we would like to ask academic advices on this. With Ubud in Bali, it's very different in Ruteng. This issue would relate to well-being and mental health. Please give us advice on how to build this and still also maintain Catholicism.
Wellness destination. And so spirituality is main focus there as cultural destination, especially multi-religious society. So for an example, when Buddhist devotees, Hindu devotees, when starting thinking to climb Adam's Peak, they are following lots of rituals there. And so as well as within the context of that environment connecting with that religious spirituality and tourism. So considering all these things, they are practicing number of wellness activities there. So especially there are few points on the way to Adam's Peak. So meditation, forest therapies, and so yoga. So those things are practicing. Most of foreign visitors mean most of them are Catholics. They are much interested to practice that yoga and practicing the spiritual matters, especially in meditation even. So they much like to experience that adventure as exercise for their body. So they believe that the forest is a blessing. Apart from that religious spiritual. So yoga and meditation are very especially they are practicing those sites. Not only Adam's Peak, all over the Sri Lanka there are a number of destinations, number of places well famous for the wellness tourism. Especially there are separately we are practicing in the forest areas and community areas attached with the wildlife areas. So as a meditation centers, not that constructed building centers. Those are the natural environment they are practicing meditation. So we are very famous for the wellness tourism in Sri Lanka apart from the religious tourism. So main focus is that actually we are practicing religious tourism because of we are as a cultural destination. So we are enrich culture, nature, culture and heritage. So blending with all, we are practicing wellness tourism as well as entertainment.
Thank you, Mrs. Arasi. And the final questions is from, Bubbles.
It's not quite a question because we're going for a break and Michelle is looking at me. So, so it's just a kind of comment so that we can also have something to look forward to or something to think about as we kind of wrap up our conference. This concept of sustainable tourism, the two papers tackled it, and for the illustration from Ruteng, this is, I think, the aspiration of having a sustainable tourism. And when we talk about sustainable tourism, it is the high level of tourist satisfaction plus helping to preserve three things like natural resources, cultural heritage, and traditional values of the communities, right? Plus, not just that, but the long-term economic and social benefits that come from this particular tourism. So I think Korea, I have been to Korea 10 to 15 years now, and I think they have achieved to a certain level this kind of sustainable tourism. But I think the question for us is to achieve sustainable tourism is what is the role of the stakeholders in terms of collaborative and multi-actor process in this. because it cannot be achieved by only the religious institution, because tourism, religious tourism, Christian tourism, or whatever type of religious tourism in the form of pilgrimage and pilgrim sites really has trickle-down effect on the economy. Toru's work presented this. It has effect on aesthetics, on history, and whatnot. Having said that, it's very complex. It requires a multi-actor process with a lot of stakeholders that cannot be achieved by the religious institutions alone. So something for the papers to really think about. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, what we do here in Ruteng Diocese and Lambau Diocese, all the festivals organized in collaboration with church, local government, and the authority of tourism in Labuan Bajo. Here, maybe you can speak a little bit, about that. And the idea, this is the foundation for long-term process. Yeah, maybe we cannot evaluate soon the effect of the festivals because we are now in foundation years. Yeah, and we really believe that tourism is the trigger for other dimensions like economy, cultural, education, and ecology. And that's why, like we said, when the people said, but the vegetables that we produce here in Ruteng did not buy by the tourists. Yeah, maybe we need long time for that. Because the process for the tourism in Labuan Bajo, for example, they cannot buy the vegetables that under standard and not continually produced. And maybe the festivals try to educate the people how to produce our local vegetables so suitable for the tourism. And just 3 days ago, I met the director of Authority of Tourism in Labuan Bajo, and we want to make collaboration between this university and the Ministry of Tourism, how our program here, our Faculty of Agriculture, train the people to produce according to the standard of tourism. Because we do not produce, but produce with proper system and packaging and then sell it to Labuan Bajo. Until now in Labuan Bajo, for vegetables, 10% take from the local area, but 90% vegetables come from outside, from Bali, from Makassar, and other island. Because our standard is not suitable with the tourism standard. And it is need long time, long education, and maybe the collaboration with many stakeholders. Maybe the people from Authority of Tourism of Labuan Bajo can explain well about that.
Okay, thank you, Romo. If we talk about festivals, or in our area we call it events, it is a quick wins in developing, in accelerating the development of this region. It is a quick win, and by research in our Indonesia and Borobudur and Toba and Bali, we see that by collaborate with local superior, especially those who have such symbolic capitals like dioceses, Catholics, it really amplifies the nuance and the awareness of tourism among the region. And festival helps the people around the region to to aware, to participate, and third is hopefully to have an impact on them, because tourism itself have three stages. The first one is ornamental, which is event, festival, souvenirs, and flowers and music and something like that. It's only on the ornamental side. And the second stage is functionality, when it can give you economic impact and something like that, and environmental impact like green action or something within the event. And the third one is substantial, when it can bring joy and purpose, which I think one of the purpose of the religious or pilgrim tourism. In the track of building capacities, Romo Manfred, I think like what I say a couple of times here, that our stage here in Labuan Bajo Flores is still in the initial steps in developing in our master plan. We have 40 years to keep up with Bali, quote unquote, to have the facilities, awareness, and also come up with such an authentic product and such a intact and premium experiences for not only tourists but also for the local people. So I think from 2021, 22, 23, 24 up to today, I think we are progressing in terms of how we hand in hand try to promote this region, but also still concerning about the sustainability of the tourism, and also concern about the people it affects and the nature it affects. I think that's what I can add. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, our time for the Q&A session has come to an end. And once again, please give our distinguished speaker a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. I sincerely apologize for the limited time. However, I believe this discussion has been truly enriching and inspiring. Of course, the conversation doesn't end here. It will surely continue off stage and beyond the session. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our panel session. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their knowledge and perspectives, and to all of you for your active participation. Although our time in this panel has ended, I believe the discussion and collaboration will continue beyond this room. Once again, I'm Faldo. Thank you. Terima kasih. Tabe.
Mr. Foldoni, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have like 10 minutes break. And after that, we are going to listen to the concluding remarks from Father Inosutam. So, you have 10 minutes for the break. The coffee, the tea, Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the conclusion remark. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hear the concluding remarks delivered by Father Rino Sutam, Chair of the Cultural Commission of the Diocese of Ruteng, together with the Scientific Committee. I would like to invite the guests and also the students who are still outside of the room to come inside. Father Rino, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Okay. Okay. I'm very sorry because number one, my English may be poor English, and the presentation it is not systematic presentation. Because there are some themes. I will explain some themes that I find in the paper of the speakers and keynote speakers, and also from the floor. I give the title to my presentation: Through holistic tourism towards integral humanism, truly human, more human, and attaining the fullness of being human. There are 8 points of the remark. First, holistic tourism and integral humanism, tourism in official church teaching, global ethics for sustainability and ecology, global ethics for tourism, tourism, culture, religion, and dialogue, tourism actors, stakeholders, and the World Tourism Day in the Diocese of Ruteng. First, of all, I express my gratitude and deep respect to the speaker or keynote speakers who delivered insightful ideas on 2 main themes, church and tourism. These 2 main themes were developed into some sub-themes such as sustainability, religious spiritual tourism, pilgrimage, culture, ecology, religion, migrants, economic, and reconciliation, etc. Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot. I'm sorry. During these 3 days, we have seen that tourism has many types, positive and negative aspects, and many dimensions. Here we are discussing holistic tourism. Holistic tourism. Holistic tourism is certainly a field for developing people and humanity. Therefore, talking about tourism is talking about civilization and humanity in all its dimensions. This is what we can call integral humanism. The complete teaching, tourism in official church teaching, we only focus on two major documents, Peregrinas in Terra, Pilgrims on Earth, and Guidelines for the Pastoral Care of Tourism. There are several points that we can take from the two major documents that we have actually also discussed during this conference. The first, tourism is part of the new humanism, characterized by freedom, autonomy, innovation in discovering new things, and respect for human dignity and human rights. Therefore, the main indicators of tourism success, according to Church, is human life, truly human, more human, and attaining the fullness of being human. Tourism is vast and complex phenomenon. It is both an opportunity and a challenge for the church pastoral life. 3. Tourism is the use of free time to refresh and strengthen the health of the body and soul, to develop talents and capacities, to foster brotherhood and peace between people from all nations and from various ethnic groups. And 4th, tourism is sign of the times, reflecting human hopes, enthusiasm, and anxieties. 5, tourism is an industry that generates economic benefits and provides an opportunity to serve others. 6, tourism contains authentic values because it can foster human relations without others, nature, history, and God. Tourism is an effective factor in the formation of modern culture, a bridge that builds sympathy, brotherhood, peace between nations, as well as building new experiences that can deliver and elevate the human spirit to high spiritual experiences and open to the dignity and blessing that God give him. 7, I skip it. 8, tourism is good in itself, but due to the influence of external factors, it can also pose several threats. Number 1, the hegemonic tendencies of capitalist globalization. Number 2, destructive and exploitative tendencies toward local culture and nature. Injustice and marginalization of local communities. Due to the demands of tourism work, some people are separated from their families. Difficulty practicing religion worship. And number 9, for church, tourism is a calling, fellowship, and mission to proclaim the gospel. Therefore, it is necessary to develop contextual pastoral care with the new methods that can foster the positive values of tourism and anticipate the threats it poses. Now we see global ethics for sustainability and ecology, the intrinsic rights of nature. In 1987, the World Commission on Environment and Development made a report, Our Common Future. The Commission introduced and defined sustainable development and used the term global ethics in relation to sustainability, global ethics for sustainability. Human survival and well-being could depend on success in elevating sustainable development to global ethics. Global ethics for sustainability emphasize the intrinsic right nature. This is question. Humans certainly need the nature for their life, for their survival. But does nature need humans? Does nature need us? Water flows without humans, but humans cannot live without water. Does water have the right to flow? So, natural objects have value and dignity in themselves. Human must respect them. Therefore, the relationship between nature and humans is ethical and global. This relationship is an interdependent ecosystem. This highlights the importance of sustainability, ecological integrity, Laudato Si, wilderness, intact ecosystems, intergenerational equity, ecological services, and avoiding extinctions. Jürgen Moltmann highlights 4 principles of rights. First, there are no individual human rights without social rights. And number 2, there are no human rights without the rights of humanity. And 3, there are no economic rights without the rights of nature. Economic justice is consistent with ecological justice. Finally, there are no rights of humanity without the rights of the earth. Human dignity is inseparable from the dignity of creation. Okay. Yeah, because you are all in Manggarai, allow me to offer a Manggarayan perspective on ecology and sustainability. In Manggarai traditional philosophy and perhaps theology also, the Lingko collective field and Baru Gendang main house, according to this philosophy, society, the world, and the universe are like a giant spider's web, where humans and all creation are interdependent, receiving and giving, and sustaining each other. If one is damaged, the entire web house is shaken and destroyed. This is Lingko and Baru Gendang. In this philosophy, every human, every creature is sacred path and sacred altar that flows life to others. From this perspective, the ethics and the spirituality of sustainability means that every creature, on the one hand, is a baby who is born, protected, and sanctified, and on the other hand, in their collective existence, they form a strong protective fortress, a giant worm that gives birth or rebirth. So there is no ethic without protecting others. You must be a fortress. No spirituality without birth. You must be a worm. No holiness and life without sacrifice and death. So you must be an altar. In the center of the Lingko is the center of the Lingko is Lodok, Teno, and in the center of Baru Gendang is the Siribongkok. The Lodok, Teno, and Siribongkok symbolize the fortress, the worm, and the altar. So, in theology of inculturation, the Teno and Siribongkok represent maybe the cross of Christ, which is the strong fortress, the worm, and the eternal altar. So, talking about ecology and sustainability means talking about protection, birth or growth, and holiness or eternity. Okay. You can see traditionally the part of human body represent and are symbolically integrated with the parts of the main house, the collective field, the village, the social structure, and the elements of the cosmos. Sustainable tourism, referring to the 17 points of the Sustainable Development Goals from UNDP, United Nations World Tourism Organization established the principle of balance between the 5 P's: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. I don't explain the subjects. Based on Charles' teaching on tourism, government regulation, and the Global Tourism Code of Ethics, the Diocese of Ruteng has formulated 7 principles for sustainable tourism. It is addressed by our bishop. First, the principle of human dignity and human rights. Second, principle of local community participation in tourism while being open to all people. The principle of preserving local culture while respecting the other cultures. Fourth, the principle of environmental or ecological safety. Fifth, the principle of moral and religious values. Sixth, the principle of cooperation, transparency, and justice in tourism management. Seventh, the principle of the appropriate and human use of science and technology. The principle of sustainable tourism operational management are summarized in 7 A's: attraction, accessibility, activities, amenities, accommodation, ancillary. So, and we have here 10 principles of the Global Code of Ethics for Tourism. I think that I skipped it. Okay, in this conference, we talk about culture, religion, dialogue, and multiculturalism. Also, multi-religious, multipolar, and we know that this world is characterized by religious differences, multi-religious, and culture differences, multicultural, and this often becomes a source of conflict, tensions, and war, and isolates societies from the outside world. We hope that tourism with good dialogue is a way or bridge to cross barriers of culture, religion, country, and nation. Okay, because tomorrow we are going to Pagal to celebrate World Tourism Day. So I want to explain why our diocese celebrate this day, this celebration. World Tourism Day is an international celebration that highlights the importance of tourism and its social, cultural, political, and economic value. This day is dedicated to promoting responsible and sustainable tourism, fostering global understanding, and appreciating the cultural heritage and diversity that tourism brings to the world. World Tourism Day is established by the United Nations World Tourism Organization to raise awareness about the role of tourism within the international community. The World Tourism Day (2025) hosted in South Asia the following theme is proposed: tourism and sustainable transformation. This celebration has been celebrated since September 27, 1980. The Catholic Church appreciates this celebration. Therefore, since 1982, the Catholic Church has given a message for this celebration. Since 2021, the Diocese of Ruteng has celebrated the World Tourism Day in September. Our diocese also hold 3 festivals, now 2, and Ibu Francisca and Romo Rector had explained it. While festival is celebrated in the city Ruteng, Labuan Bajo, Kisol with participation from all parishes, the World Tourism Day is celebrated in a rural parish with participation from 2 or 3 neighbor parishes. This celebration is a type of globalization movement in front of globalization. Because it's held in a village, the celebrations are kept very simple. We also don't want to borrow too many facilities from other places, which would reduce the local community to mere spectators. We want them to be actors and producers in their own right, while also empowering them for the future. The objective of the World Tourism Day celebration in our diocese: 1. Participants will understand the essence of the World Tourism Day celebration with the theme for this year, tourism and sustainable transformation, and will be motivated to build local, regional, national, and global solidarity in tourism sector. 2. Participants will recognize and understand the importance of developing natural, cultural, and religious tourism as elements of the tourism industry in which they themselves are actors. 3. Strengthening the capacity and solidarity of grassroots communities. 4. Participants are motivated to explore the meaning and uniqueness of Manggarayan rituals and cultural sites, particularly in Pagal Cibal, and are encouraged and compelled to organize these rituals into a narrative that is engaging and understandable to the future generation and tourists. 5. Participants are encouraged, motivated, and have the capacity to become artists and cultural performers and Participants are encouraged, motivated, and have the capacity to become artists, because there are many arts. 6. Participants who recognize the importance of the small-scale creative economic are motivated to become actors and are encouraged to develop the capacity to generate creative ideas and innovation that become new attractions in the tourism sector. And said, participants recognize that the center of all tourism activities in the creative economy, performing arts, ecology, and social charity sectors is united with God the Creator. This world is our common home as well as a tourist destination. We are spiritual tourists on the pilgrimage, seeking God's footsteps. And conclusion, spiritually, tourism is a pilgrimage tracing the footsteps of God through the fellow human beings, nature, and history. And ultimately, our life is a pilgrimage, peregrinas in terra. The church on earth is a pilgrim. Traveling is a part of our lives, pilgrimage. Our journey will end with an eternal journey in which we move on from this world and continue to the new heavens and new earth. There, everything is enveloped in eternal love of God. And that is everything is in love. Thank you very much. There is no discussion.
Thank you very much, Father Ino, for very inspiring presentation. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed with Indonesian Session 4, discussing local relevance with speakers Dr. Maribeth Erb, Dr. Francisca Widawati, and Dr. Henricus Paulus Kaunang. Dr. Maribeth, Dr. Francisca, and Dr. Henricus, the stage are yours. And after this, we are going to have our closing ceremony and dinner. But before coming to the closing, we are going to listen to the closing speech from the representative of the Ministry of Tourism.
Saya tidak baik dengan engage mahasiswa. Atau saya langsung. Okay, memang bocor. Saya sebentar akan membujuk mahasiswa untuk bicara dan berpikir. Tapi pertama saya hanya mau 1-2 poin. Kita yang saya rasa penting untuk menekankan yaitu bagaimana keadilan ekonomi yang apakah pariwisata bisa bawa keadilan ekonomi yang diangkat tadi Ibu Francesca pernah sebut. Itu penting. Habis itu kita mendengar tentang ecological pertemuan dan spiritualitas. Maka itu saya pikir kita mau berpikir tentang itu ya. Bagaimana pariwisata bisa membangun dan menciptakan satu perasaan peziarah kita. Seperti Romo tadi sebut, kita semua peziarah di dunia ini. Dan penting sekali untuk pikir bagaimana memperkuatkan orang lokal melalui pariwisata. Apakah bisa? Saya kurang mendengar tentang itu sebenarnya di dalam diskusi-diskusi di dalam 2 hari ini. Maka saya mau membawa pikiran saya yang diinspirasikan oleh ibu dari Sri Lanka tadi yang sebut di mana dia tidak ada dia sebut apa-apa tentang rekomendasi bagaimana ibu rekomendasi-rekomendasi yang dia ada untuk sebenarnya berpikir. Maka saya mau rekomendasi ini. Mahasiswa bagaimana kamu rasa untuk menjadi pemimpin tur di Ruteng? Karena di Singapura adalah free walking tours. Di banyak negara, Ibu Ansi saya pikir tadi akan sebut itu karena dia katakan dia adalah turis, dia banyak jalan ya. Di banyak negara-negara ada free walking tours ya, di Amsterdam barangkali deh. Bagaimana di sini? Apakah kalian rela untuk menjadi guide, pemimpin untuk membawa orang keliling Ruteng? Ya, rela? Karena saya pikir ini menjadi sebenarnya satu bahan studi, bukan hanya bahasa Inggris, kan itu penting sekali untuk ini, tetapi juga berpikir bagaimana menyusun sejarah-sejarah dan budaya di sini. Kira-kira tempat apa kalian mau tunjuk orang yang datang ke sini? Tempat apa? Kalau ada 2 jam walking tour, ya bukan bawa dengan bis, bukan apa, tapi jalan kaki keliling Ruteng. Mau pergi kemana? Terutama kalau mau juga meningkatkan ini pariwisata yang lebih berbau agama, lebih berbau spiritualitas. Mau bawa orang kemana?
Baik, terima kasih waktunya, Miss. Kalau saya, kalau misalkan ada turis yang datang ke Manggarai, saya rela akan menjadi guide-nya. Terus yang saya akan lakukan yaitu mengantarkan mereka ke tempat-tempat wisata. Yang pertama itu gereja, karena sesuai dengan diskusi pada pagi hari ini, dari pagi sampai sore hari ini, kita berbicara tentang agama dan pariwisata. Jadi kalau saya jadi guide, saya akan rela untuk memimpin, maksudnya untuk menjadi guide yang bisa memimpin turis untuk pergi ke tempat-tempat wisata seperti gereja, dan juga misalnya kalau di Ruteng juga ada misalnya patung-patung tadi seperti yang sudah dijelaskan, seperti patung Yesus, dan juga banyak lagi tempat-tempat wisata yang ada di Ruteng seperti Villaria yang ada di ini di itu juga salah satu tempat wisata yang bisa dikunjungi di Ruteng. Ada Villaria juga yang ada di Belengkas. Itu yang saya ketahui yang ada di Ruteng. Mungkin itu saja, terima kasih.
Bagaimana caranya bawa pengunjung kepada gereja? Apa yang mau sebut supaya mereka bisa lebih dalam mengerti bagaimana agama Katolik di Ruteng? Apa yang sebenarnya mau cerita? Apakah rasa bahwa barangkali perlu sedikit gali? Karena tadi ada orang sebut ya banyak yang sejarah-sejarah di sini tentang katedral yang lama. Apakah kalian kenal sejarah itu, katedral yang lama? Dan simbol barangkali di dalam arsitektur. Kapan ini patung Kristus Raja dibangun? Apakah tahu kapan itu? Siapa bangun? Mungkin perlu sedikit gali ya. Ada orang di sini yang tahu tentang sejarah itu?
Oke, terima kasih atas waktu dan kesempatannya, Miss. Perkenalkan, nama saya Govinsa dari Prodi Bahasa Inggris. Mungkin saya hanya tahu sedikit tentang sejarah dari Gereja Katedral Lama yang berletak di bawah Gereja Katedral Baru di Kampung Watu. Nah, menurut pengetahuan saya, Gereja Katedral Lama didirikan oleh Belanda pada zaman penjajahan Belanda di Indonesia yang kurang lebih 3,5 tahun, dan pada waktu itu Belanda tidak hanya menduduki wilayah-wilayah seperti Jakarta atau sebaliknya, tapi juga Belanda pada waktu itu juga menduduki wilayah Manggarai. Nah, di mana pada Belanda atau penjajah menduduki wilayah Manggarai, mereka tidak hanya datang untuk menjajah negara Indonesia, tapi juga menyebarkan agama. Setelah mereka menduduki wilayah Manggarai, mereka pun mendirikan sebuah gereja yang sekarang dinamakan Gereja Katedral Lama. Dan untuk tahun berdirinya, mungkin saya juga agak bingung-bingung, tidak terlalu pasti tahu.
1929.
Oh, 1929. Terima kasih, Pak. Mungkin kalau untuk mungkin kalau seandainya saya menjadi tour guide dari seorang tamu asing dan jalan kaki untuk menjelaskan sebuah tentang gereja Katedral Lama, saya bisa menjadi tour guide-nya. Dan yang saya jelaskan pertamanya adalah seperti apa yang saya bicarakan sebelumnya tadi tentang sejarah berdirinya gereja tersebut, dan untuk membuktikan bahwa gereja itu berdiri pada tahun tersebut seperti 1929, di depannya juga terletak pelang yang menandakan bahwa berdirinya gereja tersebut. Dan perlu kita ketahui juga bahwa ketika kita melihat gereja Katedral Lama, kita juga bisa melihat struktur bangunannya itu masih antik, dari cara penyusunan batunya, fondasinya, serta kayu-kayunya yang masih ada seperti klasik, seperti bangunan masa penjajahan Belanda. Bukan hanya itu saja, saya juga ingin membawa tamu saya ke Ruteng PU. Seperti topik kita pada hari ini bukan tentang gereja saja, tapi juga tentang kultur. Nah, di Ruteng PU, ketika saya akan membawa tamu, saya akan menjajakan mereka dengan memperlihatkan dan menjelaskan kepada mereka tentang sejarah Ruteng PU, yang dimana Ruteng PU terdapat kalau saya salah mungkin ada 4 rumah gendang di sana, dan rumah gendang yang paling intinya yang memiliki tanduk di atasnya, dan rumah yang memiliki tanduk itu merupakan rumah untuk musyawarah dan mufakat ketika ada masalah di suatu wilayah tersebut. Dan yang paling menariknya dari Ruteng PU bahwa pada dasarnya berdirinya Ruteng PU dulu itu bukan dibuat oleh manusia, tapi dibuat oleh makhluk halus atau orang Manggarai bisa sedup darat, atau dalam bahasa Indonesianya bidadari. Ya, bisa dibilang roh lah. Ya, yang buatnya itu di atas adalah makhluk halus. Dan itu yang menjadi menarik dari Ruteng PU, karena susunan batunya itu sangat persis tanpa campuran material apapun seperti semen atau sebaliknya. Dan itu sangat natural. I think that's all. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak. Apakah ada yang barangkali mau jalan kaki dari sini ke Golocuru? Apakah mampu begitu? Terlalu jauh? Mampu. Dalam 2 jam ya, bisa ya. Bagaimana ceritanya Golocuru? Karena saya dengar dulu bahwa itu ada mukjizat di sana, ada Bunda Maria yang membahagikan diri, ada seorang petani di sini yang bertemu dengan Bunda Maria. Itu benar? Benar itu? Cerita itu yang sudah hilang?
That's why most of us here that joining this conference didn't know well about that story. Jadi kebanyakan kami yang hadir di sini ini bukan orang asli Ruteng, dan itu alasannya kenapa kami tidak bisa bantu Miss untuk jelaskan sejarah dari Golocuru itu.
Tetapi kalau mau menjadi guide di Ruteng, barangkali cari tahu ya. Ya, oke. Maka itu tujuan saya hanya untuk mungkin inspirasi, menjadi inspirasi untuk kamu berpikir apakah macam begini adalah satu ide ya, supaya setiap beberapa hari ada sudah bisa direklame di website, ada free walking tour di Ruteng. untuk mengerti hubungan antara agama dengan budaya dan orang bisa dapat tahu lebih dalam. Pikir saja itu barangkali saja dari saya, dan saya menyerahkan kepada dua teman.
Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Masih semangat ya sore-sore. Dan selama 3 hari ini, kalau dari saya pribadi apa yang saya dapatkan itu ada begitu banyak diskusi, ada begitu banyak ide dan gagasan yang telah kita bicarakan dalam ruangan ini, yang menurut saya sangat baik ketika ide dan gagasan ini kemudian bisa kita bisa kita praktekkan, atau kalau misalnya dalam bahasa yang agak keren sedikit yaitu menginstitusionalisasi gagasan, bahwa semua hal yang sudah kita bicarakan pada kesempatan hari ini jangan sampai hanya berhenti di ruangan ini saja. Nanti ketika sudah penutupan, lalu semua ide dan gagasan tersebut kemudian lenyap. Harapannya tidak seperti itu ya. Karena kita ini kan membicarakan salah satu hal yang sangat penting bagi bagi daerah kita dan juga bagi kita masing-masing sebagai individu di sini. Dan dalam hal ini yang kebetulan kita bicarakan yaitu terkait pariwisata. Lalu kemudian saya ingin mengajak kita kembali untuk merefleksikan kembali sebelum nanti kita melangkah lebih jauh kepada hal-hal yang lebih teknis, yaitu terkait apa sih sebenarnya pariwisata itu. Selama 3 hari kita ngomong tentang pariwisata, apakah sudah ada gambaran yang pasti tentang pariwisata itu seperti apa? Kita perlu melihat apakah konsep pariwisata itu merupakan sesuatu yang terlepas dari diri kita, salah satu benda yang sangat elit di sana, yang perlu kita lakukan segala macam upaya untuk menggapainya, atau dia merupakan bagian dari hidup kita sehari-hari. Misalnya saja kalau misalnya kita bicara tentang kebersihan, misalnya saya bertanya ke AC yang di tengah itu, apakah kebersihan itu bagian dari pariwisata? Iya, kebersihan merupakan bagian dari praktek hidup sehari-hari kan? Berarti iya. Lalu terkait dengan apa ini? Tata kota, kita omong aja tata kota Ruteng ini. Ketika itu tata kotanya berantakan, apakah adik-adik tertarik main-main di kota? Tidak kan? Tapi ketika dia rapi, tertata dengan baik, kita pasti akan tertarik sana kan? Walaupun di sana sudah ada natas labar, tapi ketika parkirannya tidak teratur, ketika ada begitu banyak sampah di natas labar, kita tertarik gak ke situ? Pasti tidak kan? Jadi hal-hal kecil seperti ini yang merupakan praktek hidup sehari-hari yang mungkin bisa kita kembangkan, mungkin dari hal yang paling kecil. Karena ketika kita bilang pariwisata, bagi saya pribadi, itu lebih merupakan dampak dari praktek hidup yang kita laksanakan sehari-hari. Orang datang ke Manggarai, orang datang ke kota Ruteng, karena mau mengalami keramah-tamahan. Keramah-tamahan dari kita semua yang ada di sini, karena orang di sana tahu bahwa kita ini ramah. Mereka datang ke sini karena ingin mengalami kota yang sejuk, mengalami kota yang bersih, mengalami misalnya ada ritual-ritual doa, bagaimana mereka berpartisipasi di dalam kegiatan doa tersebut. Misalnya saja doa Rio, seperti yang Ibu angkat tadi, bulan Mei dan bulan Oktober. Bagaimana kemudian saudara-saudara kita dari luar Flores ini bisa datang ke Ruteng, lalu mengalami doa Rosario di rumah warga. Ini kan sesuatu yang tidak didapatkan di luar. Bahkan untuk berdoa Rosario di luar saja kita agak gugup. Wah, ini bisa atau tidak ini ya? Tapi di sini kan ini merupakan suatu bagian dari praktek hidup kita sehari-hari. Lalu ada catatan yang cukup penting juga yang saya coba rekam dalam perbincangan kita dalam 3 hari ini, yaitu bagaimana upaya kita untuk selalu merawat memori dan juga legasi. Jadi memori terkait apa itu Manggarai, lalu terkait apa itu gereja Katolik di Manggarai, lalu bagaimana warisan-warisan yang sudah ada dan bagaimana dulu ada hal-hal baik yang pernah kita terima, bagaimana kita merawat itu. Saya kemarin terus terang ketika jalan-jalan di di sekitar sini sempat mampir ke rumah Wunut. Kalau teman-teman ke rumah bunut, apa yang teman-teman lihat? Apa yang terjadi di rumah bunut? Apakah itu masih layak dikunjungi? Tidak kan? Lalu bagaimana peran teman-teman untuk membuat itu layak dikunjungi kembali? Mungkin ada. Oh, salah satu daerah yang dulu sempat saya pikir itu sangat bagus, yaitu ada beberapa rumah peninggalan Belanda kalau tidak salah di wilayah Kejaksaan itu. Tapi sekarang rumah-rumahnya di mana? Itu kan legasi. Ada cerita bahwa dulu ada kebudayaan yang berasal dari luar yang bisa berbaur dengan kebudayaan lokal di Manggarai. Ketika hal tersebut hilang, kemudian apa lagi yang ingin kita ceritakan? Kalau saya ambil contoh kami di Jogja, itu dilindungi. Boleh direnovasi tetapi tidak merubah bentuk. Direnovasi boleh, catnya diperbaiki, tapi modelnya jangan. Karena dari model tersebut nanti akan mempunyai cerita tersendiri. Begitu. Jadi kita ambil contoh saja, misalnya yang paling dekat dengan kita, rumah bunut. Jadi teman-teman sendiri tadi bilang sudah tidak layak tidak layak dikunjungi kan? Padahal kan itu bercerita banyak tentang kebudayaan di Manggarai. Jadi hal-hal sederhana seperti ini, bagaimana kita bisa merawat memori dan juga legacy yang ada di Manggarai ini merupakan bagian dari turisme itu sendiri. Jadi mungkin kita berbicara turisme itu terlalu jauh, misalnya hotel, lalu harus menciptakan peluang kerja ini, peluang kerja itu. Tapi hal-hal yang sangat prinsipil, yang sangat terkait dengan kehidupan kita sehari-hari, kita jangan abaikan itu. Jadi mungkin ada saran dari teman-teman mahasiswa untuk bagaimana kita bisa kembali untuk merawat legacy, merawat memori, agar hal-hal ini yang dapat kita ceritakan kepada mereka yang berada di luar Manggarai. Tadi sudah ada beberapa yang saya lihat cukup semangat bicara. Mungkin ada lagi, mungkin 2-3 orang begitu yang mau sharing. Kira-kira setelah kegiatan ini apa yang akan dilakukan? Membentuk komunitas itu juga sangat baik. Anjuran yang pada siang hari tadi, bagaimana masyarakat kemudian berinisiatif untuk mempromosikan situs-situs pariwisata yang ada di Kota Ruteng secara kreatif. Lalu mungkin ada ide dan gagasan lain tadi yang Bu Mary bicara soal walking tourism ya, walking tourism, dan teman-teman bilang sanggup melaksanakan hal tersebut. Kira-kira ada ide liar apa lagi nih yang bisa kita bicarakan di sini? Dan tadi sebelum sempat bicara dengan Romo Rektor juga. Di Unika ini kan ada 8.000 mahasiswa ya. 8.000 mahasiswa. Coba kita bayangkan saja misalnya dalam suatu perkuliahan tertentu, itu teman-teman diminta untuk tugasnya buat video. Buat video singkat 3-4 menit menceritakan tentang situs-situs pariwisata yang ada di Kota Ruteng ini, lalu upload dia ke media sosial. Misalnya Golocuru. Hai guys, selamat sore. Saya lagi di Golocuru nih. Golocuru itu bla 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 bla. Upload. Lalu, hai guys, saya lagi di atas labar nih bla bla bla, upload. Teman-teman bisa bayangkan ada berapa banyak pengetahuan baru yang teman-teman ciptakan melalui media sosial terkait Ruteng. Suatu bentuk promosi yang sangat kuat tetapi tidak membutuhkan biaya yang besar. Dan teman-teman kan sudah tahu bagaimana kekuatan sosial media kan? Nah, sekarang generasi penerus Manggarai ke depannya, kira-kira ada ide liar, ide gila apa yang bisa di-share agar tidak berhenti di ruangan ini saja bagi terutama perkembangan tradisi dan kebudayaan di Manggarai ini pada umumnya. Silakan. Semangat. Bagus.
Oke Pak, terima kasih banyak atas waktu dan kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Jadi kalau menurut saya Pak, waktu SMA itu kami pernah diberikan tugas antropologi untuk pergi mewawancarai di rumah adat, ketua di rumah adat itu. Terus saya mendapatkan ide saat itu Pak, tapi saya tidak pernah mengembangkannya. Jadi begini, saya waktu itu bersama teman-teman pergi mengunjungi rumah gendang di Ruteng Pu'u. Jadi di sana itu kami bertemu dengan ketua adat ketua adat dan juga anak-anaknya. Jadi kami ada 2 kelompok, kami mewawancarai 2 orang sekaligus, anak dan juga bapak yang menjadi ketua di rumah adat tersebut. Dari cerita-cerita yang kami dapat itu, semua ceritanya itu sangat menarik dan betul-betul itu bapak itu menceritakan bagaimana asal usulnya orang Manggarai datang ada dulu. Jadi menurut saya apabila kami misalkan sebagai mahasiswa suatu hari nanti kami pergi berkunjung kembali ke sana dan pergi mewawancarai lagi orang-orang di sana, apalagi orang-orang yang sangat mengetahui tentang sejarahnya Manggarai, karena namanya sejak kampung Ruteng Puu. Jadi dari informasi itu mungkin itu cerita-cerita yang kami dapat bisa kami buatkan dalam buku. Dan dari buku-buku tersebut, jangankan untuk mahasiswa, karena mahasiswa bisa saja memorizing some stories gitu Pak. Tapi kalau untuk anak-anak, misalkan anak SD, bisa saja orang yang bisa menulis cerita nanti atau mengarang cerita, membuat buku kecil Pak. Bisa dibilang buku cerita untuk anak-anak, tapi itu khusus untuk anak-anak di lingkungan Manggarai saja. Supaya memperkuat mereka punya pengetahuan mengenai pengetahuan sejarah dari Manggarai ini.
Seperti komik tentang Manggarai ya. Kan anak-anak kan senang baca komik. Kenapa tidak kita buat komik tentang Manggarai? Iya kan?
Yes, sir.
Itu kan sangat misalnya kan anak-anak yang kecil kan belajar budaya dan sejarah itu kan dari usia dini.
Yes.
Tapi kalau kita lihat anak-anak sekarang, mereka bacanya apa? Cinderella, mereka baca Snow White, Frozen. Sedangkan informasi terkait budaya lokal itu kemudian hilang. Tapi kalau teman-teman bisa buat komik tentang pondik misalnya, iya kan? Tidak perlu dicetak komiknya, dibuat dalam bentuk digital.
Oh iya Pak.
Jangan terlalu banyak halaman, 10 halaman paling banyak. Itu kan sangat membantu merawat cerita-cerita yang sudah ada di Manggarai. Kan pondik itu kan luar biasa itu.
Iya Pak.
Pondik itu luar biasa. Kami dulu dibesarkan dalam tradisi pondik waktu kecil. Tapi sekarang ya tradisi itu sudah tidak ada. Padahal kalau kita ceritakan ke orang luar pasti mereka akan sangat menarik. Tinggal kita bilang, pondik itu lahirnya di Kumbah mungkin ya kan. Dia lahir di rumah ini, mungkin orang, ini ternyata rumahnya pondik ini ya kan. Tapi menarik itu. Itu ide yang kalau misalnya bisa direalisasikan, kalau bisa disupport sama Unika untuk bisa buat, ini kan bukan sesuatu yang kalau buku itu kan mungkin sangat formal ya. Tapi kalau coba komik, ada visual di dalamnya. Orang bisa belajar terkait rumah Manggarai itu seperti apa, pakaian khas Manggarai itu seperti apa, lalu cerita yang bisa berkembang itu seperti itu kan lebih mudah. Dan anak-anak pasti akan tertarik. Begitu. Ada lagi, ini sangat menarik ini, saya sudah catat. Siapa tahu bisa jadi kepala dinas PPO nanti kalau sudah besar ya.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak. Kalau pemikiran saya, karena sesuai dengan diskusi kita itu ada Katoliknya. Jadi kita semua tahu kalau misalnya di gereja Katolik itu ada yang namanya sekami atau sekolah minggu. Nah, di sini saya menyarankan untuk teman-teman semua, kita harus bisa menggunakan kesempatan sekami itu, menjadikan sekami itu kesempatan kita untuk memperkenalkan budaya kita ke anak-anak. Karena seperti yang kita ketahui, anak-anak itu memiliki daya ingat yang tinggi ya. Apalagi kalau misalnya cerita yang kita ceritakan itu bisa dapat oleh mereka feel-nya. Sesuatu yang menarik dari itu cerita mereka bisa ambil. Nah, otomatis mereka bisa mengingatnya. Nah, ini merupakan langkah kecil, langkah awal dari kita untuk mempertahankan budaya kita dan memperkenalkan budaya kita ke anak-anak. Karena anak-anak juga merupakan nanti generasi penerus dari kita. I think that's all saja, Pak.
Oke, ini juga luar biasa. Kami sekolah minggu ya. Saya tidak tahu kalau di mana di Ruteng. Kalau kami di Jogja itu minggu ketiga dalam bulan, itu di gereja itu ditanggung oleh anak-anak kami. Minggu ketiga setiap bulan. Jadi apapun nanti yang mereka lakukan di gereja, itu kita terima saja. Tapi kan kemudian mereka diberi Diberi ruang di situ. Dan ini bisa menjadi ruang pendidikan juga. Ini sangat menarik idenya bahwa bisa menggunakan hal-hal yang selama ini sudah ada untuk bisa mendukung misalnya pelestarian budaya, pelestarian tradisi, segala macam. Dan sekami ini merupakan salah satu cara yang bisa kita pakai untuk pendekatan kepada anak-anak. Karena dari kemarin kan kita bicara soal pada level orang-orang yang sudah dewasa, apa segala macam. Tapi kan kesadaran ini kan harus kita bentuk dari usia yang paling yang paling bawah. Bahwa sekarang ketika anak-anak itu sudah tidak bicara lagi tentang kebudayaan, bagi saya pribadi itu suatu problem. Tidak tahu bagi teman-teman. Ketika mereka bicaranya itu Frozen, mereka bicaranya itu Cinderella, mereka bicaranya itu ada banyak tokoh-tokoh dongeng dari Disney atau bahasanya Bu Mary, Disneyfication. Itu kan bagi kita itu kan, kalau bagi saya melihat itu suatu masalah. Jadi ketika kita bisa juga merambah sampai hal seperti ini, saya pikir ide-ide ini sangat bagus. Dan dari kemarin belum ada loh ide-ide seperti ini, buat buku komik, memanfaatkan sekami. Ini hal yang sederhana, tidak butuh biaya yang banyak, tetapi sangat menyentuh inti dari apa yang sudah kita lakukan selama ini. Kira-kira ada lagi? Woi, silakan.
Baik, kalau menurut saya pribadi, ini jawabannya menurut saya pribadi, Pak. Sebaiknya itu kan rumah adat itu merupakan kekayaan budaya dari Manggarai. Jadi tanggung jawab untuk menjaga rumah adat itu bukan hanya tanggung jawab dari masyarakat saja. Kalau menurut saya, pemerintah juga harus ikut ambil bagian dalam menjaga ini rumah adat. Misalnya membuat program-program tertentu untuk dikenalkan kepada anak-anak muda, misalnya membuat komunitas tertentu, misalnya komunitas pecinta budaya. Di sini maksudnya mahasiswa atau orang-orang muda diajak untuk belajar atau menggali informasi tentang bagaimana itu rumah adat itu dibentuk di Manggarai, dan karena rumah adat ini juga merupakan kekayaan budaya yang harus diwariskan secara turun-temurun. Itu, Pak.
Ya, baik, terima kasih. Berarti kerja kolaborasi ya. Kerja kolaborasi dengan pemerintah, karena ini salah satu bagi saya itu wajib juga. Masyarakat, gereja dan juga pemerintah harus bareng. Jadi tidak bisa jalan sendiri kan. Jadi sebelum mungkin setelah ini bisa kasih tambahkan beberapa ide lagi. Saya ingin selalu mengingatkan kepada apalagi teman-teman sekalian ya. Ketika kita melihat suatu masalah dengan merumuskan pertanyaan yang salah, maka jawabannya akan salah. Jadi ketika melihat suatu problem, ketika teman-teman salah dalam merumuskan pertanyaan, maka jawabannya juga akan salah. Jadi mungkin bisa dipikirkan baik-baik. Pertanyaan itu penting, sehingga jawabannya yang dihasilkan adalah jawabannya yang benar juga. Itu mungkin ada Kak Francisca tambahan beberapa ide lagi.
Baik, selamat sore semua, khususnya untuk adik-adik mahasiswa. Seperti yang dijelaskan sebelumnya, selama konferensi ini kita banyak sekali dapat ide-ide baik dan banyak pemikiran, dan ini tentu baik untuk mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dirinya dan bagaimana itu dicerna lebih lanjut. Nah, mungkin karena kita punya waktu sedikit saja lagi, barangkali saya mau berbincang-bincang dengan adik-adik. Kita dari beberapa hari ini bicara tentang turisme, dan fokus kita bagaimana terima orang luar, kita yang menerima dan orang jadi turis, gitu ya. Dan mungkin saya membalikannya, apakah saya ingin bertanya, apakah kalian pernah tidak berpikir suatu hari nanti menjadi turis? Dan kalau kamu mau jadi turis, tempat-tempat mana yang ingin kamu kunjungi, dan kira-kira apa yang bisa membuat cita-cita kamu untuk mengunjungi wilayah atau tempat itu atau situs itu atau lokasi itu, apapun namanya, itu bisa terwujud. Bagaimana mewujudkannya? Jadi saya ulangi lagi, pertanyaan saya sederhana. Pernah tidak punya mimpi suatu hari nanti jadi turis? Dan turis itu Anda mau menjadi turis ke mana atau di mana atau mau kunjung apa? Lalu kira-kira Anda Bagaimana bisa mewujudkan supaya bisa sampai ke sana? Mungkin itu pertanyaannya. Ada yang mau sharing? Ini macam sudah ada. Iya.
Oke, terima kasih atas waktu dan kesempatannya Ibu. Nah, mimpi saya kalau saya menjadi turis, tempat utama yang saya akan pergi adalah Israel. Tempat di mana monumen bersejarah dari lahirnya Kristus Sang Juru Selamat. Nah, cara saya untuk saya bisa ke sana dengan satu syarat, yaitu orait labora, bekerja dan berdoa. Itu saja Ibu, terima kasih.
Ini nyambung ya, dia mau wisata religi juga, bersiara ke Tanah Suci. Ada yang lain? Mau kemana? Mungkin mau ke Seoul, Jeju, atau apa yang kamu lihat film? Oke.
Kalau saya pribadi, Mam, bagaimana caranya supaya saya bisa mencapai saya punya impian untuk mengunjungi destinasi yang saya inginkan? Saya akan membuat koneksi yang lebih baik kepada orang-orang lain. Dan maksudnya begini, Kak. Maksudnya begini, saya akan berusaha untuk selain bekerja, saya akan berusaha untuk mencari orang-orang yang berada di luar sebagai teman dari luar negerinya saya nanti. Dan itu untuk menjadi koneksi untuk saya ke sana. Dan negara yang paling saya ingin kunjungi pertama kali nanti itu Cina, Mau. Karena di sana teknologi yang sudah canggih.
Baik ya. Jadi Israel, Cina, ada lagi? Mau kemana? Ya? Ini ada sebentar setelah itu di sana ya.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Kebetulan menjadi guide itu adalah salah satu impiannya saya. Dan salah satu tempat yang ingin saya kunjungi ketika one day, kalau saya sukses, Switzerland. Karena saya tertarik dengan pemandangan yang di sana. Dimana kalau saya melihat Switzerland di internet itu saya tertarik untuk berkunjung ke sana dengan keindahan alam yang menarik banget Ibu. Terus mungkin salah satu caranya saya agar bisa tercapai dan terwujud semua impiannya saya itu pertama saya belajar dulu untuk berbahasa asing. Terus belajar mengenal seluk-beluk dari semua destinasi wisata, terutama Switzerland. Dan yang ketiga mungkin bisa berbaur dengan orang yang lebih mengetahui tentang Switzerland. Itu saja Ibu, terima kasih.
Saya juga mau ke Swiss tapi belum terwujud. Ya, adik di sana.
Oke, terima kasih untuk waktu yang diberikan kepada saya. Jadi kalau misalnya nanti saya menjadi turis, yang negara pertama yang saya mau kunjungi itu Korea. Jadi hal pertama yang saya akan lakukan yaitu saya akan belajar bahasa dulu. Setelah itu saya akan belajar bagaimana budaya di sana supaya sampai di sana saya tidak seperti orang Indonesia. Maksudnya bagaimana saya bisa mengkondisikan saya punya diri ketika saya berbaur dengan orang-orang di sana. Dan saya bisa mencapai apa semua saya ingin lihat di Korea. Itu saja.
Satu lagi mungkin dari cowok, dari laki-laki mungkin saya mau lihat. Ya, ini dia. Nanti di belakang.
Oke, baik, terima kasih atas waktunya. Ketika saya menjadi turis suatu saat nanti, negara yang saya ingin kunjungi itu Spanyol. Iya. Tujuan saya ke sana, saya ingin melihat budaya sepak bola di sana karena saya juga sepak bola. Apa yang membedakan akademi sepak bola di Spanyol dengan Indonesia? Dan karena mereka sangat mudah, seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa Indonesia ini sangat sulit untuk lolos kualifikasi Piala Dunia. Sedangkan mereka yang di Eropa dari Spanyol ini sangat, kalau saya lihat, easy lah bagi mereka untuk lolos Piala Dunia. Nah, tujuan saya, apa yang membedakan akademi sepak bola di Indonesia dengan di Spanyol? lebih khusus di Barcelona. Terima kasih.
Keren ya, mau pergi lihat sepak bolanya. Yang terakhir di sini.
Jadi terima kasih. Jadi ketika saya ingin menjadi turis sendiri, karena saya sendiri negara impiannya Jepang, bukan karena saya kemarin sangat excited karena bisa bertemu orang Jepang langsung di sini. Jadi kota yang saya mau kunjungi itu Aichi. Jadi di sana itu ada Studio Ghibli. Studio Ghibli itu studio yang menghasilkan banyak anime. Jadi saya nonton anime-anime dari Studio Ghibli dan hal itu yang membuat saya ingin mengunjungi Jepang. Jadi bukan hanya mempersiapkan bahasa Jepang untuk daily life-nya, tapi hal yang sangat penting menurut saya agar kita bisa mengunjungi negara impian yaitu menghasilkan banyak uang. Karena kita tidak bisa pergi ke sana tanpa uang. Jadi sebelum saya ke sana saya harus mempersiapkan banyak uang agar saya bisa mengunjungi negara impian dan kota impian saya di Jepang. So that's all. I think money is important.
Baik, terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Maria Priscilla Jul, saya biasa disapa Rila. Kalau ditanya soal negara impian yang ingin saya kunjungi ketika suatu saat nanti saya bisa menjadi turis yang punya banyak uang, mungkin salah satu negara impian saya yang ingin saya kunjungi adalah Vatikan. Karena Vatikan itu yang kita tahu adalah negara yang paling sedikit penduduknya. Saya ingin mengetahui, mengeksplor banyak hal, kira-kira seperti apa sih situasi pemerintahan di sana dan juga hal-hal lainnya. Terima kasih.
Oke, kita doakan semua impian itu bisa terwujud ya. Nah, kenapa Ibu tanya ini? Ya, ini kan kalian adik-adik masih mahasiswa. Dan Ibu Lila selalu nyanyi, mimpi adalah kunci. Jadi mimpilah yang tinggi, karena mimpi itu menjadi jalan atau batu loncatan yang akan bisa push, mendorong kalian untuk melakukan banyak usaha-usaha supaya kamu bisa sampai ke tujuan. Ya. Nah, kita bicara tentang turisme, bagaimana orang tertarik ke Flores, ya, dan bagaimana kita menjadi pelayan atau orang yang host, ya, para tamu itu. Tetapi juga jangan lupa bahwa kita juga perlu membangun impian bahwa tidak hanya orang yang bisa berkunjung melihat satu daerah lain, tetapi kita juga bisa mencari kesempatan untuk bisa belajar dari budaya lain. Seperti tadi ada yang mau belajar bola, ada yang mau ziarah, ya, lalu ada yang mau belajar anime dan lain-lain. Dan dengan globalisasi ini yang memungkinkan mobilitas manusia lebih mudah, yaitu mungkin hal-hal itu akan bisa tercapai, dan syukur-syukur kalau bisa memberikan hal yang positif bagi kita, ya, dan bagi kita. Dan karena itu mungkin ya tadi seperti kalian sendiri bilang bahwa sebagai mahasiswa tidak cukup dengan mimpi, harus ada usaha yang baik, ya, terutama bagaimana karakter kita, ekonomi kita yang baik, supaya pada waktunya kita juga bisa menikmati yang Romo Ino bilang, pariwisata sebagai cara untuk berjumpa dengan Allah di dalam orang lain, di dalam budaya yang lain, di dalam alam yang indah, dan di dalam situs-situs yang baik gitu ya. Dan mungkin juga dengan pariwisata kita menjalin komunikasi intercultural atau internation, ya. Dan dengan itu kita bisa memperoleh hal-hal yang lebih positif. Jadi semoga konferensi ini juga menjadi inspirasi untuk kalian dalam membangun masa depan yang harus ditata dengan belajar lebih banyak, ya, hal-hal yang positif yang lebih baik saat-saat ini, dan menggunakan kesempatan sebaik-baiknya untuk memperkuat diri, kecerdasan, karakter, dan lain-lain. Mungkin itu saja, sekian dan terima kasih dari saya.
Terima kasih Kak Siska. Saya mau satu pertanyaan kepada teman-teman mahasiswa. Pertanyaan ini terinspirasi dari kelas-kelas bersama Bapak tua di belakang, Pak Leo. Itu salah satu guru saya itu. Jadi beliau selalu bertanya, mahasiswa itu mau menjadi generasi penerus atau menjadi generasi penentu? Coba dijawab. Mau menjadi generasi penerus atau menjadi generasi penentu?
Baik, terima kasih. Saya akan menjawab pertanyaan dari Pak. Mahasiswa harus sebagai generasi penentu, bukan penerus. Kenapa saya mengatakan mahasiswa harus sebagai generasi penentu, bukan penerus? Karena kita sebagai mahasiswa yang penerus, kita akan meneruskan semua kesalahan-kesalahan yang sudah terjadi dari dulu sejak negara ini merdeka dan sejak negara ini mungkin akan menjadi negara maju, maka kesalahan itu akan terus dilestarikan karena kita sebagai mahasiswa penerus yang diajarkan itu saja dan kita hanya meneruskan apa yang sudah diajarkan. Jika kita menjadi mahasiswa penentu, kita belajar dari kesalahan-kesalahan itu dan kita menentukan jika suatu saat kita sebagai mahasiswa dan masa depan kita mungkin menjadi sebagai pemimpin, kita yang menentukan bahwa contohnya sebagai Bupati Manggarai, kita menentukan situasi dan keadaan, kondisi keuangan atau ekonomi di Manggarai. Sehingga kita bukan meneruskan yang sudah diwariskan terdahulu. Oke, kita mau meneruskan yang baik saja. Yang jika pertanyaan ini mungkin saya sebagai mahasiswa, maka saya akan memilih bahwa saya mengatakan bahwa sebagai mahasiswa harus menjadi mahasiswa yang penentu. Terima kasih.
Luar biasa. Tepuk tangan. Ada lagi? Menjadi generasi penerus atau generasi penentu? Atau sudah mewakili? Asas keterwakilan. Yang dari, mungkin yang terakhir.
Oke. Terima kasih. Singkat saja, menurut saya akan memilih menjadi mahasiswa penentu karena apa? Apa yang saya lakukan hari ini akan menentukan masa depan saya. Terima kasih.
Ya baik, terima kasih. Tepuk tangan. Jadi saya melihat bahwa masa depan mahasiswa Unika itu cerah. Luar biasa. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak kami ucapkan kepada Ibu Dr. Marybeth, Ibu Francisca dan Bapak Henrikus. Kami persilakan kembali ke tempat. Dan ladies and gentlemen, we are now closing to our closing ceremony. But before that, we are going to listen to the closing remark from Bapak Frans Teguh, mantan Ketua Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority, dan sekarang dalam pidatonya sebagai perwakilan dari Kementerian Pariwisata. Pak Epang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat sore, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Bapak Uskup Ruteng, Bapak Uskup Labuan Bajo, distinguished academics, speakers, government officials, esteemed researchers, community leaders, beloved faculty and students of Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng, and all honored guests and participants joining us for this concluding session. It has been both a privilege and a pleasure to share this final reflection with you this evening. As we bring this seminal conference to a close, let us carry forward the rich dialogues and shared commitments that have defined our time together. First and foremost, let us collectively offer a profound praise and gratitude to God Almighty, whose blessing and guidance have been instrumental in the successful execution of this significant international gathering. On this note, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation and commendation to the Indonesian Catholic University of Santo Paulus Ruteng and the Initiative for the Study of Asian Catholics at the National University of Singapore. Your visionary commitment and collaborative spirit in initiating and hosting this conference on the pivotal theme, Questioning Tourism, the Role of Catholicism in Asian Tourism, have provided an infallible platform for global dialogue. This past week has been intellectually enriching. We have been privileged to absorb insight from 16 international presenters and 2 distinguished keynote speakers, representing a diverse tapestry array of nations from the Americas, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. The dialogues that have been unfolded have not only critically engaging and insightful, but also profoundly inspirational, challenging us to rethink existing or conventional paradigms. The collective discourse has generated several paramount reflections that will definitely shape future discourse and policy. 1. Pilgrimage and eco-spirituality as the foundational ethos and fundamental directives of tourism. We have been compellingly reminded that modern tourism finds its earliest origins in spiritual and religious quest, the pilgrimage. This historical truth underscores a timeless truth. The travel is at its heart a search for meaning. Today, pilgrimage and eco-spirituality remains intensely relevant, evolving into a multifaceted experience that blends deep faith with vibrant cultural exchange and social as well as ecological interconnection. 2. The paradox of modern tourism. The conference has frankly addressed the dichotomies of global tourism. While it drives economic growth, its rapid expansion is often characterized by a lack of thoughtful planning, developed excessively without careful and unethical planning. We have confronted critical issues such as over-tourism, which strains local infrastructure, environmental degradation that threatens the natural heritage, and marginalization of local culture and religious values. These are not abstract concepts, but pressing realities we witness in destinations across Indonesia and the world. Third, the imperative of community-led governance. A central and powerful affirmation from this gathering is the critical need for active participation from religious communities, particularly the Catholic Church across Asia, in shaping tourism governance. Indigenous groups, local communities, and the Church itself must be recognized not as a passive scenery or beneficiaries, but as essential stakeholders and strategic partners, with the agency to co-create a responsible tourism model. 4. Tourism as a catalyst for social cohesion and inclusive growth. Numerous case studies presented here have demonstrated that the transformative power of well-managed religious tourism. It can serve as a powerful tool for strengthening social bonds, fostering inter-community understanding and reducing tension, while simultaneously generating sustainable and equitable economic opportunities for local population. And fifth, harnessing the digital revolution. The dynamic digital technology and artificial intelligence landscape presents unprecedented opportunities for religious and eco-spiritual tourism. We must leverage technology for innovative destination promotion, for creating visual faith-based experience, and for connecting spiritual sites with a global audience, thereby preserving and propagating their significance for new generations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the choice to host this conference in Ruteng, in the heart of Manggarai, on the island of Flores, East Nusa Tenggara Province, is of profound strategic importance to Indonesia. This region, encompassing the priority destination of Labuan Bajo and the entire Flores Island, is a microcosm of our national potency. It boasts not just breathtaking natural beauty, from Komodo dragons to pristine reefs and volcanic landscape, but also deeply ingrained Catholic values and tradition intertwined with rich and unique local wisdom. So this conference serves as a powerful reminder that the destination like Ruteng, Labuan Bajo, and the broader Flores must be developed with a holistic vision. They are not merely ecotourism hotspots, but are emerging destinations for religious, cultural, and spiritual tourism. Consequently, our development framework must be precisely designed to respect and integrate local tradition beliefs into the holistic tourism experience, empower community members as true hosts, co-actors, and primary beneficiaries, ensure the unwavering protection and conservation of our environmental and cultural heritage, improve the local economy, and promote peace, harmony, joy, and good news. In this moment, allow me to highlight a concrete framework for action derived from our collective deliberation. First, institutionalized community empowerment and participation. We advocate for the formal inclusion of the local communities and religious leaders in the government structure of tourism destination. Their voice must be central in planning and decision-making processes, ensuring tourism development is equitable and respectful. Second, catalyze local economic empowerment to strengthen tourism supply chains. Religious tourism or eco-spiritual tourism must be a vehicle for hyper-local entrepreneurship. We will support the development of community-based enterprise, including homestay, local handicrafts industries, culinary tours, and professional guiding and interpretation services, as well as village tourism or rural tourism, ensuring the economic benefits are retained within the community. Third, force or create a global collaborative network. The international presence here has effectively turned this conference into an act of cultural and tourism diplomacy. We must now solidify this connection into a permanent network for academic exchange, best practice sharing, and joint promotion, positioning Indonesia's religious tourism or spiritual tourism, contributing a partnership and peace on the global map. Fourth, mainstream sustainability and regeneration in policy. The government will make the recommendation of this conference as a material to enrich sustainable and regional tourism policies with a balance between economy, environment, culture, and spirituality, as well as the revitalization of the ecosystem. Our goal is to enact policies that rigorous or careful balance economic objectives with environmental integrity, cultural preservation, and spiritual respect. In line with the World Tourism Day 2025 agenda with the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation, let us continue to encourage sustainable transformation in the tourism sector to be more inclusive and meaningful, as well as providing positive benefits in encouraging the realization of planetary balance, people, prosperity, partnership, and peace as the main pillar of the SDGs. Fifth, human resources enhancement through reskilling, upskilling, and new skilling. The government encourages human resources development in the field of tourism so that more young people have the skills or competencies and the entrepreneur spirit to work or to manage existing tourism resources. And six, embrace digitalization transformation. Digital technology must be maximized to develop creative and innovative tourism products. We commit to leveraging digital technology through targeted social media campaigns, dedicated travel applications, and immersive virtual platforms to intelligently promote Indonesia's diverse religious and cultural heritage sites to a global audience. In this occasion, allow me to share the government's commitment through Indonesian strategic vision for tourism development from 2025 to 2029. Our focus for 2025 is building the foundation of quality tourism. We are setting bold and measurable targets in travel and tourism development index, domestic trips, international visits, tourism foreign exchange, tourism workforce, and average spending per arrival. Looking ahead to 2029, we aim for comprehensive strengthening towards Indonesia as a world-leading tourism destination. Our big target, including the Travel and Tourism Development Index, entering the top 20 globally, 1 billion domestic trips, 20 up to 23.6 million foreign tourist arrivals, tourism contribution to GDP up to 5%, tourism foreign exchange up to 39.4 billion US dollar, tourism workforce 29 million, and average spending per arrival up to 1,600 US dollar. So to realize these goals, we are launching the breakthrough program besides visa policies, destination management, accessibility, and connectivity. We then boost the clean tourism movement to protect and sustain our environment, Tourism 5.0 to integrating artificial intelligence and digital technologies, tourism upgrade programs, enhancing infrastructure and services, events with Indonesian intellectual property, building global attraction around the local culture, and development more than 6,000 village driving inclusive and equitable growth. All of this aligns with 2025-2029 National Medium-Term Development Plan, or RPJMN, with a strong focus on 10 priority tourism destinations and 3 regenerative tourism destinations, including Labuan Bajo Flores. So Indonesia is committed to become a world-class, sustainable, and inclusive tourism powerhouse. In conclusion, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, I wish to state our full and unwavering commitment to act upon the momentum generated here. We are confident that the academic publication, concrete policy recommendation, and detailed mapping of religious and eco-spiritual tourism potential resulting from this conference will provide a foundational framework for national tourism development. This is especially pertinent for Ruteng, Greater Manggarai, and Flores, and will significantly reinforce Indonesia's position as a leading, inclusive, and global destination for meaningful and sustainable religious and spiritual tourism. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this conference has powerfully illuminated the inseparable trinity of religion, culture, and tourism. They are not fragmented sectors, but deeply interconnected forces that, when harmonized, possess the power to build a tourism industry that is more human, sustainable, and truly meaningful for all. Let us therefore resolve to make the outcomes of this Ruteng gathering a definite starting point. Let it blow up a renewed and strengthened collaboration between governments at all levels, academic institutions, local communities, and religious organizations. Together, we can create a future for tourism that delivers not just economic prosperity, but also preserves our spiritual values, safeguards our planet, and promote lasting social harmony. Finally, I extend my deepest gratitude to every participant, presenter, speakers, and members of the organizing committees for your invaluable dedication and contribution. May God Almighty continue to bless our collective endeavors, and we work towards realizing an Indonesian tourism landscape that is inclusive, sustainable, and rich with purpose. Thank you. Peace and prosperity to all of you. Tabe.
Okay, we are all very tired and it's time to say bye-bye. Congratulations to all of us for making this possible. It was 2.5 days of intense work and reflections. I'm extremely thankful to the rector and to the university for making this possible. Tourism is not something easy. Tourism is not a magical angel bringing development and everything wonderful, but tourism is not either a devil. It's a human thing with us. And so we've been here to discuss it together. And it's our work to make sure that it's more often an angel than a devil. We try for ourselves and for tourism. As I talked to many people about the title, Questioning Tourism. When we ask questions, we are the image of God. In the Bible, God keeps asking questions. So asking questions is not something bad. It is to be an image of God. What have you done of your brother? In the garden, the story of Eden, the Garden of Eden, the key sentence of the whole story is God asking, where are you? And it's a question for our life. So anyway, I can go on about 3 questions that God asked us. And so when we are questioning tourism, we are doing our job to make sure that tourism is not turning into devil, but maybe more something like at least human, and maybe a positive angel, maybe. Okay? So a conference is part of this. This is not magic. We are not changing much. We are planting seeds and opening doors for conversation and I'm sure there is a lot of exhaustion, probably some frustrations, disagreement, and yeah, we could have done better, but we plant seeds. And so I'm extremely thankful to the university for making this possible. The rector is lucky because now he is done. But the presenters are not yet done. I'm very sorry to say. Because Isaac is not going to let you go easily. Because it's part of Isaac's requirement that the scientific committee will need to some thinking about publication, because we're very thankful for the recording. It's a very, very precious way to keep this conversation available for anyone to meditate. Yet, we are still a little bit old-fashioned, and so text publication after revision through academic peer review and blah, blah, blah is necessary. So the scientific committee will rework and see, basically in those 2.5 days, we have up to 17 papers. It's way too many, cannot, and they're going in two different directions, different things. So we will have to do our work, and we will come back to you, the presenters, but don't hope that you are done. We won't let you go easily, but the rector is done. He's the lucky man here. And I think that's all for today. We don't have anything else to cover. Yeah, that's it. So, terima kasih.
Dr. Misa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the students who would like to perform cultural dance and okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, time has flown by and we have reached the end of our event today. We are truly humbled and proud to see the incredible enthusiasm and participation from all of you. Thank you for taking the time to be here and for making this event so special. God bless you, and please give applause to ourselves. Before we part ways, we would like to give you a small token as our appreciation for your presence. So I would like to invite all the presenters to have the present on the stage. Mom, sir, all the presenters. Okay. Alright, and right now I would like to invite Romo Rector, Ibu Tia, Pak Prof. Hiro, Oke, thank you. Seksi dokumentasi bisa Now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite Romo Rector. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng, for the closing speech.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the University of St. Paul, I want to say thank you to all of you, all our friends from Isaac, all the speakers, all friends, especially also for the students who participate this conference until the end. Thank you very much. Michelle, today our conference become a trending topic in local online news here. And also there is news, Asian news maybe, yeah, also try to make publication for our conference. And for all this, I want to thank to Isaac that asked us to host this meeting, international meeting. Yeah, you know, when the international meeting held in a village like this, it's very booming. And I think the effect of this conference is very, very big to our university. So thank you very much. And yeah, I have to say sorry if there is something disturbing you during our meeting here. Yeah, sometimes not complete. Yeah, and I think this conference emerged many questions. In Indonesia, we always say the conference is success is there are many questions, always questioned and discussed again and again. If finished, it means that the conference is not good. Yeah. So thank you very much for all the questions that emerged during the conference, and I think our conference contributes many, much more to our local church, to this university, and also to the local government. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Within the conclusion of our souvenir distribution and announcement, we have now reached the end of our today's event. We would like to extend our gratitude once more to all the committee members, sponsors, and most importantly to all of you, our participants. We apologize if there were any shortcomings during the event, and we hope to see you again soon. Let's take a group photo after this because we are waiting for our dinner to be served. I am Sen, signing off. Good afternoon. Have a nice day.